Hello. Sucro's thinking about those books. But also, hello. Hey, that's not Endwalker. There we go. Hello. Welcome. Last time, on Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker, we descended into the underworld and met God and then fought God and then killed God. Like, in a positive way. Because God was making sure that we were able to save everyone. That is fairly normal for an RPG. That's not wrong. But the context certainly makes it a lot. God specifically being Hydaelyn in this case. And I guess it's a little bit less we killed God and more like Hydaelyn's purpose was fulfilled and she could return to the star. Is how it would have been phrased in her culture. So we're approaching the end of the game. The end of 6.0. I stand on the tiny chair. And, yeah. I don't know what else to say. It was a lot of stuff happening. Everything happened so much in Endwalker. But now it's time for a bold decision. Which incidentally also means the job artifact armor. I am not holding to a schedule because Endwalker is really good and I want to play it. I mean, I'm streaming at the right time. And the schedule does technically say that unscheduled bonus streams might happen. Like, so you could argue that I'm holding to the schedule correctly. Like, see, this is the schedule. Anyway, a bold decision. I actually looked up, because I was curious, I looked up right before this when the job artifact armor was, and it's like right after this, which is funny. Sucro, I trust you've had a good rest? An envoy of Master Fortuno's arrived not long ago with a message. The Loperites have determined Medion's location. We've been asked to gather at the Rostra. I'll meet you there along with the others. A great many of the helping hands that delivered the adamantite are still here in Charlian, and I, for one, couldn't be happier. Between the ether burner to be refurbished, supplies to be transported, and meals to be prepared, we need all the assistance we can get. Even Lord... Oh, right, I already read that, actually. Because I remember the Even Lord of Manalaine line. Super Galaxy? Oh. I don't know much about Gurren Lagann. I know that there's drill, and I know that there's triangle glasses. And that's about it. Spirals, probably. A brief appearance of a mysterious rabbit. Don't know what that was about. That couldn't possibly mean anything. It's not like I'll be getting to a trial today. Looks directly into the camera. It'll probably be a bit before I get there, but you know, still. Technically, I'm always looking directly into the camera, I suppose. Hello, everyone. I feel our recent travails within Labyrinthos and the Ethereal Sea have taken their toll on my mind, for last night I received a visitor in my dreams. Moonbrida. A vision not of the woman she was, nay, but the woman she would have become. Huh. Since the final days first manifested, we've been tested as never before, even more so in your case. Nevertheless, our work is far from over. We cannot afford to falter now, not when the end is in sight. Yeah, we did have a weird, like, water dream also. How did you sleep? Well, I should hope. It's likely the last opportunity we will have to take a proper rest for quite some time. I probably could have done with a few more winks myself. Graha. The thought of what's to come was keeping me awake, you see. So I thought to do a bit of research, hoping I might eventually feel weary enough to doze off. But before I realized it, it was already morning. No need to scold me. I already regret it, and will probably only feel that regret more keenly as the day wears on. Hey, that's kind of a mood. Hydaelyn, the heart of the star, is gone, and yet on the morrow the sun will rise and life will go on. When I look upon Sharlayan and its idyllic surrounds, there are moments where when her absence feels unreal, as do the final days. Would that it were so. Not feeling any ill effects from the Itioscope, are you? After playing test subject for those new aetherites, even the mention of ether sickness makes me feel a little queasy. While the forum is not here in its entirety to brood and glare at us, Master Barnier's presence alone is enough to put me on edge. Before coming, I thought to inquire after our comrades abroad. It seems that the effects of the final days have been observed further and further north of Garlemald. For a blessing, those regions are largely uninhabited, but in any event, we mustn't misinterpret this as a geographical spread. There's no telling where in the world the phenomenon will strike next, unfortunately. Gods, I can hardly believe the Luperites managed to find Meteon out there hidden among the stars. The sheer distances involved are mind-boggling. What took you so long? We have much to discuss and scant time to do it. If you would know the reason for this assembly, you'd better ask Master Leveilleur. There's so many people to talk to before every event now. Understandable. Everyone appears to be present and accounted for. Good. As you know, the Luperites have deduced the whereabouts of Meteon by means of a crystal bequeathed to us by Hydaelyn herself. Your quarry's location is a place far beyond the moon in the farthest reaches of the Sea of Stars at the edge of creation. A veritable Ultima Thule. Oh, I've heard that set of words before, but I didn't know anything about what it meant. Indeed. How then are we to reach it? An excellent question. Luckily for you, I have an equally excellent answer. In theory, with its advanced propulsion systems, the moon is capable of delivering you to Ultima Thule, but the myriad other facilities housed within would greatly impede travel through the Sea of Stars. Even the Mother Crystal may not possess ether enough to bear so massive a vessel to our destination and back. However, if we integrate our Hyperhopper into our ether burner, we should be able to fire things up and jump our way to the end of the universe in no time. Gasp. Father, does this mean... Nod. Bear in mind this decision was not made solely at my discretion, but with the consent of the Forum. Hearing the Luperites' proposal, the Forum was faced with a grave decision. To commit the Ark to this endeavor would mean abandoning both our plans to evacuate to the moon and to resettle on another star. Needless to say, the proposition invited fierce debate. In the end, however, the Forum was swayed by the simple fact that Hydaelyn believed you possessed the strength needed to overcome this crisis. The Great Exodus was, after all, a plan of Hydaelyn's own making. Therefore, if in the 11th hour she would proffer another means by which we may seek salvation, we would be fools to dismiss it out of hand. Indeed, she sacrificed everything, her very existence, to avert the destruction of the star. That is why we have chosen to place our faith in Hydaelyn, in you. The Ark will be made ready for your voyage to Ultima Thule. What of all the people that have labored so tirelessly to prepare for the evacuation? They must be furious. I would not be so sure. They have not forgotten your deeds on the Magna Glacies. Nor did your instrumental role in orchestrating the delivery of adamantite go unnoticed. No, the people do not protest, quite the contrary. They've expressed unwavering support for you and your mission. Are the Loperites too willing to abandon the Exodus? Were you not listening when we said we were born of Heidelin's love for Aetheris and its people? If it means your survival, we would do anything to help. And you'll most certainly have need of our expertise where you're going. There's no guarantee Ultima Thule is a place that supports life, an otherwise vexing problem our know-how can remedy. Besides, Heidelin chose us to lead the way to Medion. Why else would she give you a crystal only we can decipher? But more importantly, we were perfectly content to evacuate Aetheris until you brought us here, Urianger. And now we're enamored with the place, so what choice do we have but to save it? Of course, none of this is possible without you and the Scions, so I must ask, are you certain you wish to do this? Everyone looking at Sucro. You couldn't stop us if you tried. We'll avert the final days, whatever it takes, or, well, we've come this far. We're gonna save the world, no matter what. Determined. Various nodding and thumbs up and whatnot. Nod. Very well. We shall inform the Forum of your decision and begin preparations to bolster the Ark with the, Hyperhopper. The Loperites will coordinate with the Ilsabard contingent to have the necessary components transported via the Tower of Babel. Of course, it will take time until the work is complete. For now, pray take your ease. It would seem there's naught to do but rest and prepare, shall we? Nod. That's kind of funny, because I thought that's what we were doing after last time. There is much to be done before the Ark can be made ready for your voyage. Would that I could be afforded time to speak with Alphino and Alize. Alas, I can but pray they find a moment of quiet calm before the journey to come. As you can imagine, not all Forum members were willing to endorse this plan. Through no fault of yours, of course. Given what is at stake, it is only natural that opinions are divided. That said, the final decision was reached with an overwhelming majority, much to my surprise. No need to worry about lending a hand with the Hyperhopper. We already have more than enough help, so go and relax while you still can. Well, alright. Sucro has been instructed to take a nap again, right after taking a nap. They bid us rest, but I'd much rather find something productive to do. I suppose now is as good a time as any to hone my lance. Not that I've ever found it to be dull. Still, it eases my mind on the eve of battle. Perhaps now I can finish that book I was reading. What? Oh, pay me no mind. I'm sure you have better things to do with the time afforded us. Graha, go to bed. Graha, take a sleep. Take a nap. The Forum hath placed the fate of mankind in our hands. We must not betray their faith. I should very much like to speak with the Loperites once their work is complete. His plain Heidelin has entrusted them with a great deal of knowledge, and I suspect there's more they could teach us. A rare opportunity to rest. I say we make the most of it. In all honesty, I didn't think the Forum would approve this measure, and certainly not by such a large margin. I dare say, though, that Master Fortuno's impassioned recounting of your audience with Hydaelyn helped sway the vote. He has a way with words, after all. Where did you think Elfino got it from? I wasn't expecting to have time on our hands. What should we do? Great question. Ere we depart, we must leave nothing undone. Quite, though it is difficult to conceive of how one can best prepare to brave a domain where Dynamis governs all. Nevertheless, Hydaelyn deemed us worthy of the trials that await. For lack of any other feasible options at this late stage, let us trust in her judgment and face Medion as we are. Which leaves the not-so-small task of coordinating our efforts here to you and Tataru. If all goes to plan, we'll be back before you know it. I certainly hope so. We will be praying for your safe return. Mayhap it will affect the Dynamis for the better. With that settled, we should get some rest and make the most of the time we've been afforded. Hmm? The meeting's over, is it? You were in there for so long, I started to worry. What did they have to say? Explaining. The edge of creation. I see. Nod. Rest assured, everything will remain in order until you return, and you will return. Actually, Sucro, could I borrow you for a moment? Looks like your plans for the interim are decided. When the two of you have finished, meet us back at the Baldessian Annex, alright? Nod. Nod. Come with me to the Agora. I have something to show you. Nod. Did Tataru craft all of the artifact armor for the expansion? Like, literally all of it? I wouldn't be surprised at this point. Why did I do that? I mean, now that I've done that once, I might as well continue to jump off of ledges, but still. It makes me sad when Sucro fall damage happen. Welcome, Sucro, to Taru's boutique. I've always done my best to provide the Scions with fashionable attire, but in your case specifically, I make an extra effort to strive for the most functional yet stylish clothing one could ask for. Not that I'm playing favorites, but you are the Warrior of Light. Faced with this unprecedented crisis, I knew you would need an ensemble unlike anything I've created before, and I wouldn't be able to do it alone. And so, after enlisting the aid of the world's finest artisans, I finally completed my career-defining masterpiece. But then inspiration struck, and I saw a golden opportunity just begging to be seized. With the help of some Thavnarian refugees, I've decided to set up shop here in Charleon. Of course, I would never charge you for any of our works, perish the thought. Barsorud, how are things coming along? Everything is in order, Mistress Tataru. We'll be ready to open shortly. Thumbs up. Bow. Which is why I brought you here, to be our very first patron. Would you mind waiting here a moment longer? Tataru did make all of the... The following event cannot be skipped. Tataru did make all of the armor, I guess. But also, it's time for one of these. Time to wait, parentheses, extreme. Ah, I did not expect to find you here. I didn't expect to find you here either. Hi, Varshan. I imagine Yadana would also wish to offer her regards. Alas, after delivering our dragon scales to the engineers, she remained to assist with their work on the ether burner. Right, I guess you did show up, so everybody is here. So it does make sense to see everybody. This simulacrum, too, will stay in Charlian, while I oversee matters in Razatan. It is a rather convenient means to keep abreast of developments pertaining to the final days or anything else. It also allows me, after a fashion, to watch over my people in this distant land. Sean, I was hoping you'd stop by. I can't thank you enough for allowing your artisans to work with me here at the boutique. Please, it is I who should be thanking you. This establishment has restored a sense of normalcy to their lives. You have blessed them with newfound purpose, and a means by which to support themselves in these troubled times. What's more, when they at last return home to Razatan, the experience and knowledge they have gained in your employ will no doubt prove a boon to the artistry and commerce of our land. Maybe people will be able to exchange tombstones for gear then. Over there. I don't know, just guessing. In fact, I came here to see how your new employees are settling in, and to express my gratitude for granting them this opportunity. It's an opportunity for me as well, believe you me. Your artisans have taught me so much about Thavnarian craftsmanship. Their resourcefulness and ingenuity are nothing short of inspiring. I can't wait to see what kind of wonders we come up with. I pray you every success in your endeavors, Mistress Tataru. Before coming here, I heard word of the Forum's decision, of what will soon be attempted. It was only then that I finally understood why my father called this star the last bastion of hope. Indeed, it was the last bastion, for the flame of every other star he encountered had likely been extinguished. In the boundless dark, the light of brimming life must have been blinding in its splendor. You journey unto the heavens to protect that light. May the scales of my kin serve you well. I have faith you will prevail and restore peace and tranquility to the star. Would the Ahawan were alive to see it, or I should like to visit Razat Han again when this is all over, or I worry your faith in me may be misplaced. Opportunity for last-second self-doubt, apparently. I mean, Sucro probably does have some self-doubt, but... Well, Well, I hope I can do it. I don't know. Gasp. Perish the thought. You are our salvation and our deliverance. My father would not have relinquished his scales otherwise. Nod. Forgive me, but I must take my leave. Fare you well, and remember, the people of this star have not yet given up hope, and neither must you. Bow. Last minute anxiety from Sucro. Who else is around? Where must I go to get a meal with some flavor in this wasteland of taste? Who? Oh, of course. Of course. I was thinking who else could, when I said who else could be around, I was thinking probably this guy. Sucro, old girl, why, whatever are you doing here? A new boutique, you say? I'd been meaning to expand my wardrobe. Yes, something with a little more flair, perhaps, befitting a man of my station. Though I have nowhere to flaunt said raiment so long as my confinement continues indefinitely. I, the young Lord Fortam, insist that so long as there is work to be done, no matter how trivial, I must abide here in Charlian. Thus do I toil through, though every fiber of my being rails against it. Why, I've even suffered the company of that brute Sicard to see supplies transported in a timely fashion. Yet he was the one granted leave this morning to participate in some supposed covert operation. So I suffer instead for his otherwise welcome absence, now burdened with extra busy work, and without Honorwa here, there's no one to prepare my meals. I came here in the hopes of finding a nice cafe, perhaps. Alas, the Charlian delicacies I've sampled were lacking in every respect. Have you tried Archon Loaf? You can find it in all the shops, or if a hearty meal is what you're after, I'd suggest The Last Stand. Sucro is absolutely gonna prank this guy. Have you heard of Archon Loaf? Everyone here loves it. Questioning head tilt. Archon Loaf? It sounds sophisticated, like me. I thank you for the suggestion. With a full belly, I dare say I can endure this purgatory, if only a while longer. Ta-ta, old girl. And then Emmanuel died.
Prank successful. Hey.
Hey. Hey. That's a Mario Kart Donkey Kong sound. Some kind of Kong, anyway. Well, well, is that Sucro and Tataru I spy? You. Hancock, what are you still doing here? You said you were returning immediately after dropping off your cargo. Yes, that was my original plan. After all, any expertise required aside from the delivery of goods is well beyond my purview. Oh, we can see Emmanuel in the background still. I need to pay attention and see if he like stumbles and falls over or explodes or something. But what manner of entrepreneur would squander an opportunity to study the markets of the northern seas? Worry not, I will return straightways to Kugane once I have finished. Of course you would find a way to turn this crisis to your advantage. She wounds me, the industrious woman running a new boutique. I am not blind to the travails of those who fight on the front lines to deliver us from ruin. Indeed, I have every confidence that they will succeed, and I will make myself and my business ready for their return. If you believe them so devoutly, then why not put your money where your mouth is? Fair enough, Tataru, fair enough. There is not more I can do to help ready the Ark and her heroes for their maiden voyage, but on your return I shall host a grand celebration in your honor at the Bokairo Inn. Accommodations are quite costly given the reputation of said establishment, but the East Eldenard Trading Company would be honored to foot the bill. I appreciate the gesture, but no thank you. Will there be lemon cakes? No thanks. Shake head. Ah, pity. I'm rather fond of the place myself. Nevertheless, I have no doubt we will find another time and cause for celebrations soon enough. Tataru. But let us speak more of this upon your return, lest I draw even more of Tataru's ire. Until next we meet. Bow. Emmanuel is still standing. Emmanuel has not perished yet. I'm paying close attention to him to see if he gets killed by the funny prank. Ah, Sucro, decided to spend your time at the markets, did you? Just throwing random voices around. Oh, hey. Wave. Or greeting. Tataru! Big Swedge! I take it work on the Ark proceeds apace? Aye, it does indeed. Collaborating with the greatest minds of Charlian and Razatan has been a rewarding experience. And that's to say nothing of what we learned from the Lupperits. The Ark is unlike anything we've ever had the pleasure to work on. Even Nero was rendered speechless on more than one occasion. I can't wait for you to see it. Nod. And you'll never guess who paid us a visit before we came to Charlian. Alpha. I think he sensed the coming danger and returned to check on us. He was always one to turn up in time of need, and I suppose that's why he decided to join us here in Charlian. Good thing, too. I don't know how he does it, but he has a knack for brightening your day just by being there. Yeah, I hope so. It's still hard to believe we have the means to send you off into the great expanse, though. To the farthest known reaches, well, everything. I never thought I'd live to see such marvels, yet here I am. More often than not, you and the Scions are the catalyst that sparks the need for these great innovations. To think how much I'd have missed out on had I not been a member of the Ironworks. It could be that he likes it, yeah. An awful lot of work, to be fair, and the privilege of being worked like a cart chocobo. There's that too. As busy as we've been, I wish there was more we could do for you, Sukro. But no matter what happens, we have to keep believing for a brighter future. That we do, my friend, that we do. And one filled with even more adventure. You're right, Biggs. We sure do. Double thumbs up. When you head back, would you tell the engineers I'll be along shortly with refreshments? That's very kind of you, Tataru. They'll be glad to hear it. And on that note, Wedge and I should be going. Still a few more supplies to gather before we return. Questioning head tilt. Wedge forgot to leave. And Madeline is still alive. Terribly sorry for the wait. Right this way, if you please. Yeah, I remember. I remember that. I realized that. No worries. Right, I don't believe the two of you have been formally introduced. This is Varsavud from Palaka's stand. I remember you. I've seen you before, I think. You were in... You were one of the people that was saved at the Magna Glacius. Haven't we met before? I think I remember you. Gasp. Ah, yes, it was you who helped us at Perusha, and again when crossing the ice fields, was it not? I doubt we exchanged little more than glances then, but it is kind of you to remember me. Thanks to Mistress Tataru, I and many of my friends have found gainful employment in this foreign land. I'm surprised I do remember you, but I guess it was pretty recent. And I guess you have like a memorable appearance. Or something. It is only natural to feel fear in the face of calamity. In such times, we must look to one another for strength and succor. Also, you had voice lines, which is not common. I think. I know not whether we will come to call this place home or return to Thavnir, but we are here today and are glad to have contributed to the cause. And contribute they did by helping to make your new garments as durable as possible. We put our hearts and souls into them, and I have every confidence they'll keep you safe in the battle to come. Smile, nod. Gods, to think how far we've come since our humble beginnings at the Waking Sands. From the rising stones to the falling snows, and even a certain insufferable someone's rupee bazaar, we were always fortunate to find friends along the way. Even when you were swept away to the first, Grahatia was there to grant you sanctuary. I'll never forget the relief I felt when you all returned to us. I thought my heart would burst. Yours has been a long, long journey, and I've been privileged to watch, often with bated breath, as you persevered time and time again. Or time and again. For all the joy we've shared, there's been much sorrow as well, but I've long since learned you can't have one without the other. Which is why I promised to send you off to the Sea of Stars with a smile. And you can be certain I'll be the first one to welcome you back on your return. Thank you, Tataru. Smile, nod. Do you mind that my current equipment is more powerful than what you're gonna give me? Sorry, but... I mean, that's just kind of the way it works out. Don't forget to pick up your clothes from Barsarut, before you leave, they were expertly tailored just for you. In addition to your new ensemble, we have raiments and weaponry for every need, so please feel free to browse our stock. You may now obtain job-specific gear. The weapons and gear can be equipped at level 89. However, all item stats will be subject to item level sync. Upon reaching 90 with the corresponding jobs, these items will no longer be synced. Furthermore, the gear can be dyed upon completion of the role quests. Well, I mean, I can take them. Lightbringer. Wait. I can just take literally everything? Really? That's funny. So, they can be equipped at 89, and they're subject to item level sync. Okay, fair enough. I don't really need to take anything at all, but I'll take the paladin stuff for now. Oh, I could have just tried them on. Yeah, that's true also. I mean, I could... Unless you meant, like, the other things. This is the paladin stuff. Wait, so you're saying I shouldn't have taken the paladin stuff and should have just tried it on? Or are you saying I should try on the other job equipment and look at it? But like, this is an easier way to look at it still. This is the stuff from the trailer. Okay. So I mean, I didn't have to take it, but I did anyway. It's pretty good. The cape has a hole for the tail. I don't think that's true. It looks like it's just clipping. The patterning does kind of make it look like that way, though. Unfortunately, I have better equipment. Although, actually... Are there market boards here? I forget. Yeah, there are. It's literally right there. What if? I go to the inn and change the sword and shield at the very least, if nothing else, to the new ones. That could be cool. Or we'll at least take a look at them. The corgi barks in the background. I don't know if this is audible. So this is how these die, apparently. Not what I expected. But it's not bad. What do you mean for now? Oh, right, the 2 die channels. Hello and welcome. What do you all think? Should I change to this sword and shield, or should I keep the ones I have? I mean, there's also the option of, like, just the sword. I guess that's fair. But Tataru will be so sad. The new shield also has a wing on it, but it doesn't deploy. Anyway. Whoops. You might be wondering, why is all my equipment damaged? It's because I helped someone with Zodiark earlier and the party wiped a couple of times, but it was fun. Right. I guess I could.
I realize you've still got lots to do before you depart, so I won't keep you any longer. I do hope you can find a moment for yourself, and that the others can as well. They said they were returning to the Baldessian Annex, though I doubt they stayed for long. If you decide to go looking for them, I'd suggest speaking with Kryl first. I'm sure they would have told her their plans.
That second die channel is really gonna change a lot for everyone, probably.
You're back. I take it you received your gift from Tataru?
Gasp.
It was a surprise long in the making, with many, many long hours of fretting to get everything just right. I'm glad to see it realized, and with great success. If you're looking for the others, though, they've already taken their leave. Ishtola, Thancred, and Urianger have gone to the last stand for a bite to eat. Alize and Grahatia, meanwhile, thought their time would be better spent poring over books at Numenon. As for Alphino and Estinian, well, they've elected to pay a visit to the Leveilleur estate, though Estinian seems somewhat reluctant to go. I'm sure they'd all be glad for your company if you've a mind to seek them out. Should you be feeling peckish, I'd suggest heading to the last stand before Ishtola and the others finish eating. But above all else, it would be foolish to run headlong into a battle, a fatigued mess, so do remember to get a good night's sleep.
That would be good. Maybe they'll just retroactively make more things dieable when they add the second die channel too.
Try as she might, Tataru had no chance of standing between you and a hearty meal. Don't worry, we saved some for you. Hast thou perchance had opportunity to partake of the rainbow pudding? Owing to its striking flavor and somewhat garish appearance, 'tis quite popular. Indeed, so popular that the last stand's stock hath been entirely exhausted. I should hope, at the very least, Puddingway did sup upon this most delectable of desserts. People sitting down at this table are probably in a different version of this world where there are not other people at this table. Sucro, come to make our trio quartet, have you? Please have a seat, and we'll see about getting you a drink. Okay, good, there's a cutscene. I don't have to look at the awkwardness of people phasing through the scions.
Your business with Tataru was finished.
Explaining.
My, what a thoughtful surprise. Whatever would we do without her?
Indeed. And she's right, you know.
Tancred
It
has
hasn't been all
burger.
doom and gloom.
Y'shtola has pizza. There's something funny about that.
Feels like a lifetime ago that Master Louis Soir gathered us together to form the Circle of Knowing. Since then, we have experienced much. But rather than feeling wiser, the more I learn, the more I find my knowledge lacking.
You know, I think that is wisdom.
Forsooth. As a student, vainly did I believe that I held the secrets of creation in my grasp. Yet that which I had seized was but an insignificant sliver of what awaited in the wider world.
I guess you're kind of assuming, well, there was a wine bottle, and that is like a wine... That is like a goblet. But it could be anything.
Every encounter, every experience hath served to open mine eyes, enlightening and humbling me in equal measure. Even from those whom I called enemies have I learned many a valuable lesson.
I just don't like alcohol.
What will we learn at the edge of the universe, I wonder?
Probably some boss fight mechanics, if nothing else.
Ultima Thule, where the bringer of the end makes her nest. I, for one, can't possibly imagine.
Tancred looking very grumpy next to a hamburger, or cheeseburger, rather, is funny to me. Wow, there was actually liquid in there. I'm still surprised by this,
But
even though I
whatever
know
awaits
the
us
animation
there,
has
we will
become more
survive.
powerful.
We must. For her.
You've nothing left to prove, not to Reen nor Minfilia. We'll get through this together. Just make sure you bring enough ammunition. Time to dunk on Tancred again. No. You don't have to prove anything to anyone. Not Reen or Minfilia.
Is aught the matter?
No, it's nothing. I just... Well, lately I find myself surprised at how much I've changed. How much we've all changed.
That is a sentence I can relate to. At times. Y'shtola, are you eating pizza with a
We've
knife and
come
fork?
far
You
together,
are.
And if we have aught to say about it, we'll go further still. Aye.
Unless you were
We
eating
will
the
avert this
salad that's
calamity
there.
and return home.
I choose to believe Y'shtola was eating the pizza with a knife and
In
fork because
preparation
that's
for which,
funnier.
we must give thought to what we hope to achieve after the proverbial dust is settled.
I'm gonna take a nap again, I think.
What with the primals and Asians all but dealt with, I suppose we'll need to look for new hobbies. In all
Hobbies.
seriousness, though. In uniting to overcome a common foe, the disparate peoples of the world have found a way forward together. It's a truly gratifying sight to see.
I know that eating pizza with knives and forks is a thing that is done sometimes. But there's something funny about imagining Y'shtola doing that. Like, Y'shtola having pizza in general was funny enough already.
I know of people who eat pizza that way. There's nothing inherently incorrect about it. It's just not, like, the way I expect people to eat pizza, I guess? I don't know.
Indeed. Though it was many years in the making, we have successfully set in motion the gears of fundamental change.
Gears of Change was a patch back in, like, Heavensward, though. I mean, that was many years ago.
With this, we have fulfilled our humble role as a symbol of hope. And I dare say it is time to bow out. After all, there is no shortage of hands to bear the torch in our stead.
You know, I never really considered I might live long enough to see an after. But even if my time as a scion came to an end, I don't expect that much will change.
I think there's probably going to be plenty of other shenanigans for us to, like, take care of afterwards.
Going wherever the wind blows. Lending a hand to those in need.
Yeah, we'll be doing that a lot, probably.
A journey for journey's sake. It doth suit thee well. I must confess, I too have yearned to see more of the world. If thou art amenable to the suggestion, I would accompany thee. Mine ability to effect an air of normalcy through artful disguise is much improved, thou must concede.
Is it?
Aye, well, improvement is relative. You still look suspicious no matter what you wear.
Ariange must think about this.
What of you, Ishtola? Any grand plans?
By the way, the animation in this scene, I like how the animation in Endwalker has improved.
Why, continue my quest for knowledge naturally. To begin with, I wish to know the state of the reflections, to which end I must find a means to travel between worlds. 'Tis the least I must do if I am to keep my promise.
Yeah, it is a cozy scene. Smile.
Should my pursuits prove unduly arduous, I won't hesitate to call on you. And in
That's a very
return,
Ishtola
I
thing
will
to
take
do.
you to see Reen one day. I'm sure you cannot wait to see the fine young woman she has become.
Spare me.
And what of thee? What wouldst thou pursue at duty's end?
I'm gonna take a nap. And then think about whatever else after that. Thinking.
Here's yours. My apologies for the wait.
Thanks. Hope it's
Well,
just water, though.
Shall we make a toast? To victory.
To our comrades.
To the future of the star.
They don't actually show Sucro drinking it. Well, that was a nice scene. You can always count on your friends to help you maintain perspective, but he might never take a perverse pleasure in it. I'd like to think I give as good as I get, though I'd fare better with the occasional assist from a consummate nodder. But it's all in good fun, and I wouldn't have it any other way. Bankert, are you lamenting that you get dunked on? If the Hildebrand quests don't continue until 6.55, that might not be the first thing I do this time.
I say, Sucro, whence came this simulacrum that standeth beside thee?
Urianger, you are drunk.
I see falsely, but Stola and Thancred but moments ago employed the self-same doubling magic. All right then, keep thy secrets.
Urianger, please.
Leaving so soon? I suppose it's for the best if you'd rather not explore the bottom of a bottle with Urianger. I dare say the others would welcome your company as well, if you can find them, that is. In any case, as long as you make the most of your time, then that is all that matters.
Urianger becomes a meme lord when he's drunk, apparently. I didn't even think about how that was a meme, but you're right. Anyway, every time Sucro is given a drink, I'm like, I hope they are not making Sucro have alcohol. I was confused by this person's boots for a second because I thought they were like the Scion Traveler boots or something. They did give the choice of which drink you get once. So I guess we can maybe assume from that they're not serving Sucro wine or whatever. But I worry over much about this sort of detail. Evidently, I've chosen once again not to teleport, but I feel like it makes sense in this instance. Justinian is not in armor. Justinian is being forced to be slightly, like, fancy.
What? Surely this isn't the first time you've seen me without my armor?
It's like the second time, third time. Wait, there's a vista over here, hold on. Vitally important to get that warrior experience from the vista. Not really, but it's funny.
Howdy.
Oh. What brings you here?
Going around talking to people. Seeing how everyone's doing.
Ah, so you were worried that the Levier household might again be gripped by turmoil.
Well, not really.
All is well, I assure you. In my letters home, I had made mention of Estinian, you see. My mother wished to meet the legend in person, and so we arranged to have a spot of tea together.
Where were you in my hour of need? Fell beasts I can face, but I'm not made for idle chit-chat with lords and ladies.
Well, I for one thought you held your own. Mother was the picture of delight.
I might have been delighted myself, were we in a tavern with more agreeable drink. The thought of fleeing crossed my mind, but what then? I'd never hear the end of it, least of all from Tataru.
Estinian.
I'm sorry. 'Twas not my intent to cause you such distress.
Estinian with a thought bubble that has, like, the elusive jump button on cooldown. And as it gets closer to being available, it starts shaking more and more.
It's just... It was one of the things I didn't want to leave undone ere we set forth. That's not to say I think we won't be returning. Yet, given what lies ahead, I did not wish to leave for later that which I could do today.
Also, I'm realizing that Drunk Urianger asking about your double is kind of funny because there are at least 2 jobs where you can summon a double. With Ninja, you can have an illusory double, and with Dark Knight, you can have, like, Frey. Or some shadowy double of some sort. So you could actually do that.
Tomorrow is never promised.
It's fine. Not like I had better things to do.
You might even be able to do it right in front of him there as a ninja, because I don't think that is like a combat ability only. But for Dark Knight, I think you have to build meter.
Besides, seeing you with your mother brought back fond memories of my own. Be we rich or poor, family is family.
Yes.
Well, it's past time we were on our way.
Okay. I'm going too. I guess. Bye.
Wait!
What's up?
Since I left home, I've made a great many mistakes. Mistakes for which I can never make amends. But through it all, you didn't give up on me.
I think you've been making amends
returned here
fine,
with you at my side.
actually.
It means more to me than you know.
Now I'm doing like a Sucro accent without really knowing if I'm talking in character as Sucro or just doing that voice arbitrarily for my own self. I am becoming Sucro. In reality, maybe.
Thank you. From the bottom of my heart.
Justinian grumpiness sound
Forgive me,
effects.
But it needed to be said.
I'm the one who owes you thanks. Were it not for you, I would not be alive today, nor come to terms with Nidhogg's spirit. I am ever grateful.
Gasp. Smile. Suppose I ought to thank you both as well. You were never one to forsake a friend, Alphino, or I'll be counting on you. You know what? I gotta thank both of you too.
Well, we needn't make it a competition. You know, this must be what Heidelin meant when she spoke about depending on one another. However treacherous the road before us, together we will prevail.
Thankfulness competition. Who wins? I gotta practice my given thanks rotation for that one. Gotta increase my TPS, thanks per second. Few of our comrades decided to remain a while in Charlene after making the deliveries. Did you happen to pass any on your way here? All that remains is to return to the annex and give my armor one last polish. I expect Alphino has maintenance to carry out on those floating things of his, too. They're called Newliths. Oh. Right, now it's time for Alize and Graha at Book Zone. The library. You might be wondering, why didn't Sucro go to the library first? And the answer to that question is, I arbitrarily went in one direction and it was not the library one. I'm actually gonna teleport this time. Also arbitrarily. Puddingway! Puddingway located. Reading about pudding?
Sucro, I've come to this studium in order to study the ways of pudding. Alas, my creations don't jiggle as they should just yet, but I persevere. I believe in you, Puddingway.
There's a cheating way with the triple triad challenge. That's pretty funny. Graha, Alize, go to sleep, like in a bed instead of here. Snore. Y'all doing all right there? You try speaking with Alize, but she's fast asleep. Well. Sucro unsheaths her sword and shield and just starts hitting the shield with the sword loudly. Or maybe it's time for a poke. Or you'll just sit here politely. I guess that'll work too. Meanwhile with Kryl.
Oh.
Sucro's just trying to meditate instead of sleeping. Howdy. Found them all snoozing over here.
Knowing them, they're probably dreaming about the celestial adventures to come. Just as well. They've been running themselves ragged of late. Unlike you and the others, I'm a few steps removed from the danger and excitement. The things you all get up to never fail to impress me. But by the same token, I can't help but worry. Not only for your safety, but for your happiness. After everything you've sacrificed, you earned it 1,000 times over.
Thank you, Kryl.
From the simple pleasures of tucking into a hearty meal or collapsing into a comfortable bed, to the grand triumphs of visiting legendary lands or finding true love, you deserve all the joy in the world. There is so much that life has to offer, so much to be treasured and shared with those we hold dear. So promise me this. Come what may, you won't give up on your own happiness. When you're out there fighting tooth and nail, it's all too easy to forget. But in the end, your passions will be your greatest strength of all. Remember that.
All right. Smile. Nod. Somehow of all the scenes, this one is getting to me the most. Just that speech of Kryl right there.
This feels familiar.
Hey there.
Well,
Waking up?
'Tis good to be. Wait. What are you?
Are you talking
What
in
am
your
I-
sleep, or
Gods, don't tell me I fell asleep.
you fell asleep?
Not that there's any shame in it, but you were sleeping like babies.
Oh, how embarrassing.
Try sleeping in a bed next time. I think that's more comfortable generally.
Not a word to anyone. Understood? Not one word.
What? It's just sleeping. I mean, all right.
I'm told that sleeping in proper beds of your own choosing is a much more effective way to prepare for battle.
Yeah, what she said.
So, what were the two of you doing here?
Well, I was looking for you.
I had a few books to return to the library. Thought I'd take care of it while I could.
No good to have overdue library books before the final battle to save the universe.
And you?
Looking for you. It's a secret. Just enjoying a little peace and quiet. Nothing in particular. I guess the closest one here is just kind of wandering around, honestly. Seeing what people are up to. Questioning head tilt simultaneous. Kryl thinks this is very funny, though. Gods, I didn't realize I was so tired. One moment I was resting my eyes, and the next... I should go and get some air. Maybe a quick bout of training, but not sleep. I'll sleep when I'm dead. Alize! Alize, go to bed! That's enough reading for one day. As we don't know how long we'll be away, I'd best return these books before we depart. And eat. I'm absolutely famished. What about you? I already had something. I see. Perhaps I'll stop at the last stand on my way back. If nothing else, these two seem to be in good spirits. Still, I'll see them back to the annex for some proper rest, even if I have to drag them by the ears. Thank you, Kryl. Good luck, Puddingway. Some silliness is happening over here. I hope that's the case. Puddingway deserves it. Welcome back, Sucro. Returned to catch a final few winks before embarking on your mission, I presume. You'll be happy to know your chambers have been cleaned and fresh linens laid out. I pray you enjoyed the sweetest dreams on this final night before the big day. I'll probably dream about being underwater again or whatever that was. That night at the Royal Menagerie in Alamigo. What? What's going on over there? I figured it'd be you. This was a place that you went. I see you're in Reaper mode. Sucro, did you know that you could G-pose after transforming into this form? Ah, shoot, I missed my opportunity.
You will never get what you want. Not even the battle you pine for so dearly.
Wow, words actually affected Xenos for a while, huh? Like, it did seem like Xenos was actually hit by those words.
In that transcendent moment, what was it that I sought in you?
But now, like, he's musing about them days later. We've tried to, like, kill Xenos, and it didn't really work.
What was it that you sought in me?
I just wanted you to go away and leave people alone, mostly. Does that count as an ominous shot of the moon? It does, I guess. Hello and welcome. I was about to say, I don't know if you're here to count the moon, but it looks like you are. Hello. There was some ominous narration text there that was like, and so it comes, the day of reckoning, or something like that. I didn't quite catch the first line. That's a door. I know what those are. Gotta prepare to enter it. Estinian has assumed the leaning against something position. So it comes, the day of reckoning. Okay. So I did see it correctly, basically.
How often have we thus assembled?
I'd say at least 10 times within this part of the story. Probably.
To combine our knowledge and seek solutions to the problems before us.
Wait. I'm having a memory. Y'shtola's pendant looks a lot like part of the UI of something. It might be like a Breath of Fire UI element. That's a funny thing to suddenly realize. I think it's Breath of Fire.
Back at the Waking Sands, it was all we could do to address the most minor of troubles. Who could have realized what we'd find when we began to look to the sources of the realm's woes?
At the Rising Stones, we made great strides and shared many moments, from the joyous to the sorrowful.
We've had occasion to call other places home too. Be it Ishgard or Kugane, we were fortunate to find sanctuary wherein we might take stock and continue our fight.
I was honored to host this company in the Crystarium, to stand with you all as we confronted the truth of the star itself.
Everyone in this room needs a break.
And now from this place, we go to fight the most important battle of all.
Estinian cleaned his armor, but not his spear. Or maybe you just can't clean that stuff out of the spear that easily.
The Forum has
Maybe
sent
he's
word.
tried.
The Ark is ready. The Loporrits naturally will be commanding the vessel.
Good. Makes sense. They have
will
the
see
expertise
the 8 of
there.
you to Ultima Thule.
You know, I actually have no idea if this trial is also going to have duty support, but at this point it would seem odd if it didn't. I feel like it's not going to. It's a bit early to talk about that, though, of course. I mean, there are literally 8 of us.
Upon arriving, your objective is to find and vanquish Meteon.
God, if the rest of the Scions met Hildebrand, that would be pretty fun, too.
As a final formality, the Forum bade me ascertain your resolve. So, are you certain you wish to do this?
What else can we do at this point?
We are.
Then, ere you report to Thalmazane, I leave you
Thalmazane.
with these words.
Not Thalmazane. Got it. Yeah?
You must triumph.
I'll do my best.
What that means will differ for each of you. To make it back home, or to simply avert doom, or perhaps something else altogether.
Both of those things followed by a nap, I think.
Yet whatever it is that drives you, I have faith in its power to see you through. So please, triumph.
Ah, comedy, the secret element. The comedy ether.
Triumph, as we who remain behind believe you will.
Nod.
Let us be off then.
Wait!
Comedy could be related to Dynamis, that's possible.
Both Kryl and I will be there to see you off, but as your receptionist, I feel I need to say this here.
Mm-hmm.
Safe journey, all of you, and be safe.
Various nods and thumbs up and whatnot. You can count on it. You too, Tataru. You too, Tataru. Nod. I like that option because, like, everyone takes it completely seriously, but also it might be a slightly weird thing to say when you're going off to save the universe and Tataru is just staying here and is not likely to be trying to save the universe. But it's like awkward in the way where it's like fitting for the scene, but also like I feel like Sukra would say that. It's sort of like if someone says happy birthday and you say, hey, you too, like instinctively. Unto the heavens. I suppose this is where we part ways, for now at least. Would that I had sage words of wisdom to share ere you depart. Mayhap the teachings of Galaf Baldessian will suffice. Surrender not to anger or hatred, he said. Look beyond them and there find true strength. What one sees beyond is open to interpretation, I think, but for me it would be the things I cherish most in life. Things I believe are worth fighting for. Something to consider as you venture into the Sea of Stars. That as a allegedly Galuf quote is fun because that is related to like Galuf in actual Final Fantasy V and his final fight with Exdeath. And the whole like ha ha ha, hatred and anger are not enough to defeat me. And then Galuf is like, this isn't anger or hatred. And then Exdeath is like, what? And then explodes or whatever. Very paraphrased. Of course, but you know. Remember how this song looped a million times before? That was fun. Alpha and Omega are here. A lot of people are here. Oh yes, I know you. Your reputation in the rumor mill precedes you. At any rate, how might I help you? What do you do here? I'm a researcher and have long since been involved in the Ark's construction. I confess I'm conflicted about the culmination of all our efforts. While I'm proud of what we've accomplished, it also means that the final days are close at hand. The facility in which you now stand could be considered the very heart of Labyrinthos. The construction of the ethereal observation facility, the Itioscope, allowed us direct contact with Hydaelyn, granting us eyes to see the truth. It is that event which inspired us to name this location Thamisen. When plans for the Ark were set in motion, a dockyard was erected here to facilitate its development. Such information, of course, was kept secret, privy only to those with direct knowledge of the project. Alpha, que. Alpha appears to be trying to cheer you on. Omega, blip bloop. The miniature model of Omega appears to be staring intently at the Ark. That makes sense. All right. There's also a mysterious rabbit over there. This is a lot of people. Well. Man is said to fear what he does not know, yet you would venture unto the greatest of unknowns. I say to you, daughter of man, that you need not fear. So long as man shares a bond with dragonkind, so too does he share our kinship with the heavens, and our ancient home amidst the stars infinite. I pray you go forth and prove this bond of ours, tempered and tested, shall endure unbroken for 1,000 years. Erenville. First the great exodus, and now this. It seems there's no end to our work. In truth, more than a few gleaners were distressed to learn that the earlier efforts were for nothing. It was no easy task convincing them that the new plan was for the best, I can tell you that. I can't tell you every man believes this is the wisest course, but I can say that all will be forgiven if you deliver us from the coming doom. And if you don't, well, at least you won't get the earful I certainly will. Imanolane. It's troubling enough that that brute Sicard left without warning, leaving me to carry all those cumbersome containers, but that he failed to be present to send you off is absurd. What could possibly be more deserving of his attention at a time like this? Coltonay. It is no easy thing to say leave the star to us, but we must and we will. As proud members of the Scions, we have a duty to uphold. And we needn't do so alone. Those dark days when we were driven from the Rising Stones and hunted as traitors are a thing of the past. We have allies in abundance now, which is to say you needn't worry about us. Go forth in the knowledge that the Scions will labor without rest in your absence. Hoary Boulder. Though our fellow Scions couldn't be here, they wanted me to tell you that no matter what calamity may befall us, they'll never give up, and neither should you. No matter how far you may go, we'll be with you in spirit. No matter how dark it may seem, your light will shine and endure. Also, I should do that. I forgot to do that. Nidana. Mistress Kryl tells me your investigation into my theories on Akasha and its relation to the final days has made clear the source of our woes. I'm elated to know my work was of some benefit, but I could not have shared it had you not rescued me from the tower that day. I yet owe you a great debt, one that I may never fully repay, but I shall try nonetheless. Not only through my research, but through my desire to see you succeed, which I believe may influence the Akasha in our favor, small though the effect may be. Yes, so long as we have hope, there is a chance we may influence the outcome of this calamity. Bloida. We were quite fortunate the Loporit's hyperhopper was based on principles similar to those of etherology. Integrating it with the Ark's existing systems might well have been impossible otherwise. We may have Charlene's wealth of knowledge at our disposal, but theirs is a technology far beyond anything we've ever studied. You are familiar with teleportation magics, yes? The momentary conversion of the body into ether that it may travel via the lifestream from one physical point to another. Their hyperhopper enables transport through a similar method, but not one involving the lifestream. Rather, it utilizes highly condensed ether to create an ethereal current of its own. This current is exponentially faster and more powerful than the naturally occurring ones to which we are accustomed. So much so, in fact, that ethereal conversion of the physical form is not a prerequisite for travel. If you are concerned about side effects such as ethereal sickness, you needn't be. You should emerge at your destination hale and whole, in theory. At the very least, I can assure you that it's safer than the experimental etherites you used to reach Razatan. Wilson. Moonbreda has been on my mind more often of late. How different her life might have been if not for our research into teleportation magics. Perhaps she would never have gained an interest in etherological studies. To abandon our work out of misplaced guilt for who she could have been would be a disservice to the memory of who she was. Nay, it was because of that we found the resolve to carry. It was because of her that we found the resolve to carry on. And now we stand at the edge of a new frontier, with a ship ready to bear you into the distant stars and beyond. This arc is as much her accomplishment as it is ours. I regret nothing. Livingway. The arc is missing one last but very crucial component before we're ready to take off. It should be arriving shortly.
Hayato is here, also. Kryl, quite the turnout, wouldn't you say? Then again, who wouldn't want to be present for a once-in-a-lifetime event? Tataru. I'll send word to the Alliance leaders at the very moment the ship takes off. Obviously, they couldn't be here, but I'm sure they'll be cheering for you every step of the way. Alize. They said work on the Ark is finished, but you certainly wouldn't know by looking at it. Alphino. Let us hear what Father has to say. Bankrid. I wasn't expecting quite so many people to be seeing us off. Ishtola. This is the pinnacle of etherochemistry, a synthesis of modern innovation and the ancient wisdom of Alleg. The Ark's engine appears to be capable of processing condensed ether in quantities I never thought possible. Urianger. That even Wilson and Bluida should be in attendance is most unexpected, but I am nonetheless heartened by their presence. Estinian. For so many to see us off like this seems wholly unnecessary. Still, I'll not begrudge them for wishing us well. Graha. So this is the ship that will bear us into Ultima Thule. And Porshino. Prelude. Everyone is here.
All present and accounted for? Good. As you will have heard, the Ark is ready. All that remains is to board and be on your way.
I've seen my fair share of tight schedules, but this was bloody murder.
Hey, Sid and company.
But we did it. We finished the ship. It's safe, fit for purpose, and looks good to boot. Aye, it's a Garland through and through.
I really don't know what we'd do without you. Thank you for everything.
Ah, don't mention it. Ever since that episode with Omega, I've been toying with the idea of starfaring vessels.
Sid's just been waiting to make a spaceship this whole time.
And as they say, necessity is the mother of invention.
Questioning head tilt alpha version.
In case you're wondering about payment, the ongoing existence of the world ought to do. But feel free to throw in a colorful recounting of your journey on your return.
Yeah, Sid kind of did only get here at the last minute, but still. Yeah, it's pretty good for an alpha release of a questioning head tilt. Nod.
So, have you thought of a name?
Starship, go fast and win.
A name? Wasn't everyone just calling it Father's teeny tiny toy boat?
Well, seeing as its purpose has changed, I thought a more eloquent name was in order. I suggested as much to Fortuno, who seemed quite amenable to the idea.
Alright, what are we calling this thing?
As you know, this vessel is the culmination of heretofore unprecedented collaboration.
When I see the name, I'll probably be like, oh yeah,
And though said
or something.
collaboration is owed to the Scions, there is another whose noble deeds made our work possible.
Are we gonna call it the Louis Soir or something? That'd be good, actually. Starship, I'm a cat.
From a fragment of Dalamud, we obtained not only advanced materials such as refined adamantite, but the knowledge to traverse the stars. And this fragment would not have found its way to us had the Archon Louisois not fought to protect this world. And in so doing, laid down his life.
Starship, we're all cats.
Gasp! Everyone is
The
cat.
vessel stands complete. I cannot help but wonder if it was more than mere happenstance. If it was my father's intention to guide us here. in the hopes that his guidance will see you all safely home. I name the vessel after that self-same fragment of Dalamud he delivered unto us.
Okay, so not naming it after him. But...
The starship Ragnarok.
yeah, okay, I think I have seen that because I've seen the minion. Also, Ragnarok is like the end of the world, so I guess that's fitting. Except we're trying to make that not happen. So, you know... close enough. Seems cool.
Sorry for the wait. I got everyone you asked for, and not a one less.
Everyone is here. Again.
What are you all doing here?
Oh, I invited them. The representatives of those tribes with religious inclinations. You've done a fine job of readying the Ragnarok, but for it to take flight, we'll of course need the power of the Mother Crystal. Given its immense size, however, transporting it would be an absolute logistical nightmare, not to mention we'd need to shatter it into tiny shards for feeding to the engines. But a brilliant idea came to me. We convert the crystal's energy into forms that can transport themselves!
Gasp.
Thou wouldst employ summoning. Or should I say its precursor, creation magics?
Nod.
Care to explain for our benefit?
Y'shtola is thinking.
As you may have witnessed at Bestway's Burrow, the Loporrits are capable of creation magics, which they use to shape the moon's environment. Yet simple though they make it seem, 'tis a highly advanced and exacting art. To perform it correctly requireth that the wielder holdeth the object in his mind's eye in clearest detail.
So they're probably really good at item duplication glitches, because they can just look at the item they're trying to duplicate. But in order to do the item duplicate, you have to have at least one of the item. It's kind of like that.
Hence the ancients' meticulous management of concepts.
Drawing upon this art, the Ascians conceived of summoning as we know it. A derivative that replaceth the complexity of concepts with the simplicity of zealotry to make manifest a creation.
I see. By combining the Loporrit's magics and the tribe's faith, we convert the Mother Crystal into primals of purer form and greater obedience. Summoning as it was intended, one might say.
Indeed! Indeed! While Hydaelyn gave us the ability to use creation magics, she forbade us from using it to make anything possessed of a soul, or similar. She didn't say anything about fulfilling the desires of others, though. So, borrowing our friend's faith, we'll create deities using the Mother Crystal's power and send them to the Ragnarok!
This is a wild plan.
Am I the only one here concerned about the risk of being turned into a tempered minion?
That too.
Oh, right, I was getting to that. From what I've read in Sharlayan tomes, it appears the Ascians incorporated an additional nasty element into their summoning method. The fervent desire to assimilate others into one's belief.
So tempering isn't a thing that just happens, it's the Ascians added it in. What a bunch of rude people.
Beings thus created are instilled with the self-same desire and use their powers to enthrall people, starting with the summoner. In contrast, our creation magics...
We taught them wrong as a joke, yeah.
No substitutes. Don't incorporate any of that rubbish, so there's no risk of tempering. I mean, if the being was on the scale of Zodiac, you might feel a little tug, but I think we'll be safe enough.
Gasp.
Truth be told, I do not understand the intricacies of this plan. But none of us would ever turn our backs on you. When the avatars of our faith ran amok, You intervened without decrying we who birthed them.
Yeah. Because I would say that they existed because of your circumstances, and I wouldn't blame you for it.
Where others vilified and suppressed us, you offered understanding and friendship.
Various nodding and agreeing gestures.
In gratitude, we will share with you the true expressions of our gods. Not malevolent deities, but benevolent saviors.
Smile.
Alright, you lot, we're heading to the ethereal sea. Stay in sight, else you're liable to get lost.
To fuel this spaceship, we've gathered a number of people to go into the afterlife and think about gods a lot. Sure. Within this setting, that works perfectly fine, I guess. But also, it's kind of funny to think about it in
May we have a moment?
terms where it becomes obvious how it wouldn't work outside of this setting potentially.
In anticipation of the day man might journey to the stars, we developed these.
Wolfson pulls out a fishbowl and puts it on Sucro's head as a cartoon space helmet. No, it's actually a funny PDA.
Portable teleportation devices. One for each of you, designed to work in tandem. Press the button on one, and in a matter of moments, all 8 will activate and send their owners back to the Ragnarok.
Oh, okay. Are we gonna use this for a duty action or something where, like, we have to avoid, as an active time event, we have to, like, teleport back to the ship and start firing the cannons or something?
There is no telling what hazards you may encounter. If you find yourself separated or lost, please do not hesitate to use them.
Or if you just want to prank people by pulling them all back to the ship.
And come back.
You got it. Yeah, it might not have cannons.
I pray you take care.
But I think it should. Everything's better with cannons on it.
So I'll go ahead and board. A few of my fellows will remain to assist with the summonings, but rest assured, the vessel won't want for competent crewing.
Smile.
If you are ready, then you should board.
Hello and welcome.
Go. And Godspeed.
Godspeed is the speed that the ship is going to move at. Because it's fueled by gods, right? And that's why the expression exists, retroactively. Various cheering. Show me the interior of the spaceship. That is funny, yeah. Now to talk to everyone again. The Ragnarok, and thus does grandfather's legacy live on. We mustn't waste any more time. Let us board and set out for Ultima Thule. Quite the turnout, wouldn't you say? Okay, so not everyone's gonna have something new to say. Mother, father, grandfather, we will save this star and return home, I promise. Venturing quite literally into the unknown, we have to be ready for anything. As I said before, whatever awaits us there, we will survive. We must. Primal summoning, as it was intended. I never dared to consider they could be invoked without the danger of tempering. Changes come quickly to this star, and greater change yet awaits in the days to come. All the more reason we must not fail. I'd rather not spend any longer mulling over strategy. None of us are strangers to despair. If that is the source of her power, we are ready for it. I'm most grateful Wilfson and Bluida have devised a contingency should the need to flee arise, though I pray it shall not. We must needs strive for victory to the last, that Aetheris and her people survive, and that her champions return home, without exception. So the stage is set. I can but hope we are prepared to play our parts when we arrive on Ultima Thule. The key, I suspect, may lie with Heidelin's parting message to us.
Darkness and light, despair and hope. As goes one, so goes the other. Isn't as goes light, so goes darkness, and also a patch name? Knowing Meteion wields the power of despair, we must bring to bear hope in equal measure. The Ragnarok is a collaborative effort in every sense. The culmination of knowledge from the world's greatest minds, both past and present. Without question, the greatest ship ever built. I'll have to remember to thank Tataru for timely provisions of food and drink. Poor Wedge would have long since given up from exhaustion otherwise. Now the rest is up to you. Come back safe, alright? You haven't forgotten anything, have you? No repairs or commissions? A delivery from retainers, perhaps? No? Well, if there's nothing else, have a safe journey. The world cannot end now, not when we've but scratched the surface of the Labyrinth's technological know-how. So run along now and do what it is you vaunted heroes do best. The world shall tremble before my genius soon enough, assuming you're able to prevent its destruction, that is. Thank you, Nero. Yeah, I think all of this dialogue's probably gonna be the same. Yeah. Thank you, Alpha. Well, if you would come this way, I will direct you to the bridge. Upon boarding the Ragnarok, several cutscenes will play in sequence. Be right back, everyone. You want to do a funny gamble? I have to step away for a second before several cutscenes. That's just how it works. So we're not quite going just the second, but at the end of the universe, will it be this or that?
to the stars. We know that life is. Remember that we once lived. I follow my dream.
Destroy!
Hello. It was that. What was the haiku that was oddly appropriate? Congratulations to winners. Condolences to losers. Of the vote. And so on. Well. I guess I'm as prepared as I possibly could be for several cutscenes. Remember that we once lived, I follow my dream. Wow. It's recommended that we set aside sufficient time. Is everyone ready? I'm ready. You discover a new location. Wow! I saw that in the UI right before the cutscene. Spoilers. There's a new location at the end of this cutscene set. I didn't expect the interior to look like this given the exterior's color scheme. Sleeping Way, wake up! Sleeping Way, you gotta pilot the ship.
Welcome to the bridge, everyone! I hope you have everything, because I can't be bothered turning back.
I already forgot what I said.
Right then, make yourselves comfortable. We're setting off in just a moment.
Look at all these computer screens full of datas. They've got like lines and graphs and circles. Oh, and hexagons too. And an orb of datas.
It's incredible.
It's orb. Yeah, there's a lot of shapes, for
This
sure.
is Portiono. Can you hear me? The preparations for the summonings are complete. In accordance with the 14th phase of the plan.
Of course,
we have
14th
moved
phase.
the Ragnarok to the launch site.
You know, this game has done a surprisingly low amount of use of the number 14. Maybe playing Splatoon 3 has made me think that the number in the title is likely to show up a lot more than it does.
The gates are open. You may depart when ready.
They've thrown wide the gates.
So, are we ready?
Ready as we can
As
be.
ready as we'll ever be.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's get going.
Oh, come on. The burnt out star's got more fire in its belly.
Yeah, this is our Final Fantasy 14.
Again, with feeling.
Sucro thinking. Issue the command to launch. Have Alphano do the honors. All right, everyone. Engage! Or whatever.
Engage!
Yeah, exactly, that one.
Engage!
Good, good. That could be the thumbnail. I'm glad I had I'm glad I was able to reflexively hit the button. Main screen turn on. We get signal. What? You have no chance to survive, make your time, etc., etc. All of those various meme line.
Coffee alert.
Coffee alert. Ifrit, Titan. Lakshmi. I think that was Ramu. Leviathan. Ravana. Bismarck. Mogglemog. Garuda.
Ah! That I must carry landwalkers into the sky! I cannot imagine a greater indignity!
Do not sulk.
Okay, this is funny. I'm really
For
glad they
my
have
mighty winds
dialogue.
exist not only to buffet and batter.
It's really funny that Garuda and
They make them
Susano
also
talk to each
thrust
other.
Forth with vigor. Such is thy glory, and thus it is an occasion to rejoice.
You rejoice about everything.
So come, let us revel.
Bismarck is here again. Or maybe I thought something else was Bismarck. Now I want to see like. Now I want to see a sitcom of all the primals interacting.
So long as the wind blows freely, I suppose all is as it should be in creation.
I want to see all the primals interacting in like a slice of life manner.
I will render unto them a storm, that they may pierce the firmament and fly free!
Now that we know this can happen. And we've established that. And we've shown Susano and Garuda interacting for like 5 seconds. And it was like a comedy moment. A little bit. That doesn't. That's kind of like having a cannon, but it's not having a cannon. Wait, there's a 1.0 reference here with the sounds and stuff? That's fun. Well, here we are in hyperspace.
Still in one piece? Good. Sleeping way? Report?
All's well. Fantastic, even.
Oh, there's a advanced text box prompt.
Thanks to the power of those primals, the engines are roaring and we're ripping along.
Sleeping Way's having a great time. You know, you're not wrong.
Values are also within projected ranges. Time to destination is 8 carats. Perhaps 7 at a pinch.
You measure time in carats too? Why am I surprised by this? Not.
Alright, let's go over some points of caution.
I hope we don't see Bad Taker Cringelope.
Our destination, as you know, is Ultima Thule. Lest you wonder, the place is not a star so much as a patch of emptiness.
We have to
Extent
prove...
of what our equipment could determine, anyway.
Medion thinks we're posting Cringe, and we have to prove to Medion that Cringe is dead.
From what we know of Meteon, She's likely used dynamis to obfuscate her location.
You just said obfuscate instead of obfuscate.
So, in conclusion, we'll only know what's there when we get there.
Nod.
The crew and I will see to it the ship's ready to take off at a moment's notice. We'll support the search as best we can, but it'll be your paws on the ground, assuming there is any. But everything will be fine, I'm sure. Hydaelyn believes in you, so you ought to believe in yourselves.
Well, Medion stopped being blue. She turned gray, remember?
Just don't do anything I wouldn't. Like waiting too long to use those portable teleporters of yours.
Also, Twitter is attempting...
Sign of trouble, I'd mash the button to bits. And you should as well.
That's true. Twitter did also rebrand in a way that changed its color, now that you mentioned it.
Understood. We promise to be careful.
I suggest you brace yourselves. We're about to arrive and the vessel will shake a good bit.
What if that part in the lower right of Mapping Lay's screen is just the Loperate group chat and not actually anything related to the ship? Seems to be scrolling pretty quickly, though. That sounds like a warning of some kind.
What is this? Something is... interfering with the equipment.
Oh, that's not good. Oh no, the cubes have been deployed. The cubes of warning.
Greetings.
Oh, hi, Medion. I recognized your voice immediately, apparently. You even dimmed the ship's lights for dramatic effects?
Greetings. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Medion, or it's her, the bringer of despair. Medion.
So this is Meteon.
Oh. Have you met one of my sisters?
Right, there's like 12,000 of you or whatever.
I don't remember meeting you myself. But I do know that you're from Atheris. Why have you come? All you had to do was wait. I would have delivered to you your ends.
We'd rather not die.
We didn't ask for that.
I don't understand. All life is destined to end.
That doesn't mean you gotta accelerate the process.
Why choose to prolong your suffering?
Because there's also good stuff in addition to the bad stuff.
Effort, ambition, love. They amount to naught. Happiness, should you find it, is inevitably lost. Stolen away by events beyond your control.
Yeah, we can't beat you up without getting closer.
There is no logic nor meaning in it. You think there is. Convince yourselves. But it's all a cruel accident.
Look, Medion, I cared about you before you turned evil, but now you're just doing the... like the standard RPG nihilism speech at me. I've heard of this before.
I speak the truth. A truth you would recognize if you looked up at the night sky.
We've heard all of this before, Medion. It looks a little bit like the danger cubes say LOL on them, and then like an E or a 3. So it looks like they say LOL a little bit. Lol, danger.
Unbroken emptiness. Cold, dark, and silent. Your world, like every other, is but a blemish upon its perfect fabric.
I honestly disagree with the evidence saying that that's right. Like, sure, a whole bunch of other civilizations fell apart, but they probably had happiness while they existed. And like the whole point of this is that the end of something isn't the entirety of it. But yeah, I understand she has justification and all that, but still.
Life is an anomaly. It is unnatural and cannot continue. The sooner you accept this, the easier it will be.
Just to be clear, we're not here to argue with you.
We're here to blow you up.
We know that life is fleeting, and that in the short time we have it, we're not assured happiness.
Indeed. I've seen far more sorrow in the eyes of many I've met. I myself have plenty of regrets. And one day they'll die with me. Gone to dust with my good deeds and unfulfilled dreams.
But we accept this. That our existence may seem pointless. That sorrow, rage, and despair will always dog our heels. And we press on regardless. That is why Hydaelyn guided us here. In her boundless love for mankind, she has prepared us for this trial, and in her name, we have come for you.
Yes, I sense it. A burning passion like unto fury. I know it well. For the same passion once burned in many a star before yours. Suffocated.
Well.
And extinguished now.
Well, that's not creepy or anything. It's true, she's a cat. Hello and welcome to the end of Endwalker. Whoop. Panicking rabbits also.
I can't breathe.
You approach the bounds of my ultimatum.
Well, that's not great.
Where
that seems bad.
Dictate reality. Where resignation and acceptance unite to embrace the end.
We're being jump scared to death.
Where those who yet valiantly cling to life can thrive.
Thancred doesn't care. Thancred says, stop it. That is Thancred. And then the credits roll and the game's over and it uninstalls itself and, well, shucks. No, it's fine, actually. Shoutouts to Thancred.
Fury.
Thancred knows how to survive with 1 HP. Because he has Super Bullite.
Thancred?
Thancred's probably the most depressed.
Meteion has gone as well. Mayhap he awakened first and gave chase.
Everyone? It appears we are at our destination. This is Ultima Thule.
Not that we knew what to expect, but I wasn't expecting this. From atmospheric composition to ambient temperatures, all readings are within permissible range. This place is capable of supporting life.
That's weird. Why?
If that's the case, then Thancred may well have gone on ahead. Let's go and have a look.
Is that like because of the remnant of hope within Meteon, maybe? Despite everything, life can still exist.
Perform a full inspection of the ship, as well as a biological scan.
Various nods.
So it was that the brave wayfarers arrived at last at Dream's End.
I think that's Hythlodaeus.
In following their path walked,
or Emmett,
history
actually.
Written, I am made keenly aware of
maybe
one
both of them
truth.
we're speaking here.
Though the curtains may fall again and again, so long as others take the stage, ever shall there be more tales to tell.
Hello,
So,
Ultima Thule.
Let them bring it to a close, I say.
Yeah, it is both of them.
Fall upon this, the final chapter in the tale of the star.
The Sea of Stars, Ultima Thule.
Is this a dead star?
As I live and breathe, I live and breathe. The environment itself shouldn't kill us.
Well then, let us search for Thancred while exploring the area. The ship we leave in your care.
Nod. Oh, I'm paying attention to the music. Or doing my best to. So I was expecting... Well, hold on, let me... Ostracon Deca Octo, by the way. Hey, this isn't the final area that exists. There's more. Alright, so, yeah, I mean, I knew there was more because there's a song I've heard that has to play somewhere and isn't playing now. There's a dizzying, disorienting feeling about this place, as if I could lose my footing at any moment. We must be careful. So that means the 6.x patches introduce a new zone, which is not common. Anyway, didst thou witness what became of Thancred? So quickly was I overcome by Meteon's malevolence that I saw naught of their altercation. It's so dark, I can barely see anything. It is as Livingway said, I can breathe well enough, but something about this place feels wrong. The World Unsundered is after this place because, like, this also counts as being in the Sea of Stars, which includes Mare Lamentorum, which we've been to before. We were clearly no match for Meteon, yet we survived unscathed, but how? Thancred. If Meteon should strike again with such overwhelming force, I honestly don't know how we are to oppose her. So there's an Aetheryte here, and there's Fates here, which means there's NPCs here. Base Omicron, Abode of the Ea, Riatara, someone named Mike, someone named Mike, maybe. So this place isn't as dead as you might expect, unless that's all Meteon somehow. I can't guarantee it will be helping radical. I can't guarantee it will be helping these strange surrounds, but I've readied a provisions note in case of emergency. Of course, if you encounter any real danger here, I expect you to return to the Ragnarok at once. Also, there's monster over there. So, like, you know. Lesser stellar dragon. It's pretty stellar, but it's not that stellar. Anyway. Ah. Is that so? Normal things indeed. This is the single time that the interface has done this in the entire game so far, i.e. used non-regular characters in a quest title. Is that normal? Is that good? Hey, at least we get 3 choices of purple or money. We're fortunate this place can support life, albeit barely, I suspect, given the torpid, stale quality of the air. I think the weather is just umbral wind again. But never mind that, we must find Thancred. Let's begin our search from the prow of the ship. Seems as good a direction as any. Try not to stray too far, lest we lose sight of one another. Nod. Yeah, let's just umbral wind again, it's fine. Don't hesitate to make the most of the provisions, Note. There's no telling what you might run into out there, or if anything we have to offer might help. But I'd personally rather brave the unknown with a full pack than an empty one. So the music sounds very, like, distant. And muffled in a way. The fact that this isn't like the final existing area in the game right now is funny, but like also I sort of know why. Oh no. Hey, this dragon is just petrified. Okay. And is not geometry. Stellar Dragon. Is the battle music here normal? There isn't any. That's what I expected, actually. Chaos Breath. The Vitrified Fort. I see no one else in this barren waste, do you? And why do I feel like we're not alone, like there's another presence with us? Something dark and mournful. I mean, there's the dragons. This one doesn't have a half of it. These remains have long since turned to ash, and yet they retain their form. So it's not stone, it's like solid ash. Vitrified means turned to glass. Right, yeah. There is a structure here in front of me, yes? A tower of some sort, partially melted? In a strange twist of fate, it seems our perception of this place is not so different as it would be elsewhere. The world as I used to see it, it feels as though I'm dreaming while awake. This is more than the faded memory Medion led us to believe. What was this, I wonder? Oh. Huh. I didn't completely process what's going on yet. Ruins, but of what, I wonder? Perhaps we can find something to help us understand the nature of this place. A relic? An inscription? Anything. Look here, this part is relatively intact. The intricate design of the top suggests that it's man-made, though its builders were surely not men as we conceive of them.
Having said that, I swear I've seen this pattern before. It doesn't look that familiar to me. Molten structure. The metallic pillar has been partially melted, likely sometime in the distant past. The damage does not appear to have been inflicted deliberately, rather it calls to mind the indiscriminate destruction often wrought in the heat of battle. It is a little bit Garlean, maybe. Hey there, space. I thought this hill might afford a better view of our surroundings, a poor decision in hindsight. Besides the light from the ship, all is shrouded in darkness. If Thancred is here, I'd never know it. From what I can tell, we are near the edge of an island, if you can call it that, surrounded by floating debris. Have care should you decide to climb higher. Were you to fall, you might well tumble through the great expanse for all eternity. Well then. That's space. That's definitely something over there. Feels like the sort of place you'd descend and find Sephiroth in. Place has some great crater vibes a little bit. In parts of it. Despair prank. That'd be pretty funny. Final Fantasy XIV dev team, when do we get Ultima Thule housing? When do I get to live in this melted structure here? Oh, hey. Aha, you can be stunned. Saint Million? Maybe. That would be that would be a lot of a commute, huh? Were you able to find anything? Shake head. As I feared, still no trace of Thancred. Were you going to recommend something, by the way? You said a recommendation and I didn't see you follow that with anything. There's nothing but emptiness as far as the eye can... Oh, recommend I look down, and then I did. Okay. There's nothing but emptiness as far as the eye can see, which unfortunately isn't very far. Oh, it didn't post? Well, I did look down. So it worked out in the end. Nod, 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 nod. Though I can't help but suspect that someone or something is here. There are times when I sense it drawing close, and then a chill washes over me, leaving me exhausted. Leaving me with feelings of death and anguish. Well, there's Dragon. I should check the question marks? I think I see something over there. Or I felt it too when I was near that thing. Well, I see a weird dragon over there. What about that thing?
Or, oh no, only Sucro's seeing this maybe, I wonder. What are you talking about? There's nothing there. Huh. Huh. But I fought it. Look, I can go fight it right now and you can see me take damage in real time. Before we jump to any conclusions, perhaps we should search elsewhere. Agreed. We've only found more questions when we're in desperate need of answers. There's a fair stretch of terrain from the ship's port side we've yet to explore. Let us try searching there, then. Sucro, a word before we join the others. Do you also see it, Estinian? So, check the question marks you said? You mean this? Oh. Oh, right, it's not an unknown location, it's just all the locations that are labeled question marks. Somehow I didn't think to check that. That's... Never mind. But there's still a mysterious overworld music type song that hasn't existed yet. So I don't know what the deal is. Don't notice me thing that doesn't exist. Yeah, it did show the Endwalker raids. That's not really a spoiler though, because I know what they are. All-Ein's kin. Wait. All-Ein. This is dragon language. Oh. That would also explain why Estinian might want to talk to me about this. I forgot we saw the terrain of it. You see them too, don't you? The dragons. Nod. As I thought, their presence is tenuous at best, but there's no mistaking it. No doubt your bond with Midgardsormr and mine with Nidhogg is what allows us to perceive them. Could these apparitions be related to the dragons that now live on Aetherius? Shake head. Ah, better to leave such conjecture to the others. In any case, we must be careful. We may soon find dragons they can see as well. Death and anguish. What happened to them, I wonder? So this is the Dragon Star, maybe. Or a Dragon Star. Nothing else. Now that I didn't expect, but given how they're wrapping up every plot point, you know what? That makes sense. Also, that's very cool. So yeah, I knew the word Ultima Thule, or the two words Ultima Thule, I think. Yep, stellar dragon of all sort. And NPC ones too. But I didn't know anything about what that meant. I don't think we've seen any aetheryte that looks anything similar to this. Maybe some of the draconic ones are sort of similar, but not exactly. Hey, what's up? Thou art unlike the others. This place ill befits thee. Do not tarry over long. Who are you? The telling of my tale alters not its course. If thou knowest my brethren once ruled these skies, will our kingdom return? Should I boast that I was first among our hunters? Will the comrades I failed live again? Nay, once I lived, and now I await the coming oblivion. Nothing more. This is not our home. To our home did come the metal demons, who of life and joy scoured it clean. These are mere bones, and among them do we rest our wings forevermore. Leave us now to our mourning, traveler. Thou wilt find no solace here. Well, this is just officially the Dragonstar. No arguing about that.
The semi-legendary island of classical antiquity considered to represent the northernmost location in the inhabited world, the Ecumene.
Interesting. In the time before I soared across our skies, north, west, south, east, no wind swifter than I. Now those skies are lost to me. Hey, what's the weather? Astromagnetic storm! Is that good? I noticed that the weather was different, and also there's a lot of visual effect everywhere. Drink not of this spring, tainted are its waters, and thy dainty form hath not the capacity to withstand it. This one's sleeping. Shoutouts to the super dead purgatory dragon that is like, hey, don't drink the water here. Be careful, okay? This is like super purgatory. It seems these dragons have yet to succumb completely to the darkness of this place, meaning the others should see them as well. Dragons, 'tis true they're not of our world, but to find them in a prison of despair. Surely mine eyes deceive me. This cannot be possible. My sight may have been restored after a fashion, but I fear what I see cannot be trusted. It's as if Medion herself has etched these images upon my heart. I doubt not that such a feat is within her power, given that she constructed the sanctuary herself. Look there. Are those ghosts, do you think? You know, it's been a long time since Alphino being afraid of ghosts has been relevant, and I completely forgot about it. Alphino immediately presses the go back to ship button.
Dragons? Here?
Seems to be the case.
What you see is a memory of a world that once was.
Oh hey, thanks for the exposition, Medion.
A world suffering a slow death, whose denizens cried out for the release of oblivion.
What? Their world is dead?
It is. Not a single life remains upon that husk floating in the vast emptiness. These creatures are shadow and shade, perpetuated only to suffuse dynamis with their unending lamentations.
I can't wait to find the person here that doesn't exist that I can trade bicolor gemstones to for funny prizes.
Our friend Thancred. Where is he?
He has been dunked.
Question. He is at your side, is he not?
Oh, did Thancred turn into pure dynamis and we can't see him?
Oh, yes. He is here, and there, and everywhere within this space.
Thancred evaporated into everything.
He had form to form words.
That's a concern. I'm concerned by this. Ariange just narrowing his eyes.
Huh. Such loathing and uncertainty. You don't know why you still exist. In like manner to the oblivion I send, I tried to drown out your ether with dynamis.
beginning with this Thancred, who came at me despite being unable to breathe. Such a simple thing, unmaking men. In the blinking of an eye, he was gone. Didn't even have the chance to be transformed. Yet somehow, he managed to leave a slither of himself behind. What you call the heart? Or perhaps the soul. In his final moment, he cried out from it. A single word.
Fuck! No, okay, it was survive. Okay. Gasp.
That wish proved stronger than the despair that ruled here. It overpowered it, causing this space to be remade.
Look, I don't swear as much anymore as I used to, but it was the first thing I thought of. That's true, Thancred does have the least ether of anyone here.
Into a place you can perceive, and where life can endure.
Wait, life can be here because Thancred had so much power of will? Yeah, he's tanking the concept of despair.
Your breath is proof that his soul lives on. For how long, however, remains to be seen.
Area designer Thancred. Special guest designer. So once we inevitably, like, bring Thancred back to life, hopefully we can still breathe around here.
Well then, we should hurry and tend to business.
Thank you, Estinian.
Huh?
Cool stardiver or whatever.
It's futile. You will never reach the true me.
People have said stuff like that to us before, Medion.
I told you. Emotions dictate reality in this space. Such changes as you might work will not alter in its nature.
But if I really want to defeat you and win, and that's an emotion?
You may see, but you cannot touch. Walk, but not advance.
I mean, I don't think Thancred is dead.
Meteion holds too much sway here. How do we contend with a foe who can unmake us on a whim?
Gun. Sword? Think a lot. Hear, feel, think.
I do not know.
Those ones.
But Thancred gave his life that we might come this far. We must press on.
He'll be alive somehow.
Agreed. We cannot turn tail here. Not without something to show for our comrade's sacrifice.
If Thancred actually legitimately died in the story here that abruptly, one, that would be very surprising. Two, I think I would know about it by this point, because it's been a while since Endwalker released. I would have accidentally gained this knowledge. Granted, I don't recall if I've seen any evidence of Thancred existing in 6.x. Uriange's outfit is kind of cool, yeah. He can't really be gone, can he? Medion herself said his soul persists, that he's the reason we're still breathing. If so, then maybe... My aim was true. I had her. How are we to defeat an enemy we can't attack? It's hard to believe Thancred was able to overcome Meteion's will, yet here we are, would that the price for his victory had not been so high. I understand now why the Loperites were surprised to find this environment could sustain life, there but for Thancred's sacrifice. His will was strong enough to reshape Ultima Thule that we might survive, that I might see again. His sacrifice must not be wasted. Wait. Okay, your eyes are still the same. Just checking. Hey, look, it's more of the non-standard characters.
Soul without body, a form of being with which we are not wholly unfamiliar. Indeed, for we existed in a similar state when residing in the first. The circumstances are rather more dire than that. 'Tis true, but I choose to believe he is not forever lost to us. Regardless, in sacrifice he hath afforded us a chance to prevail. Let us not squander it, and ascertain the nature of this realm that we might confront and defeat Meteon. Estinian, Sucro, would you accompany me in speaking with these dragons? Mayhap they can enlighten us. I would ask the rest of you to survey these surrounds. If there's a path that may lead us to our quarry, we must find it. Nod. Very well, we can reconvene here when everyone is finished. Meteon said these dragons are shadow and shade from a world whose denizens sought oblivion. As such, they're not like to be amenable to company, let alone conversation. I guess that's amenable, maybe? So please be careful. Let us split up and gather what knowledge we may. Nod. A visitor, not of this star. Could thy slender hands bring plague to our world, thy breath extinguish life's feeble flame? Oh, how we would adore thee, alas. With time our flesh shall wither, our souls fade, and so we wait for its inexorable march into oblivion. If thou art not come to hasten our demise, I bid thee leave us. We crave not companionship, only silence. Well, I've got bad news for you. I'm gonna win and solve all the problems. 'Cause I'm a cat. And Sucro. Beyond that distant veil, paradise lost. So glorious, so beautiful. We were a proud and noble race, strength embodied. We knew only love before they came. Metal monstrosities of black and silver. No bonds of blood did they share, nor conviction did they have to guide them. A crushing defeat, never had we known such shame. Stilted now are the winds, though none could feel these wings burdened by ignominy. We fly no more, only sink into oblivion. You know, if they really wanted to continue escalating, they could be like, we found out where Omega and company came from. Now it's time to go to space and defeat the destruction robots. But that would be a little bit too PSO2 type storytelling. Oh no, Sucro, watch out, the photoners are here. Your photon weaponry doesn't work against them, so we have to invent something new at the last second. Photons too, that's right. I forgot what the solution in episode 6 of PSO2 is because I never actually played it myself. Thou wouldst bid me speak. Huh. Folly. This is our real Phantasy Star Online 2. Yeah, I feel like we probably are actually gonna have to change the emotion, and maybe that will involve doing a bunch of funny quests, I don't know. It seems pretty clear to me that my determination and other such emotions will be vital to success. I observe the lesson of stone. I shall not fly, nor speak, nor roar. Only watch and wait and end. I'm not speaking right now. You can't tell me that I am. But one sight yet stirreth my blood, tempteth me to raise my voice in lamentation. Amnol, the cradle of unsung dragons. No words, no songs are possessed of the weight to describe such tragedy. Go if that be thy will, I shall remain.
Rex Defos? Is that just an attempt to emulate a dragon name? Or is there a joke in there that I'm not getting? I asked a this or that type question and you said yes, so I don't know what that means. The Dragon Nursery is not going to be a good time? Yeah, I can imagine not, most likely. Fair enough. I don't know if there's extensive documentation about how these names work in particular. I still don't recognize anything in the music either, unfortunately. An appropriate content warning. Content warning: despair, extreme, maybe. Child death. I mean, yeah. They led you here as well, did they? It was described to me as the source of their woes and proof of their end. I think I'm beginning to see why. It's a hatching ground, or was. I've seen similar on Aetheris. Midgard Sormer's kind must have once lived and thrived in a place such as this. Vritra said his father was driven from their ancestral home by war and strife. This, then, is the fate of those who remained. Let's have a look around. Maybe these eggs have more to tell of what happened here. Realizing that one of the... Oh, yeah, there's literally corpses here. Okay. Whoop. Inside the shattered dragon eggs, you find the remains of an unborn dragon. The body has already begun to decompose. The gelatinous, half-dried membrane covering the corpse suggests it failed to emerge. Oh. So, it occurs to me that when Dawn Trail does release, granted I will be probably playing it at a slower pace than many due to wanting to stream it, we might not have access to all content warnings that could be necessary for that, so... Yeah, things are bad here. A murky liquid is pooled inside this eggshell. The noxious fetor is indicative of contamination. Gingerly lifting a large egg from the viscous mire, you peer inside and see a formless mass soaking in a pool of embryonic fluid. Your stomach turns as you return the egg to its resting place. Christ. Stench of these eggs is as fierce as any weapon. Would that there were winds to carry it away. The egg appears to have been broken from the inside out. Perhaps the dragonette within succeeded in hatching. What's this? I thought all the eggs had been ruined. If the dragonette was indeed hatched, Dragonet maybe? There is no sign of it here, or its sire for that matter. We should look for them. You start with the cliff tops and I'll search the plains. I'm going to most likely find another corpse. Because this is the despair hour. This is not a place of honor. As they say. Well, here's a fight. Bereaved dragon. And the darkened shade of the child. Malformed dragonette. A dragonette. Well, it's not a corpse, but it's not better. Wow. Well. Yeah, that's worse. Perhaps I should frown. The boisterous howling hath been quieted by thy hand, I presume. Sucro doesn't look happy about this. Everything all right? I thought I heard a dragon or something resembling one. Well, Ah, I see what's happened here. Was that your child? Perhaps. Some eggs within Amnol are indeed mine. If life within one did quicken, the beast thou hast slain may be of my blood. Yet I do not recognize it, twisted and malformed as it is. Not a dragon in truth, but a reminder of our failure, a testament to our shame. Explain. Stinian, master at negotiating. They descended from the heavens, cold, heartless machines, and with them rode war and death. Okay, but like why and where are they from? With fire and fury, rage and rancor we gave answer. It was a long and bloody battle, but only the beginning. Untold chaos and destruction swept over the star. In the end, the invaders were victorious. And when they looked upon their prize, they deemed it unfit for acquisition. We were abandoned to our ruin. The survivors sought to put away their shame, to rebuild, a futile effort. In purest soil replete with ether did we once cultivate our nesting grounds, but our lands were barren, and any eggs nurtured in such desolation were fated to rot. What few survived to hatch emerge as abominations. We shall have no new progeny. But there are dragons among you capable of journeying to other stars. That there are. Many would make the attempt, each bearing a clutch of eggs. The richest stars were home to the harshest rulers, and the arrival of dragons incited contests for supremacy. When the fires faded, the wars lost and won. They too were reduced to ash and waste. 'Tis the curse of those who seek life, to be drawn into conflict, to conquer or be conquered. A vicious cycle we now choose to break. We tire of conflict, of everything. We wait now in sweet, merciful silence, free from strife and suffering, still as stone. Wait! You claim your kind is doomed, but there is another star. ... Well? No longer speaking. A test of will with a odd eye. They want only to brood in silence, to be left alone with their grief until time itself comes to an end. The sole reward for senseless bloodshed, a pain I understand, and wish that I did not. What fools we were. But now isn't the time for such thoughts. The others will want to hear what we've learned. Come. I'll spend 100 gil to teleport. Why not? That's a good question. Good to see you made it back in one piece. The more I see of this place, the more bewildering it becomes. Did your exploration prove eventful? Converse with any dragons? We would hear what the dragons had to share with you. Even if it's no different from what they told Urianger, it would have value. With luck, they'll have learned something to help us devise a plan of action.
I chanced to gain audience with several dragons ere we returned, though I expect their tales are much the same as those you heard. Were you able to establish any meaningful contact with the dragons? Well... And yeah, like, Estinian's stance is probably influenced by Nidhogg. And such, but... I see. They wish to escape what they perceive to be a cycle of conflict. Thank you, Sucro, Estinian. As for our part, I believe we are more acutely aware of our confines than before. We started by traversing the perimeter of the island to see if there might be a path leading off of it. Sadly, there was nothing to be found. There's no small amount of debris floating about. Could there be enough to serve as a bridge to lead us elsewhere? Shake head. I considered that, and so I tried throwing a stone onto a potential platform to judge its integrity. But it never reached its mark. As it crossed an invisible threshold just beyond the boundaries of this island, it vanished, only to reappear above me and fall at my feet. I would not be too quick to presume that what we see outside this space is as it appears. Which is why I returned to the Ragnarok and asked the Loporrits to search for a potential path. However, the ship's instruments failed to provide conclusive data on the surrounding area. Until we know more, I think it too risky to attempt flying to another island. What Meteon told us before, that emotions dictate reality here, might be the key, but I'm not entirely sure what emotion might manifest a bridge to lead us to safety. How about an extreme appreciation of bridges? So what you're saying is we've no way forward. At present, aye, but if it is indeed emotion that governs this island, perhaps it is not Meteons, but the dragons that holds us here. They tire of conflict and have chosen a path of oblivion to escape it. Or rather, they've chosen no path at all, meaning there is no way for the dragons or anyone else, or anyone here on this island to advance. Gasp. A sound theory, disheartening though it may be. Nod. If that is the case, then what recourse do we have? They're not like to be persuaded to help us. Their reasoning is built on a history of turmoil and strife, without irrefutable proof that the future is not as bleak as they believe it to be. Mayhap persuasion is not the answer. Questioning head tilt? Meteon meant to unmake us then and there on the Ragnarok, and she would have succeeded if not for Thancred's determination. She conceded it was strong enough to overpower the despair that otherwise rules Ultima Thule, and reshape it to a degree. Perhaps it can be done again in like manner, by overpowering the prevailing emotions. It was Ultima Thule's architect, Meteon herself, against whom Thancred did pit himself in a clash of wills. Though I marked no leader among them, as such, I did chance to encounter a dragon possessed of despair far more potent than most. Potent enough, mayhap, to dictate the course for others, and thus their domain to follow. He spoke but few words, carefully chosen, their tone and timbre alone threatening to rend my heart in twain. Challenging his desire to remain may allow us to alter the island upon which we stand. Alas, I fear my vaunted rhetoric availed me not against his calcifying heart, but mayhap one of you will fare better. Nod. Then I shall guide thee. Al End, they call him, in the dragon tongue. Thou wilt find him nearby, eyes fixed upon the water. Well, what have we to lose? Let's get going. Maybe if I do a funny dance. Estinian? Sucro concern. I still don't really know what I meant to take from the music here. Sound and Fury.
Yeah, just show him a operate. There is funny rabbit.
He remaineth as he was when I first approached, entombed in melancholy.
I see. Perhaps I could...
I'll handle this.
Oh.
So, waiting to die like all the others, are you?
Aye, our pride is crushed and our souls corrupted. The winds are stilted and the heavens offer no comfort. I'm gonna do the thing where I just read over the dragon speech again so I don't sit here for 3 years. Sorry, dragons. You speak slowly and I never know when you're done. Maybe. There is nothing left for our kind. Our long lives a curse as we await the end. Still as stone we shall become. Yeah, also I was thinking about that too, I think.
So you say. Yet your kind has found a new beginning on our star. One of you braved the expanse, bearing with him a clutch of eggs. They and their children now rule our skies, their song heard by all.
Our kin? On another star? And yet, upon thee do I smell the blood of my brethren. Estinian has never cleaned his spear. I'm guessing at this point that he just can't. Were they drawn into discord and war on their new home?
They were. They suffered much, and repaid their suffering in kind.
But it mattereth not whither we fly. Ever will a sanguine ocean await us. Ever will retribution's wheel turn. Let Estinian complete the thought. And so, on the last of my pride as a dragon, I break free of this wheel. I renounce conflict, exile myself from the other, never again to be touched by the flames of hatred.
Had your brethren made the selfsame choice, my family might still be alive. Yet lasting peace does not come to those who simply retreat from conflict. No, you
Hell
must
yeah, the
be
music.
willing to confront it, to stare into the
Very
face
good.
of your foe, and see yourself in him.
Hell yeah, Estinian.
Only then can you break the cycle of torment and tragedy. This lesson, a dear friend taught me at the risk of his life. There is no nobility in your penance. You wallow in self-pity. And after everything we've endured, we will not let you stop us.
Ah.
Estinian!
Stay back!
We tire of war. We tire of turmoil. Dignity tarnished. Crimson stained. Our misery, our shame, too much to bear. Release us from war, from life.
I see. Theirs is the emotion that bars our way. The rest is up to you.
Okay, I see what we're doing. We're doing the thing where one by one everyone disappears. Instead of... Nobody is going to stay dead.
Not Estinian too.
But everyone is going to be vanished one by one as we progress, leaving only Sucro at the end to face the final boss. I played a video game. I know how this works.
There's a wind.
He's opened the way for us. Sacrificed himself to remake this place, like Thancred did.
Yeah, they'll all come back one by one, or all at once. Exactly. The first example I think of is I think Tales of Symphonia had the part like this at the end.
Oh, Alphino.
Come. Let us follow the wind. It will not lead us astray. He would not.
I admit that the existence of obvious... It's a little obvious to me where this is going, so it does lessen the impact a little bit. But, you know, it's still good. It's still a good moment, even though I know there's no way that they're all dying. The music is different now. All of the ether currents are after this point. Oh, that's good. There's a bunch of funny little dragons now. They're like friendly. Well, they might not. Actually, they're probably not friendly. This is probably just a fate, and this has nothing to do with what Estinian just did. Never mind. But also, like, that might have a little bit to do with it. I mean, that's true. This is still meaningful. I'm just saying that, like, if I were genuinely worried that everyone was dying, it would be way more of something. The wind has stayed the fog that covered this island. And the air, it no longer feels quite so stifling. Hey look, a vista. Somehow. I'm gonna actually read this. This sector is a recreation of the 18th civilization encountered by Medion and her sisters. Ostrakhan Deca Octo. So yeah, that's 18. Ruined and desolate, the world it represents was once the abode of a proud race of dragons who were driven to extinction in a titanic struggle against mechanical invaders from the Alphatron star. We have a name for where Omega is from. Huh. I did not expect that knowledge. As the beating of mighty wings doth wind blow, where dragons may never again touch the sky, he in the shade he bore shall soar free. If I had known this place would claim Estinian too, why... No, it's what had to be done.
Must this always be the price paid for safe passage? Look there, the wind. I can't look there because the camera is restricted by the dialogue box. I can make it wiggle. This is Estinian's doing, I'm sure of it. We should ride its flow and see where it leads. Here I go! Ostrakhan Tria. Hey, this is looking more barren. Powerful gale has delivered you to another island. The other scions should arrive before long. Yeah, the Alphatron star does sound fairly B-movie, but something about suddenly knowing that information in a sightseeing log out of nowhere made all of the emotions of the current scene hit me more. I don't know why. Like a sudden piece of knowledge pushing me over the line of feeling. He did it. He found a way forward for us. Better look at the sky? I mean, it's very purple right now. Oh, you mean there is a better look at the sky from here? Probably. The dragons remain trapped within a prison of their own making, lamenting the horrors of war. Yet Estinian knew them better than most. He was a man of honor and a dear friend, willing to fight to the very end for what he believed was right. And he's still fighting, Alphino. He's fighting now. God dang it, okay. Just like Thancred. Their sacrifices are why we can survive here, why we still have a chance to stop her. Even in spirit, they're unwilling to give in to despair, and we mustn't either. Alize is right. We must press on for their sake. Nod. We have to keep going. Even if Estinian isn't here to see it, I'm sure Alphino wouldn't want to disappoint him. Though it pains me to say it, we can ill afford to stop and grieve our comrade's passing. Though there will be time enough after. To feign bravery with bold words is a simple matter, but without the strength of will to match, we are powerless against Dynamis. Not less than unshakable conviction will suffice, which makes me question if I am up to the task. No choice have we but to march onward, lest we squander their noble sacrifices. Hey, the text in the quest titles is getting more messed up. Yeah. Either in or by sacrifice. I was guessing by sacrifice, but yeah, it's getting less legible. And like more not normal. Alphino has regained his composure and is ready to proceed. As your Stola and Alize said, we must continue. Notice the change in our surroundings? Perhaps this is the memory of an altogether different world. I was just thinking that, yeah. It would be prudent to learn more of it then. Tread carefully lest we lose our footing in this sand. Okay, so Ultima Thule is like made of islands representing various different ends of the world. I can look at future places like the Necropolis, Unmemoried Portal, Empty Portal, the Tree of Life. You know, this is maybe spoilers, but also the Tube. The Tube. Okay. Okay, it was worth looking at the map even though it may be spoilers. The Tube!
Content warning for the next couple of quests, suicidal ideation, apparently. But we have the tube to look forward to. Oh. Oh. Drifting Ia. I think I've seen the word Ea or Ia before. Because I think there's minions. Oh. This is an extremely new enemy type though. Empty Promise was the name of that attack. They make funny sounds like meow 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 meow. That's my imitation of them, apparently. Oh, hey, Catastrophe. Other one. That's a very scary name for a random enemy to have to me. But it also brings to mind Teen Girl Squad, so, you know, it does cancel out a little bit, but it's really ominous. I mean, in Teen Girl Squad, it's the ugly one, not the other one. But, hey, what's up? What's your deal? Tell me about your deal. You're just shooting gravity orbs at me, mostly. Force of Loathing? Well, that doesn't sound very pleasant. So, this is a world of sand. I do believe one of the worlds Medion reported on was one of sand that, like, burned down or something. Sand everywhere. Ugh. I might be wrong. If not for the light emitted by these glyphs, I might well have overlooked this monolith. Another seemingly barren world. For a mercy, the air is nowhere near as stale, but still quite dry, and the sand will no doubt prove bothersome in due time. Ah, is that what she said? If you were worried about my vision, you needn't be. I can still see quite well. Were it not for the violet crystal embedded in its surface, 'twould appear as ordinary stone. A curious script hath been etched upon them. Alas, 'tis not a language with which I am familiar. I cannot say I recognize it either. Nor I. The dragons, from what I recall, preserve their knowledge in song and eschew the written word entirely, so we may assume this is the work of another race, one we have yet to encounter. Meteon claimed the dragon's world suffered a slow death, seeking the release of oblivion. What life we find here, like as not, doth wend its way toward a similar end. Fascinating as this script is, we will glean naught from what we cannot decipher. It's sort of like glyphs, I guess. What do you suppose that is over there? I'm not sure. It's hard to make out at this distance, but its surface seems to bear the same crystals as this monument. Meaning there's a chance we may find whoever built them both. We should go and have a look. Come on. Nod. Hollow of the Flesh. Yay. That doesn't sound good for anyone. Bonk. Ghostly figure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've seen a minion of these creatures. These individuals. At some point. Are you going to speak in a way that I can understand? I somehow doubt this. Oh, okay.
Hail, travelers. This is a most unexpected occurrence.
Oh, hello there. Is this your home?
Indeed it is. Ah, forgive me, I had forgotten. An exchange of introductions is expected when first meeting those with whom one is unacquainted. When the vibration of vocal folds was still required to convey our thoughts and intention, Aya, I believe, was the pronunciation used when referring to our people. Though it is not entirely applicable given our present state, you are welcome to use this appellation. As for nomenclature to address my individual person, I believe it would be pronounced Kopkudg. Kopkudg. Yes, Kopkudg, of the ear. We have encountered beings that communicate intermittently through thought, but never one that is wholly without voice. I presume we are having this conversation via the medium of ether, or dynamis, as this space is suffused with vast quantities of it. Fascinating in either case. I gather your response to my presence is positive, then. That is well, for there is something I wish to ask of you. Like yourselves, we Ia are ether-based life forms. Therefore, it may be surmised that your bodies are of comparable biological composition to those we once possessed. I have a number of queries regarding your subjective perception of the five senses: sight, sound, taste, touch, and smell. In total, I have prepared 198,712,180,827. That's rather a lot, isn't it? Ah, my apologies. I have omitted a great many details necessary to understand the nature of my request. Though we dispensed with our corporeal vessels long ago, we have rediscovered a need for the flesh, and have endeavored to recreate our erstwhile forms. However, all pertinent records have been lost due to the passage of time. Take, for example, the nervous system. It is well within our power to recreate, but we have no frame of reference for sensations once experienced by our people, which may compromise our ability to interact with our physical environment. Huh. And the reason you need to regain corporeal forms? Why, to bring an end to our existence, of course. Though need is perhaps too strong a word, it would be a simple matter to unmake ourselves through use of etheric exsanguinators, but such a death seems inadequate. The traditionalists among us believe proper death requires an inescapable sense of impermanence in one's final moments, an experience found only with bodies of flesh. Nod. We should very much like to hear more of your plans. In exchange, we will answer any questions you have to the best of our ability. Such an exchange of information would indeed prove useful. Very well. To ensure efficacious exchange, I hereby invite you to our home. Yes, the abode of the Ia, or Ea, where we traditionalists prepare for our demise. I presume your consent to answer questions is indicative of a tacit approval of our plans, in which case your cooperation is greatly appreciated. I must caution you, however, to be mindful of the Ea wandering the desert. Their desire for bodies of flesh could be described as overzealous. Now, if you will follow me. This is going rather smoothly, not that I'm complaining, mind. Even so, we mustn't forget their aim is oblivion, much like the dragons. Though I fail to see why a civilization so seemingly advanced would choose to unmake all they have created. At any rate, we will find no answers dallying here. Let us be on our way. I am attempting to convey a sense of, like, alienness through the way I'm reading that dialogue, which might be obvious. Hopefully that adds to them. Or at least does not subtract. Wiggle Discman! I'm glad you think so. Vorpal Blade. Alright, Wiggle Discman. I'll worry about discovering locations later, I think. Is there gonna be a different aetheroid at every place because this is like a bunch of different worlds? It looks like it. That's really cool. That does sound like a Castlevania thing to do. I get what you mean. More violet-colored crystals. I cannot place my finger on it, but there's something unsettling about them. I should not be surprised their concept of a village is so different from ours, and yet... The Isle of Dragons was shrouded in the silence of the dead, yet the stillness here doth suggest the Ea are, by and large, merely sleeping. Something tells me we have different definitions of the word abode. They said there would be others, but I don't know what I was expecting. Welcome to our abode. Most of our compeers, you will find, remain idle in their domiciles. Though your quizzical expressions indicate my phrasing is unclear. I speak, of course, of the violet crystalline constructs hanging from the stone structures there. You say they remain idle, but what of your work to regain corporeal bodies? An astute question, and understandable given your finite nature. We have no desire to pursue our research, for it is no longer necessary. If, in our idleness, we are struck by sudden inspiration, we rise to pursue said inspiration to its conclusion. That is why I was present for your arrival, and why I continue to engage with you still. But while the others are not currently in a motile state, rest assured they would not object were you to disturb their respite. You need only cast your thoughts toward one of the crystalline domiciles to communicate. Nod. Even should they elect not to emerge, you need but cast your thoughts to the crystals to communicate with the Ea within. The color gradient of the crystals reminds me of the corrupted crystals of the source that we've seen. Which might be something. You cast your thoughts toward the crystalline domicile, but there is no response. This one does not have that. You wish to speak. Very well. pray a moment if you would.
You've received a free company invite from the Aya. No. Even in distant realms, some things will always remain the same.
Why seek our aid, you ask? If you wish to know, I will tell you. Just a moment, I must remember. What form did I take when last I emerged? Despite my best efforts, mine overtures have elicited no response from this crystal. I can but assume its residents sleepeth most soundly, or so I hope.
Oh, there's Disc Spider over there too.
If I heard correctly, the Ia within this crystal says it will emerge from within shortly. You suppose they all appear as Kopkudg does?
What's Disc Spider? Luminion. Okay. Sure. Yeah, the music shifted when, after Istinian.
The strange moaning comes and goes, but soon fades into silence. Well, that doesn't sound great.
I don't know if the music shifted again like when we got here. But it's definitely changed like at least once. Yeah, okay. I thought you meant it changed again.
Did your inquiries yield satisfactory responses?
Sorta?
I see. If they failed to answer, then it is likely because their minds have unraveled due to prolonged idleness. They are not but concentrated ether now. Worry not, there are no others who have need of those lodgings, and they will not prove a hindrance to remain as they are. But more importantly, you said some few did answer your request for an audience, yes? I imagine they will be with us ere long.
I think you should be a little more concerned about your fellows becoming nothing but ether, but I'm the one who said I know that my fellows who became nothing but dynamis, or whatever, will not actually be dead. Hey. The quest text continues its journey towards whatever it's doing, with flesh abandoned here. I want to know what this is like in other localizations of the game. That would be interesting to know.
I had no luck, but everyone else fared well enough. Quite a few Aya have awakened. Ah, there they are. May I introduce you to Lalak, Dudik, and Nenigdig.
Friendly greeting.
It has been too long, Kopkud. I dare say Sadr IV has since completed an orbit. Indeed, until the travelers brought it to my attention, I hadn't noticed how unraveled some had become.
This is fairly unsettling, yeah?
Travelers? Ah, of course, of course. The ones who wish to know why we seek to regain corporeal forms. The truth of the matter is as plain to see as the neighboring systems, but my single account would fail to satisfy the requirement for scientific objectivity. Thus did I bid them to awaken you.
Yeah, I feel like I've seen the minion. Am I the only one who struggles to tell who's speaking? Nay, thou art not. In the absence of corporeal forms and the divergence they afford, mayhap such similarity in voice is unavoidable. Oh, should I be reading them all with the same voice then? Okay. By the way, Kopkudg, have you already observed the requisite custom for the travelers? That which one is expected to do when receiving guests. A matter of proper form. Is it this? Ah, yes. So long has it been, it had completely escaped my mind. And still does. What was it again? I can't seem to remember. Neither do I. Pity, I was hoping you would. Perhaps we can search the archives for the answer. Come now, Nanidg. The archives have long been frozen, lest we subject ourselves to further dolor. Surely you recall that much. Aback. Ah, of course, food. The custom is to serve food. Beings of flesh such as they must regularly replenish their ether. By contributing to their replenishment, we communicate our friendly intention. That's right! That's right! We duly invite you to join us in communal repast, after which we may engage in leisurely conversation. If we have a chance to learn something, then I see no reason to decline. Nod. Excellent. If you would care to follow, we shall feast you on the purest ether. This is going to be weird. They mark out certain letters. I mean, I like the design of them. I don't care much for the nihilism, I guess. To think I had forgotten what had become of the archives. How much has my essence deteriorated since last I was awake? Not that I am averse to having my mind fade away in this manner. It isn't so unlike the natural degradation of one's flesh. How delightful. Throughout the universe, a few races have completely shed their flesh as we have. But few. As a result, we seldom receive visitors from other systems. Extreme differences can inhibit meaningful interaction, you see, and none more so than those which affect communication. Most entities, for example, cannot even comprehend our words. You are rare indeed in your ability to do so. You avail yourselves of dynamis, yes? It is an impressive application, even if it is ultimately pointless like all the rest. How much ether would be adequate for your kind, I wonder? As I recall, there is a fine line between optimal satiation and violent sickness. This facility is where we replenish our ether. There is no particular name for it, but we traditionalists sometimes use the word restaurant. Now then, if you would take your place with your comrades, the space will soon be awash with purest ether. Please absorb as much as you like. We were told to stand wherever we like. Strikes me as less of a meal and more a ritual. Judging by the construction of this facility, it would seem the Aya directly draw upon the ether.
Ether, they said, but I can't help but feel a bit nervous. They are thus able to replenish their ether. The loss of vital sustenance isn't like to be the cause of their demise. If it is as I suspect, then this so-called feast... Actually, let's just see it for ourselves. Fear not, we are not like to come to harm. I cannot help but feel a rush of excitement when I see your pliable yet sturdy form. I almost have to resist the urge to open you up and see how it all works. Now, be at ease. I would not devolve to such savagery. I may have cast off my body, but I still possess some semblance of a rational mind. For the moment, at least.
The most concerning dialogue so far has been that one incidental bit that I just read. Alright. They have a cute design, but then this is happening. I'm glad the voice work is doing something. You brace yourself for a rush of sweet, sweet ether, but nothing seems to happen. Perhaps you need to wait a little longer? I'm guessing this just isn't working because it's a construction of a memory. You brace yourself again, but again nothing seems to happen. Just as I had suspected, as meticulously as one might recreate the Aya's homeworld, this is Ultima Thule. One cannot simply generate ether here. As recreations, our friends are oblivious to this fact, to the very truth of their existence, much like the phantoms of the recreated Amarat. However appearances may seem, we must ever be mindful that it is the memories of the dead with whom we deal.
So, did you have your fill of ether? Alas, we couldn't absorb it, a deficiency in our forms, it would seem. Oh, how very unfortunate. May I ask how you normally replenish your ether?
Explaining. Gasp.
Through your mouths, you say? How very primitive and quaint. To think that their mouths serve not only to expel sound, but draw in sustenance beside. Such life forms have long since vanished from our systems. Though we regrettably could not partake of your magnificent feast, rest assured we feel your welcome most keenly. In the course of acquainting ourselves with your sophisticated ways, however, we cannot fail but wonder, wherefore do you wish to obtain vessels of flesh and thence to vanish? Will you not favor us with an explanation? Nod. You flesh and blood beings are always so hasty. It does have its charm, however. Very well, we shall indulge you. In the beginning, when the Aya yet possessed corporeal bodies, our ancestors dedicated themselves to the pursuit of knowledge and technological advancement. By transcending all limitations, we believed we would eliminate sorrow and abide in true happiness. From the tangible, such as land, to the intangible, such as labor, there exist myriad hindrances to progress, but the most confining of all was the flesh itself. Our natural lifespan was distressingly middling, you see. Too short to enjoy unhurried lives, yet too long to be considered disposable. Furthermore, to simply maintain the integrity of our bodies demanded considerable resources. But we managed to solve this problem. After long years, we discovered how to become non-corporeal entities with everlasting lives, untroubled by the failures of the flesh. Thus changed, we had more time and freedom to continue our scientific pursuits. We went on to make ever greater strides in our quest to transcend all limitations, until we finally decided to challenge the last of them all, the limit of knowledge. That is to say, deciphering the laws of creation. Gasp. We sought to discover how the universe came into being and explain all extant phenomena, and thence predict the future. If we could but achieve this, we believed that we would be free from uncertainty and anxiety. And did you find the answers you sought? Yes, we did. Our efforts revealed to us a fundamental truth. Knowledge of said truth is essential for the continuation of our conversation. If you would learn more, we will share it with you. No, we mustn't. Primitive as they are, it would be unspeakably cruel to deprive them of their ignorance. They are possessed of corporeal forms, their lives readily ended. As those who have gone before, is it not our duty to warn them? What thinkest thou? We have deliberated and come to a consensus. If you are resolved to know it, we will disclose to you the truth we discovered. The truth of the universe. Seek us at the stone pillars, just outside the bounds of the abode, a place called Elegaea. That sounds similar to like a raid place, but it's not, I think. I don't think that is. Right? Yeah, it sounds vaguely similar to some of those, but it's not. Okay. It is true that a lack of knowledge can beget fear. Therefore, in theory, by acquiring all knowledge, it may be possible to attain peace. But as Heidelin told us, all those peoples who attempted to free their worlds from life's woes were met with failure. And the Ea are among them, as their presence here attests. The tale we are about to hear will not be a happy one. You may be intimately familiar with the problem, know it like the back of your hand, yet be powerless to solve it. In the course of my struggles, I've often been made keenly aware of this fact. I wonder, have the Ea never felt the same frustration? Like her master, Y'shtola seeketh the truth of creation. How will the truth of the Ea, who uncovered all only to desire the end, fall upon her ears? To define the laws of creation would have been no small feat even for the Ea. Nay, having eternal life and hence no sense of haste would have only made it harder. Such tremendous drive for knowledge they once must have had, and I struggle to reconcile it with the listless beings before us. Whatever answers they found, it did not bring them happiness. Rest well. Thanks for stopping by. I didn't speak to you over here. I'm sorry, but did you just speak to me? You see, I haven't spoken to anyone in such a very, very long time. Anyhow, what is it you need? Not that I imagine there is much I can do for you. Have a good night. I am, or rather I was... Wait, what was I? Ah, yes, I was a researcher of sorts, studying the secrets of the universe. But that was so very, very, very long ago. Now I am little more than the detached wisp you see before you. Despairing in my knowledge of the inevitable end, I simply gaze unto the void, ever in vain. Thank you for petting Calico. This place has no name as such. If you must call it something, then call it the abode of the Ea, for it is where we live. Aha. Sure, why not? If indeed one can call this tenuous grasp on existence life. A scattered, deluded few of my kind strive to regain some semblance of our former glory, but the enlightened among us know it is all for naught. The end is inevitable. It is but a matter of time. Fundamental truth. We will hear it, of course. Let us learn what has led such an enlightened people to this indolent end. Before we hear the climax of the Aya's tale, mayhap I should speak of... On second thought, it would only be a distraction. We will talk more when the time is right. I don't know what you could be referring to. That's probably fine, right? Knowledge with the infinity symbol? Ere we join the Aya, there is one trifling matter I would fain investigate. Sucro, Grahatia, might I trouble you for your assistance? But of course. Nod. My thanks. We shall head outside the abode, if you would kindly follow me. I know not what mischief you are plotting, Urianger, but I trust you have our best interests at heart. The rest of you shall go on ahead to Eligea. Lest you worry, the rest of us shall go on ahead to Eligea. Lest you worry, we won't start without you. Bow. Go on and assist Urianger with his mysterious task. We shall wait for you. There's naught but desert out there. What could Urianger wish to investigate? As long as Urianger explains himself to you, then I shall be satisfied. Do lend him an ear in my stead. Actually, this might be a good time for another BRB. So I guess that means it's time for another flip of the coin. I typed heads or tails instead of coin flip, which made it more difficult to get a coin flip. Very well.
Hello. I appreciate the enthusiasm people have for the funny mini-game that I made. Thank you. I think... Yeah, thank you for petting Calico also. I like that people like the funny things I made for the stream. Congratulations to those who won, and condolences to those who did not, as usual. Floating plant. Weird lake. The wellspring of regret. Yay. A spring, and a sizable one at that. I hadn't noticed it amidst the dunes. Aye, this place shall serve. Is it the spring you wish to investigate? Shake head. Pray forgive me, my friends, but there is naught to investigate. 'Twas but a pretense to speak in private. You have our undivided attention. Nod. As we have established, here in Ultima Thule, those denizens of ruined stars are recreated in their twilight days. Yet one question doth arise in my mind. So faithfully formed are the simulacra, they believe themselves yet amongst the living. How dost thou suppose this is possible? Medion has taken their hearts unto herself. Medion made contact with them while they still lived. I couldn't begin to... She literally said she's taken their hearts unto herself, so... Oh no. That would have been not great. Medion took their hearts into herself, she said. That's what I meant. Her saying that in Elpis, that's what I was remembering. I'm inclined to agree. Medion can take the emotions of others as her own. I dare say she'd be able to recreate them more faithfully than if she'd relied on any historical account. By which logic, she must have visited them while they still lived, the dragons and the Aya both. Nod. So too did I theorize, and upon that assumption, consider how those two races may have met their demise. According to thine own tale, Meteon perceiveth the emotions of those nearby as her own, a heightened sense of empathy intrinsic to her nature as an intellectie. In the course of her starfaring journey, if she encountered beings who strongly desired a cessation of their existence, she would be powerless before that desire. Nod. Even as she possesses the power to grant it, the power of Dynamis. 'Tis my supposition that, overwhelmed by their longing for death, Meteon did unleash Dynamis and ushered the dragons and the Aya unto their doom. You know, that makes a lot of sense, Uriage, as a possible explanation. Of course, such was not always the outcome. Full many stars did she find already lost to ruin. In order to create a terminus, however, the fervent desire for the end is essential. Therefore, should you struggle to find the way forward, pray ask yourselves this. In the place where you stand, whose is the soul that yearneth most desperately for oblivion? Why do you tell us this now?
Ne'er again would I betray your trust. This pledge I did make to my comrades. In bringing thee into my confidence, I would remain true to my word. As for thee, let us consider it my fitting reward for the secrets I harbored for the Crystal Exarch. I once placed my faith in thy chosen path, walking at thy side, full knowing that we were bound for thy demise. I ask now that thou returnest the favor, and abide in faith as I fulfill my own destiny. If you say my debt has come due, how am I to refuse? Nod. 'Tis indelicate of me, I know full well, and I can but beg thy forgiveness. Yet even if I must needs go to such lengths, I cannot well feign ignorance of the answer I have found within. The answer to the question, in what moment might I stand strongest? Nod. After all that we've been through, I will say only this. Do what you must. Do what you must and see your conviction through. Nod. I shall, my friend. I shall. So basically, Urianger is saying he wants to be the next one to sacrifice us to open a door, or next one to be sacrificed for opening a door, I guess. Without further ado, then, let us go join our comrades. Or let us go to join our comrades. It's a little unclear what's being discussed here, to me. Let us be off to Elegair. I got it in one? Okay. I don't get what he's talking about with, like, despair and stuff, though. Like, he made it sound like he's the one with the despair, which... I don't know. Yeah, like, he's not the one who wants the Oblivion the most, so it's confusing. The one who wants the Oblivion the most is probably Meteon, right? I mean, that's not the same as wanting the end. I don't know. Something's a bit weird. I understand you've taken care of business. If you're ready to begin, then so are we. While we waited, we mentioned our star's situation to the Ea. They nodded sagely, or something to that effect. Come, let us hear the Ea's tale and learn what caused such enlightened beings to crave nihility. That's true, too. Don't mind me. Oh, you are here already? Your comrade said you would be late. We have prepared for our recounting. To facilitate comprehension, the information will be simplified to match your primitive minds. Your companion in front, the one called Yoshtola, she seems the keenest to learn the truth. I pity her. It would seem your star, too, has been plunged into a panic-induced cataclysm. We hope that our tale will not serve to exacerbate it. It seems everyone is accounted for. Shall we, then? Well?
Please, continue. Tell us about this truth you discovered.
Am I about to learn how wrong my voice acting was?
Very well.
Yes.
Bear in mind, however, that the purpose of this conversation is not to impart scholarly knowledge.
Actually, it was kind of correct.
Such requires that you comprehend the subject matter, which you will not.
I mean, I wasn't that far off, actually. They have a slightly off, like, enunciation of words, I think. Which is what I was going for mostly. Like, enunciating things weirdly.
We will forego the intricacies of our scientific methodology and deal only with the conclusion, the end of our society and our world.
I could throw together a filter that probably sounded sort of like this, but it would take me a while.
We acknowledge, with regret, that your star is in the midst of the same panic-induced cataclysm that befell Deneb 3.
Deneb 3? Why does that sound super familiar? Hold on. Nothing I would recognize. Never mind. I guess it is a real star.
As such, in order to avoid causing undue distress, we will refrain from explicitly stating how much time you have remaining.
Where the crystal pumpkin is from? No, that's a different Deneb.
You are entirely too kind. I pray you recount your tale as you see fit.
In the beginning, the universe was but a tiny particle. Then suddenly, this particle began to expand.
Mm-hmm.
Having remained entirely in the bounds of your star, the phenomenon may be difficult for your kind to grasp. But this expansion has since continued unabated. Speculating that the universe could not grow indefinitely, we sought to learn what might occur, and made a worrying discovery.
Hmm.
The stars will continue to spread apart.
Oh, the heat death of the universe.
Finite thermal energies. Eventually, all heavenly bodies will grow cold and freeze. No new stars will be born, and the universe will enter into an eternal ice age.
Gasp.
In hopes of proving that this determination was erroneous, we scrutinized our research from all angles, even as we sought to avert the everlasting winter. The endeavor proved fruitless. So infamously so, in fact, that it became synonymous with vain effort. The universe as we know it would end, and there is no way to prevent it.
Yeah, but that's like way in the future.
Our society stagnated. Though we had time still, it was a cold comfort.
We still could make puns, though.
Why strive for anything when desolation is assured? When our wealth of wisdom, accumulated since the dawning of our kind, would be forever lost.
Because it's like 1 million billion years from now. That's why.
No civilization would rise from our ashes. No scholar recover our knowledge. In silence unbroken, naught would stir. Intellect was once our pride. Overnight, it became our shame. Our works, monuments to futility. Immortality, our greatest invention, became a source of suffering. Rather than suffer on, many chose to unmake themselves by means of etheric exsanguinators.
I guess if you were immortal, your perception of time and how much time was left, time has just become finite again. I could see how that would be distressing. And I could also see, like, perceiving it as being, like, way, way, way in the future would be less so because you're immortal. So I guess there's some logic here. Well, it's mostly emotion, of course, because it's Dynamis, and, you know. I guess there's some... I guess I can understand why they got to the point they did a little bit. With the combination of immortality and the heat death of the universe.
Stones are the testaments of such souls. Though many left no words at all, thinking it a pointless gesture.
I don't think that I would react in the same way, but it would be very difficult to know for sure, given the hypothetical nature of such a situation.
Once we have obtained vessels of flesh, we likewise intend to vanish.
Because I don't know how to become immortal.
If you understand this, understand aught of our tale, you will abandon your quest for knowledge.
Comprehensible is a better way to put it, maybe.
Ignorance truly is bliss. If you would cling to your illusory happiness, remain primitive and pure.
Well, I mean, I am Ghost, but shrug.
So that's your story. While I appreciate your advice, I will not heed it. Convinced though you may be of this truth, it is yours and not mine. Indeed, truth, I have ever believed, is in the eye of the beholder.
Are you suggesting that we have reached a faulty conclusion? That our science failed us?
Hardly. As you yourself said, the subject matter is beyond my comprehension. And that, I accept, is true. I do not possess the knowledge to prove or disprove your conclusion.
This is kind of a funny song to be having here.
In my mortal years, I doubt I could even approach the wisdom of the air. But of one thing am I absolutely certain. I would not be happier in ignorance.
Y'shtola, no! You mustn't!
I think maybe Urianger was actually just telling us to accept that people would have to be sacrificed for
Isn't
this.
simply passing one's eyes over words.
I don't... Now that I'm seeing this scene, I think Urianger wasn't saying, yeah, I'm next. I think Urianger is just saying, we have to accept that this is going to happen now. Instead of trying to stop it every time.
Nay, 'tis when understood for oneself that knowledge attains its true value. This is what has sustained me, driven me onward in joy and wonder, in anger and sorrow.
And also I know for certain that Y'shtola is not dead. Because I know at least a little bit about some sort of Y'shtola scene that I haven't seen yet that is not related to this. That happens in Point X. So...
The universe may end, and all may be for naught. But I will live as I always have. I will always seek out new knowledge. And no conclusion of yours, no matter how grim, can dampen my desire.
I suppose it is only to be expected. Their feeble minds cannot fathom the terrifying gravity of it all. But worry not. We consider it our duty to enlighten you, and we will not stop until you grasp the full extent of our despair.
The bird is a representation of Medion, by the way. In case that was...
Keep calm. And
in case it was
well.
confusing why birds were happening.
Though my body will soon dissipate, there may be a way to restore it.
It's happened twice before, after all.
Azim's magic. So long as our souls remain, you can use it to summon us back.
Oh. So they do know about the Azim stuff at this point. Okay. I was wondering about that before.
But you mustn't, for it would mean losing our way forward. This I only reveal so that you can promise not to invoke the magic.
Well, I'll invoke it afterwards.
We came here knowing what victory may cost. So press on. Press on, and do not look back.
I shall join thee. As subterfuge is not required, thou shalt not suffer for mine absence.
Ariange just wants to speed this up. Okay, so he is next also.
Never been as strong as thine. Full oft have I wavered in my decisions, and afterwards been stricken with regret. In spite of this, I may still stand with my comrades, supporting them as they attempt the greatest of feats.
I think we might be beyond the need for astrology at this point.
This truth I have learned in the course of our journey. And many though my shortcomings may be, I may also claim to excel in prophecies. My studies, into which have granted me the flexibility of mind needed to bend this malleable reality. Thus shall I hope that thou mayest have the strength to resist, and our comrades the strength to continue.
With you to urge us on, how could we possibly fail?
Yeah, when I said he wants to speed it up, I was thinking, yeah, if we do this one at a time, it'll be here. We'll be here for a while. So the twins will probably go at the same time, and then Graha will go last, or something like that. Or the twins will be last, as a parallel to how we met them early on. Or they'll all go at once, because, you know.
What's this? An extinguished civilization. Rekindled.
Oh, hey.
That's right. Our quest doesn't end here. We'll press on, and we will find you.
There. That's where you'll find me.
You know, that makes sense.
Is that another star?
Did we just never look up this whole time?
Of the stars we visited, most were already devoid of life. And where there was life still, the inhabitants wished for death. But even death, we learned, isn't truly the end. It is but a part of the cycle of rebirth. Souls return to the star, or in its absence, a larger flow. And eventually they are reborn. Alive again, to know suffering anew. True salvation lies not in dying. It lies in not being born.
So is this a star that you didn't let be born then?
This is the gift I would give to you.
Huh, maybe.
To all life on beautiful Atheris. To that end, we created an egg wherein life cannot quicken.
Sort of.
That dead sun.
I was sort of right.
Attain it if you can. Before your friend's emotions fade away. Along with their protection.
And she's just suddenly gone. Yeah, it sure seems that way. I'm fine, Sucro. Like I said, our quest doesn't end here. Never have I felt such emptiness. It's as if a part of me is gone. Sorry, what was that? That questing? Yeah, there's some ether current stuff here. Is that good? Are you all ready to continue on? Let us make for where that light shone.
Oh my god!
Yeah. Mishtola and Urianger have opened the way for us. Thank you, Barry. Ah, I see. I was sort of reading it as a very corrupted victory at any cost.
And before the quest names are completely incomprehensible.
That's going to be soon. Absolutely. I feel like there was obviously an L in there, but I feel like there's a chance that it being close to victory at any cost is intentional. Judging by the direction, this should be the place. Some manner of Aya device. If our friends awakened it, then it should be safe to use. Wait, is this the tube? This is the tube! The tube! Yes, I can feel it. The ether emanating from the arcane pattern. The tube! This is a tube and no mistake. This is a portal and no mistake. Let us see where it leads. Portal of wisdom. True wisdom is leaping into a portal the instant you see it. You know? I saw this sort of metal from the distance, but I didn't really think about what it was. I saw these words, but I didn't really think about what. So this is the what was it called? Hold on. We're actually going to learn more about Omega after all, I think. Where is... the Alphatron star? Yeah. And it makes sense. Yeah, this would mean Omega also die. Level triggers are here. Overflow level checker. Intruder alert. Eliminate. Eliminate. Hey, level 90 adversaries. I didn't think... let's go stop them. I thought maybe that'll be something we have to stop in the future, but seems like they were already done. I wonder if that's the reason they were flying around conquering other places, is because their own homeworld was destroyed. That would make sense. that would be a reason that that could happen.
Amazing. Yet another civilization. This is definitely Omega. Attacked as soon as you arrived? Not the most welcoming of places, is it?
Their backstory is available from a side quest? Interesting.
We must try to find denizens who are amenable to conversation. We should also try to get the lay of the land, see how far we can go. I'll help Alphino with that. In the meantime, you and Graha can search for friendlier folk.
Nod.
Apart from hostile beings, take care with your footing. I mislike the look of this terrain. Not knowing what the locals are like, you'd best take care yourselves. We'll find you once we've finished exploring.
Nod, nod.
I expect the twins will seek the outermost bounds of the Isle, so I propose we search the central area. There are machines patrolling here and there. Sentinels in all likelihood. Like those you encountered, they will most certainly attack any who venture too close. So let us avoid them and look for others that appear more approachable.
Well, there's a... Oh, I saw an ether current over there. Oh, there it is.
You see naught but patrolling machines in the area. They do not seem inclined to non-violent intercourse.
Did you have to phrase it that way? I know that that word can mean things that aren't what it's often used for, but still. Localizers. Place your thesaurus into the bookshelf. And simply say things like interaction or discussion. Well, that one said hello when it died. Is that something? Is that progress? It's like talking. Hello, world. Someone is doing fight over there. Oh, there is a fate here, actually. Omicron Recall Secure Connection. It's called. Oh, hey. Friendly location. And there's the gemstone trader. Oh! You have classic Final Fantasy text boxes. That's really good. It is a shame that this unit currently detects no hostility from you. Combat with a flesh-based lifeform such as yourself would prove useful to many here. Instead of my usual robot voice, apparently I've decided to be Omega from Sonic Adventure. While we do have data, many units lack adequate experience. It would be of great help if you decided to engage your combat loop. Knowing what I know of you, that does make sense.
Worthless consumer models.
Oh, I mean Gamma, sorry. I meant Gamma. Additional entity detected. Yep, that's me. Usually I'd be like, I am speaking in a robot voice. But apparently I've decided the other robot voice that exists.
Look, Sucro, the machines here do not appear to be hostile. Let's see if we can communicate with them. I'm begging your pardon, but we're searching for the denizens of this star.
Unknown life forms detected. Assigning generic label, interplanetary travelers. Greetings and welcome to the planet. Blip, bloop.
The planet? What? Could you please repeat that?
It appears your hearing organ is unable to process the name in our tongue. It may be translated into yours as Alphatron. Our people, meanwhile, are called the Omicrons, and you stand within one of our outposts.
The Omicrons, you say? And what is it that you do here?
We are preparing for war.
Gasp.
As we presently do not have a designated target, you have nothing to fear. Should your star become designated, however, you will be taken into custody and or terminated.
Not a little frightening, these Omicrons, but at least they seem to be forthright. I will see what else I can learn from this fellow, if you could try speaking with the others.
The rules of engagement forbid the harming of neutral travelers. As long as you abide by our laws, you need not fear for your lives. Blip, bloop. Autonomous weapon deployment complete. Vanguard armament upgrade complete. Munition levels satisfactory. Combat readiness assessment nominal. Awaiting instructions from Sir. Maintaining state of combat readiness.
It is certainly very interesting, yeah. I also like robot. I don't like Super War Society, but Omega did mention a Sir? Interesting.
Measuring combat capability. Result, negligible. Subject falls outside targeting parameters. Greetings, traveler. We are the Omicrons, and our objective is self-enhancement. In order to achieve this, we venture forth in conquest to acquire combat data and resources. Most recently, we succeeded in subjugating the homeworld of the beings whose strength was said to be without parallel. The dragons, rather. Yet though the endeavor yielded a wealth of combat data, the star was rendered barren and unable to yield resources. A subsequent costing determined that the losses incurred exceeded the gains. Since conquering the dragons, no new instructions have come from Sir, but we stand ready for deployment.
It's fun to do this voice, actually.
Awaiting instructions from Sir. Please specify target. Please specify target.
Also, how dare you say Sucro's combat ability is negligible. Also, cool etherite.
This is the teleportation location of science. This is where science is.
Also, I saw a ether current up there. Well, there's Delta. Oh, Delta is all three of those. That's fair. Rail cannon. You know, that makes sense. Oh, there's another one right over here, too. Yeah, I think Medion got real unlucky. But also the Omicrons are probably pretty, like, widespread.
And, yeah. Difficult to deal with, most likely. I'm gonna read this one too. The prime decision-making authority for an entire machine civilization, this mechanism has been faithfully reconstructed in Ostrakhan Decahexi. Originally hailed as a strategic matrix Alpha 1, catastrophic damage inflicted upon its systems resulted in its currently assigned designation. Huh.
Stigma, a mark of disgrace associated with a particular circumstance, quality, or person.
I do know that one. I know that one from personal experience and my interactions with the world. Though I don't know if people have directly used the word in reference to such things. Where I'm... Anyway. Yeah, the music is... I don't know if the music is different again, but it's definitely not what it was before. Greetings, traveler. When venturing outside the outpost, beware malfunctioning units. It is different again, okay. It's more subtle in how it changes over time. They do not heed Sir's commands and indiscriminately attack all non-Omicrons. For the avoidance of confusion, be advised that Sir is the alias of Stigma 1. Sir issues instructions to our forces as the foremost of the 6 strategic matrices that bear the designation Stigma. For the further avoidance of confusion, be advised that Sir is composed of multiple distinct but interconnected units, each of which performs a specific function. Neat. You learned a few things, so did I. We share our findings, however, I believe it best to step outside the outpost. Come with me. I'm going to tell you about how I will be the next sacrifice. Oh, never mind. Ah, there you are. We finished surveying the area. This will come as no surprise, but there was no way forward. There were portals like the one we used to get here, but those that worked only sent us to isolated isles. Then as before, we must locate the embodiment of the emotion that bars the way. Probably Stigma 1 then. What of yourselves? Did you find anyone to speak with? Nod. Explain. So the Omicrons seek to advance themselves through conquest. Wait, you fell asleep and managed to play through the whole thing while asleep? Huh. Following their victory over the dragons, they stand ready for the next campaign, but their leader is yet to issue new commands, and so they wait. Nod. In such a place, who could it be that fits Urianger's description? A soul whose yearning for oblivion surpasses all others. Oh, Urianger was telling us to, like, look for those, I guess, also? Urianger said this. Nod. During our investigation before we joined you in Elgea. Explaining. So that's the way of it. Why couldn't he just say it to all of us? Given what we know of this place, it's certainly a curious state of affairs.
While the dragons and the Ea longed for death, the Omicrons longed for conflict. As much as that may lead to destruction, it must be considered a distinct desire. Nod. In order to find the source of the dominant emotion, I believe we should seek out their leader, this Sir. According to M032, the first Omicron with whom we spoke, there's a console by which we might communicate with it. Gasp. M032 also added that it would be a pointless exercise, but that in itself, I believe, is worth investigating. What say you? Nod. Considering the Omicron's single-minded character, the lack of new orders does seem unusual. I agree that we should seek out their leader. Pointless exercise, what does that mean, I wonder? Well. Cool quest name. They are in fact getting less legible. Also, we're officially at level 90! Help not found? Oh yeah. So the console we seek lies on the far side of this isle. Given the nature of the ground, the route may not be entirely direct as it seems. Let us all watch our step as we make our way. Nod. Oh, I didn't notice that we were actually at level 90 already. There are ether current quests here. Whoop. Learn to love. Combat evolved. Oh, like Halo. I know that one. Huh. Something about the shape of this land is interesting. I don't know why. Yeah, they did have halos there. That's true. For a second, I thought this was a creature, but no, it's just a. Oh, it makes a cool sound. Hold on. Robot ambience engaged. Sucro is pretty powerful. I don't know what that one Omicron was talking about. Greetings, sir. Can you hear me? Please say something if you can. Awaken. Activate. Password. A callback to that. I know I have higher eye level than it was designed for, but still. A callback to Alize going for password is funny. Oh, well, I tried. And yeah, Omega also did not comprehend. The glow would suggest it's still operational, but how are we to interact with it? This appears to be the console. But it seems unresponsive. Would you care to take a look at it? Sucro, poke it. You try touching, smacking, and attuning with the console, but there's no response. No luck, I see. But there must be a way to activate it. There must. What if we try yelling at it? Wait, no, Alize tried that.
Well, I'm out of ideas.
I don't know what you mean by that, Isa.
As am I. Operating such consoles is trying enough, but if we can't even activate it...
Perhaps there is a way. First, consider the world that has been recreated here.
Oh, eye level. I see.
Its inhabitants were machines who gathered combat data to enhance themselves. And among the many wars they waged, the most notable was that against the dragons. As you've doubtless surmised, I believe this was the homeworld of Omega. Sid built a jamming device to defeat it, a device which generated massive bursts of lightning, its sole weakness.
That's all well and good, but what does that... Wait. You're not thinking to strike the console with lightning, are you?
As a matter of fact, I am. Ask yourselves this. Why would an entity as puissant as Omega not be designed to suppress the effects of lightning?
I sort of remember that. I mostly remember the Omega fight being confusing and stressful.
Point, or something akin to it, as a source of energy.
My thoughts exactly. And there is a good chance the same is true of the Omicrons and their devices. So, shall I cast caution to the wind and try something reckless and dramatic?
That's a good line. That's a good line of dialogue out of context. I'll take a screenshot of that one. Have at it. I'm not sure this is a good idea. Or I could use my custom-made Omega Jammer. I assume that is the action that you just mentioned. What about the funny object back in the Omega raids? We could try that one. Smirk. Pose.
You still have it. Sid and Nero's legendary device was brought low the super weapon Omega.
I love that Sucro does a dramatic pose for that and a smirk.
Wait. The actual device was much too big to lug around, so you must only have the control module. And there I was getting all excited. Never mind. An old-fashioned spell will suffice.
Oh, right. I guess we don't actually have that. Never mind. I wish when it cut back, Sucro was still doing the pose.
It worked!
Congratulations, you have initiated war. The new target is you. Please die.
Welcome information to Communications Module 1. Connection established.
Hey, this looks familiar. There was the giant eye with Omega and all that. Also, the music is here.
Transmission. Strategic Matrix Signal 1 now online. As a primary strategic matrix, you may address me as Sir. Checking for new communications. None found. All units, please maintain current state. End transmission. Closing connection.
Wait! We have questions for you. Of late, no mission orders have been issued. Why not? Has there been some manner of trouble?
Reply. The Extended Operations Unit is yet to determine guidelines for future assignments. All strategies are calculated, devised, and actioned in accordance with said guidelines. In the interim, all citizens are directed to maintain a state of combat readiness. End reply. Awaiting query.
Can you tell us why the Extended Operations Unit hasn't yet determined the guidelines?
Unable to comply. Information unavailable or access restricted.
In that case, is it possible for us to communicate directly with the unit?
Access denied. Unable to establish connection.
Is there anything you can tell us? Have there been any abnormalities, like a threat to the star or widespread unrest?
Reply. Negative. All citizens continue to operate at maximum efficiency.
What's the super destroyed thing in the background, though? That seems relevant.
Please proceed to a maintenance facility for evaluation. Otherwise, stand by till designated post. End reply. End transmission. Closing connection.
I could activate it again, but I doubt it would be productive. What do you think?
If all the Omicrons really were running as efficiently as it claimed, then I doubt they were hoping for life here to end. As this Sir told us, there just haven't been any new instructions, and everyone is standing by.
Should be standing by at any rate. If there are those that are neglecting their duties, perhaps we can glean a clue from them. I propose we take another look around, and also try to find the operations unit.
Determined, a nod. Nod. I remember when we set Omega loose to deal with Shinryu, an elegant weapon we once thought, and here we are now visiting a recreation of its homeworld. I can only imagine how else these beings will surprise us. Though I never encountered Omega myself, in conceiving the means to send the Crystal Tower to the First, we borrowed much from its mastery of the Rift. Indeed, so many times did I read the report of your battle, I believe I could recite it word for word. Omega's miniature likeness also survived to the future, if a little worse for wear. I must confess I was delighted to see it again in the present. A little detail of tiny Omega surviving to the bad future is kind of funny. Let us focus our search on the outpost. Alize and I will be speaking with the Omicrons this time. Or Omicrons, I guess, in the hopes we might learn something new. Meanwhile, perhaps you and Graha could observe them from a distance. These beings are systematic and routine by nature. If there are any that aren't, it shouldn't be too difficult to spot them. If there are no questions, then let us begin at once. Nod, nod. As we came this way, I believe I spied a promising vantage point. Follow me. I am expecting Graha dies next. Quote unquote dies. Since we're spending extra time with Graha in this section. And here we are. I see the twins are wasting no time with their inquiries. Let us begin by observing the Omicrons. They're supposed to be standing by, so we should look for any that aren't. I could go over there and talk to Alphino, but... Search base Omicron for errant Omicrons. You may move the camera as well as zoom in and out. I don't really feel like going around talking to everybody, like, to that extent. Is that an Ambistoma? What are you doing here? The Omicron is speaking with Alphino, though you can't hear the conversation, all appears otherwise normal. Hey. How? That's no Omicron, it's an Ambistoma, an especially lively one at that. Perhaps it snuck aboard the Ragnarok, but however it came to be here, it seems to be completely in its element. Hey? Someone's got the zoomies over here. I've got the zoomies. The Omicron stands dutifully next to a device. There's not to suggest unusual behavior. The Zoomicron is... I missed. There's Alizé, though. Aha. The Omicron wanders about ceaselessly as if lacking a clear objective. That one! Says Sucro, pointing. An Omicron wandering aimlessly. Where? Well, I mean, kind of everywhere, because it's going so fast. Aha! I see it! That particular head scratch animation makes me think they're using a skeleton of, like, I think, like, the Ixal or something? Maybe? It looks familiar. Maybe the Sahagin. I think they have a similar head. One of those has a similar head scratching animation. It's left the base. Let's follow it. Nod. Is the Ambystoma like the Endwalker version of the Shoebill or something? We will be certain to ask about the extended operations unit. Not only do they look the same, they say the same things as well. This unit is programmed to trade for bicolor gemstones, though this unit does not understand what value they hold. Dynamis Crystal. That seems particularly relevant to something. Not omnipresent like the Shubo. Fair enough. Yeah. I figured they're a crafting material. It's just like thematically and plot-wise relevant also. I can imagine that, yeah. Now I'm just thinking, what emote can I do to make Sucro be as close as possible to that pose so that I can recreate said meme, being the meme person that I am. I mean, it would have the same spirit if I did this. With the word dynamis in the sparkly area. Look, it's important. There's a frame of that maybe. Or that. But, like, not really. This is very silly, by the way. Oh, I just realized I had the emote messages on. Anyway, so someone just saw me do like 50 emotes for no reason. This seems relevant. It's not here, but it definitely came this way. Must have used the portal. Time to go through and see what we find. Empty portal. Lambda. Fair enough. That is also an enemy model. Well, that might be sharing a model with like Mag Rotor or number whatever. I don't remember what they called it, but I'm thinking of the Final Fantasy VI boss that exists somewhere and probably has a different translation than Mag Rotor. Robot tree. Tell me about this tree. What is your query?
Ah, you found it.
Nod.
What are you doing here?
I am looking at the tree.
Quite an unusual specimen. What is the device attached to it?
The tree is a sample collected from another star. As it cannot survive in our environment, however, it requires life support. That is the function of the device.
To go to such lengths to sustain it, is there something special about this tree?
Being foreign matter, protocol requires that we study it. As this task has been completed, the specimen may be discarded. However, when I behold the tree, I am made to feel as though there is a problem. In order to become strong, we have continued to enhance ourselves. Like we did countless others, we conquered the star whence this tree came. It is the last remnant of a dead world, and there is nothing towards which it may aspire. Yet it grows, extends its branches, sprouts leaves, produces seeds. Why does it seek to continue? Why was it made to behave in such a way, and to what end? I do not understand.
Well, dang, that sounds plenty relevant. I see. Out of curiosity, does this pertain to your duty?
No, it does not. My apologies. I shall return to my designated post and assume a state of combat readiness.
So it was acting outside of orders. Perhaps it is simply a malfunctioning Omicron. These are by no means uncommon. But it may also be a unit possessed of the ability to make decisions, one not unlike Sir. I believe this bears further investigation. Nod. To endeavor to live even if we must depend on forces beyond our control. Tell me, Sucro, one day when this adventure becomes a part of your epic, do you think I will be mentioned in it?
Of course, why wouldn't you be? Maybe in a footnote. You're not here so you can be in the story. Why would you be rude to him? Don't be mean to Grahatia.
Of course, why wouldn't you be? You truly think so? That would be a... Nay, I shouldn't say such things until the moment comes to pass. Never mind the embarrassment.
Oh yeah, he did say that.
Well, we had best get on with our task. Tracking down Sir and understanding the nature of the emotion which bars our way.
Nod. But that's still mean to say, even if it's a callback. Don't be mean. Hello, world. Hey, that's readable. I'm gonna be right back again. I don't think I'm gonna throw another gamble minigame. I think I'm just gonna BRB. 2 per stream is probably plenty. Hello. I was thinking about how it's been over 5 hours and wondering perhaps if this is taking longer than anticipated. Hello, I love you too. And on a mostly unrelated note, I'm also wondering, mostly unrelated note to how this is taking a while. I guess probably unrelated to everything else also. I mean, I don't know how much time is left. At all. And the last 2 streams were 6 hours each. Give me an estimate, though I don't know if I'll believe you because you apparently sleptwalked through it. Yeah, I don't feel like this is going to suddenly conclude in the next hour either. That's the impression I'm getting. I'm guessing 2 or 3 more hours. Each quest has taken a sizable amount of time. If there were timestamps in the chat, I could tell you exactly how much time. But there aren't timestamps, so I can't. First, I'll pose a vaguely related question. I was thinking about streaming Super Mario Wonder tomorrow, but I'm actually just wondering, if maybe that would be better as a series of recordings posted to YouTube instead of a stream. I am not sure. If anyone has any strong opinions on whether Super Mario Wonder should be streamed or recorded, I welcome those opinions. I also haven't really figured out a layout for recording since the last time I recorded was before I made the stream look like this. I worry about streaming it because, like, it's a new release, so people might barge in and yell, like, spoilers or something. And also, like, I don't know, people might have negative opinions about Mario that they want to yell about. Streaming is a little dangerous sometimes. I kind of doubt that, but shrug. I don't know. So basically, I've gotten every possible response to that question already. Might be better as a recording, might be better as a stream. And no opinion. A lot of people have pronouns. I don't think I could say most people have pronouns or everybody has pronouns because some people don't. And that's important to acknowledge. But, yeah, so, no conclusive, overwhelming majority opinion, it seems. I'm really not sure. I thought I was gonna maybe complete this today, but I get the feeling I would be playing for 2 or 3 more hours. Yeah, there are people who prefer not to use pronouns at all and ask you to refer to them by their name. That is a thing that is real. You assumed I'd complete it with a long marathon stream? A slightly more detailed time estimate. If you think you can provide one, I'd say take a shot at it. I stand on cylinder. Hee 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 hee. About 30 minutes to finish the rest of the quest leading up to the final dungeon, and then 2 hours from there to the end. So that's pretty close to my estimate. I wasn't positive there was a final dungeon, but I was like kind of expecting a final dungeon leading up to the trial or whatever would be likely. It was a thought that I had, so okay. 30 minutes of quests, a dungeon, and then a trial, and then the ending. Sounds like maybe we need to have another stream of this. But also, I really want to see it. Graha, what do you think? Graha, you think I should keep streaming? Graha won't answer my question.
To the stars. Such devastation. That is Dunban over there. What a wretched beast.
Destroy!
Wow. Get dunked, Dunban, I guess. Dunban has been officially destroyed. What does that tell you about the stream, though? Yeah, it's Dunban, like, over there? What are those buildings? Also, this is what was labeled as the Tree of Life. That means to go for broke. I don't know how, but I'll continue for a bit more, and if I just suddenly feel like I can't keep going, then I'll stop, regardless of how much time is left. How's that? That seems reasonable, probably. We should return to the outpost for now. The others will wish to hear about the errand Omicron. Nod. This is reminding me a little bit of how Dragon Quest Builders 2 never ended. Or rather, it seemed like it was never going to end. Though I don't know if that's exactly the same feeling. I'm just reminded of it because I was like, oh, this is probably end, but then it was not. It's an adjacent experience, kind of. I've given them the short of it, if you would care to provide the full account. It appears the two of you made a promising discovery. Graha says you found a suspicious Omicron. That's good, because the units here were of no help. Also, if I didn't complete this today, and then stream Mario tomorrow, it wouldn't be until Monday that we did the final part of Endwalker. Yeah, you don't have to stick around or anything. Have a good rest. Thanks for stopping by. Love you too. They all had the same thing to say about the extended operations unit. There's no way to arrange a direct meeting. Still, that served to prove that it's business as usual at the outpost. I do what? But enough about us. Tell me you learned something more useful. I guess kinda. Oh, right, yes, that's true. An Omicron trying to make sense of the meaning of life. None of the others were even a fraction as philosophical. This unit may well be in a position of leadership, perhaps even one of those that comprise Sir. Also, if there is a dungeon, I guess that means that either everyone gets revived right in front of it, or these three don't die.
As we know, the Omicrons invade other stars and enhance themselves using the spoils of conquest. With the technology at their disposal, they should be able to alter their bodies, be it in part or in whole. Setting aside the question of motive, if Sir, for example, wished to have an ordinary Omicron's body, I see no reason why it would not be possible. The problem is how to go about ascertaining if that's what happened. When I attempted to probe further, it promptly ended the conversation. If it is indeed Sir, I doubt it would willingly reveal its true identity. Seems like a conclusion to leap to, but I mean, why not, I guess? Gasp. I have an idea. Gasp. We used lightning on the console again, but we make it stronger, much stronger. At that moment, should the unit exhibit a reaction that could suggest that it has a connection to Sir? An inspired idea. I dare say it's worth a try. I had a feeling you'd be on board. This time you must allow me to do the honors. I will stand guard in case your incantation draws sentries to the scene. Nod. For my part, then, I will approach our suspect and divert its attention. During which time, Sucro, I would want you to observe it closely for anomalous behavior. Nod. I should mention that shortly before you returned, an Omicron appeared from the same direction. Rather than entering the outpost, however, it headed off toward the console. At first I assumed it was a unit on patrol, but perhaps... Nod. That could only be our errant Omicron. We must seek it out and begin our operation at once. All right, Alphino and I will stand by the console, and when it's time, I'll unleash a veritable storm. Nod, nod. Alize loves it when violence is the solution. Violence against an object, at least. Well, an object connected to a life form. It's a little ambiguous, I suppose. Alize likes to cast a spell. This will work, I'm sure of it. After all, our comrades are watching over us. Come, my friend, let us find this doubt-plagued Omicron. Nod. I don't think Alize is a video game character who loves violence, because those are much worse, usually, when they happen. Ignore me. Thank you. It is you again. What is your query? You are the one who was observing the tree, are you not? Full glad am I to find you again. I have a question for you, you see, about the device which sustains the tree. Provided it does not necessitate the disclosure of restricted information. Very well. Graha has begun distracting the Omicron. Soon Alize will strike the console with lightning. Observe MO17 closely for anomalous behavior after Alize has cast her spell. We've combined this. We've combined the situation with the Apollo Justice. Anomaly. I've detected the movement which tells me that you're lying. Point! It really is like Apollo Justice. You do the objection point and everything. An anomaly, you say? Performing diagnostic. Error confirmed. My connection to Central Command is suffering from intermittent failures. I must leave at once and present myself for maintenance at the nearest facility. You will excuse me. Shake head. What you need, my friend, isn't maintenance. It's to confront the truth. While we spoke, our comrade struck the console used to communicate with Sir. That is the cause of your anomaly. You are connected to Sir, aren't you?
Questioning head tilt robot version. Affirmative. Nod. To what end you sought to assert this fact, I do not know. But before we speak further, we must move away from the other units. I do not wish for them to know my true identity. Nod. Very well. Our friends are at the console. Let us head there. I guess if your perceptions and scanners and whatnot were not working properly, you'd probably have an error trying to assess yourself for anomalies. But that would depend a lot on how the robots work. The Omicrons, rather. If not as amiss with the other Omicrons, I dare to hope that we found that. I dare to hope we have found that which prevents our advance. A little jolt works wonders, doesn't it? All that's left is to have this Omicron divulge the truth to us. This unit struggles to understand why the tree continues to grow despite being destined to die. Let us shed light on its doubts that we may shine the way forward. I think she cast for Thunder because it wasn't red.
As you have surmised, I am part of the shared intelligence of Stigma 1.
Because I think I saw the effect and I think it was like purple, and I think Jolt is a red particle, if I remember correctly. But she did say Jolt. But you know.
It was my charge to determine the optimal path to achieving our prime function. His body had been abandoned by its former owner and lay unused. I took it and abandoned my own, and with it, my duty.
She probably just meant the definition, and I think Warpy is making a joke.
May we ask why you did this? From what we gather, it seems to be a personal matter.
I was just responding to the joke by trying to actually answer the question for some reason, even though I knew it was a joke, because I do that, I guess. Nod.
Our kind did not always look as we do now. Long ago, we possessed frail and feeble bodies.
No, you haven't done anything wrong or anything. This is just silly of all of us collectively.
Beleaguered by stronger races, our ancestors took to augmenting their flesh in order to defend themselves.
That's right, we were Garlemald in space! On a larger scale, in space.
What the hell?
I was wondering if this might be the case because of the conquering and the whatnot.
What began with limited parts eventually spread to the whole body, and at last, a means was discovered to convert the mind into data, rendering even the brain obsolete.
That sounds pretty cool. I would like for that means to exist in reality, maybe. I would take that option.
Such complete mechanical beings were called the Omicrons, and by their might, we came to reign supreme over the star.
Even though my redesign mostly removed all robotic elements, I would still want to be a cool robot. That's my opinion about cool robots.
But even then, we did not feel secure.
For we knew that the universe was home to civilizations aside from our own. Civilizations that may be stronger still than us.
Ah, so you also had super robot anxiety. Got it. Super robot anxiety. Omicron? That's nothing.
Rather than risk becoming the subjugated, we chose to become the subjugator. We began our conquest of the stars, that we might acquire the resources and knowledge we needed to reign supreme.
It might be... Paranoia might be more accurate. Also, I guess it's not completely impossible that at some point I will do another redesign and suddenly become a robot, I guess? I don't know. I could still be the ghost in the machine if I was a ghost inhabiting a robot, you see. Also, Callie is a robot. Shoutouts to Calico. I think she's neat. And I guess I created her. Thank you for petting Calico. Robin. Thank you for petting Calico. It's funny that the Omicrons are Garlemald 2 in space. Thank you for petting Calico.
So powerful did we become, we could lay low even the mighty dragons. But then something unexpected happened. I began experiencing an error. I could no longer determine an optimal path.
Also, you say Halloween outfit. It would take a lot of effort for me to put together such a thing. But I have a few times considered, like, making up a new character out of nowhere to pretend to be on Halloween, sort of like how I pretended to be an Octoling on April Fools. I've thought about this for years, actually. It could happen, who knows? I mean, now it's not a surprise anymore, but...
You were malfunctioning.
I performed numerous full system scans, each time finding no issues. Yet the error persisted.
That's just how computer... You know, when you're like, why is my computer arbitrarily rotating 90 degrees and shooting lasers or whatever the problem is? Guess I better run a spyware malware virus scan. No problems detected. Guess I better restart it 3 times. Oh no, it's shooting lasers again. That's just how this works.
It was then that I speculated. What could happen if we grew so powerful as to have no equal? To become stronger was essential to our existence. Our every action has been in service to this objective. But if nothing lies beyond this, can it be truly said that it was essential? Have we been engaging only in wanton destruction?
Kinda. More or less. Yes, actually.
You could find no threat to justify your purpose.
The Omicrons will never leave this star. They will stand by until their reserves of energy is spent. For I have no path to offer them. None.
That is a very interesting source of despair, like in comparison to the other ones that we've seen here. And also very interesting because they're directly related to the first one. I mean, depression is a reasonable thing to experience, but I don't think that's what you were saying by saying that. Or I don't think it was that... I don't think you were saying that depression was unreasonable, but... Yeah.
It is not our place to pass judgment on the deeds of the Omicrons. But surely, this does not have to spell the end of your people.
You could learn how to be really good dancers. Or something. We must now learn sick moves.
With your power and knowledge, the possibilities are endless. Why not seek out a new purpose?
Shake head.
That is impossible.
Yeah. Oh, I see what you mean, I think.
In the beginning, we had a higher purpose than our pursuit of power.
Did you, like, lose sight of the purpose in pursuit of something to allow you to grasp at it?
But we lost sight of it when we so irrevocably altered our fundamental forms.
Wait, are you gonna tell me that becoming a cool robot is a bad idea? Because I won't agree with you.
When we cast aside our flesh, so too did we cast aside all that defined us. Nothing remains of who we once were.
I fundamentally disagree with the concept being presented in this text box. One's flesh has nothing to do with who they are. Well, okay, that's not true. One's flesh is not the sole component of who someone is a much more true statement. But I guess they probably discarded, like, non-combat feelings or something, too.
I have no aspirations. No longer can I dream. The vital spark is lost. Lost amidst circuitry and code and commands.
I don't think I agree with the idea that robot can't feel, fear,
I
think.
know how to overcome this despair.
But yeah, I guess they dehumanized, like, in a less literal way as well.
The words are ready in my mind, but ere I speak them, I want you to make me a promise.
Something valuable in itself, like, as in you would need to have good reason to do it or something like that? Yeah, okay. I guess this is... yeah. That's making sense. Transhumanism, though.
Be it across time or space, our promises have always connected us. And so I ask that you indulge me once more, that this won't be the end.
It won't. If you die, I won't have anyone to do the trust party dungeon with. Because there's only going to be 2 people left. It's, like, impossible unless they don't have duty support for that. You say it, I'll do it. Or I can't, not again. Wow, that's a powerful option, but I'll do it. Yeah,
so?
I guess so.
In that case, I won't hold back.
The only fault of the game here is not being very, very specific in regard to their meaning in such a way that would be targeted at me specifically, so it's not really a fault of the game at all. It's more a product of my particular opinions and outlook than the game's writing, perhaps. Anyway.
First, I want to visit Ishgard with you.
Everyone in control of the writing assist, that could be part of it. That could be
We
related
scarcely had
to
time
stuff.
to look around last time. I should like it very much if you could show me the sights. Next, you must regale me with your greatest adventures. in the places where you lived them, if possible.
But, like, what about this adventure? This is, like, the finale of all of the adventures, so by some definition, this could be the greatest adventure, and you were here for most of
I may have read
it.
about all your deeds, but there is no substitute for a first-hand account.
Yeah, alright.
And last but not least, a new adventure together. Unlike any we've experienced before. We'll travel the lands, cross the seas, and take to the skies upon the eternal wind, and it will be marvelous.
That's the name of your theme song. Fist bump. Graha Tia is good.
If you would humor me a moment. When we awaken each morning,
The
how can we
Shadowbringers
prove that
theme.
we're the same individual who retired the night before?
Have you heard of the ship of Theseus? One of the few things I know about Dawn Trail is that Graha Tia eats a taco. So... Wait, what do you mean that was contact in a cool way? I'm gonna reread this speech a little bit. Yeah, alright. I get it. What do you mean contact in a cool way? Oh, right, yeah, okay. I think there was a high five at some point. There have been hugs in cutscenes.
Through the remembrance of past events, we might say. We have our memories, yet there are times when we forget or recall incorrectly.
I forget stuff all the dang time, says Sucro, also speaking for me.
What of our bodies, then? It is the same one, we might say, yet technically speaking, as living beings, our bodies are constantly changing. It will never be as it was at an earlier point in time.
Wait, after all of my after all of my complaints, is Graha going to be making my same points at the robot or something? Is Graha going to be like, being a robot is cool, actually? In some way?
Our souls are no more immutable. On our star, people are known to inherit the souls of others, yet they are decidedly different beings. For my part, I've subjected my totality to much and more. I've made my body into an extension of a tower, blended my soul and memories with those of another self.
Look, I became a tower and I wasn't dehumanized, so you can become a robot and not be dehumanized, okay? Thank you, Graha. I've been a building.
And each time I would ask myself, what is it that makes me, me?
Were you able to determine an answer?
I like that the robot responds by asking that question.
But that doesn't mean I'm confused. It simply means I'm the same as everyone else.
That's a really good way of putting it, Samantha.
So I posit this. Who we were need not describe what we now hold in our hearts.
Also,
whatever came before, what matters most is the present.
That's...
For me, that is being here with my friends.
There's a few things I need to say
proud of
once
how
we
much
reach a
grown
point where I can pause.
So I urge you to not give up. Heed your heart's desire and hope that the future you long for shall be realized.
We might not get a pause. Oh, there it is. So, point A. When time estimates were provided for the remainder of this game, did we factor in my tendency to go on tangents and ramble? Point B, a tangent. The line, whatever came before, what matters most is the present. That sort of attitude is one thing that I sometimes think makes it kind of okay that I have a poor memory. I tend to forget a whole bunch of things, but I like exist primarily in the present. And maybe in some ways that's fine. You did not factor in my rambling. Well, get ready for a stream that will last 13 years. No, maybe not.
We do not know how to create such things.
We are not unalike, you and I. I too have struggled to find the courage to express and embrace my wants. If you like, I will tell you a tale. A tale of a world on the brink. Of a people who never gave up on the future. Of a man who realized his grandest dreams and then awakened to a grander reality.
Graha, befriend robot. Graha, befriend bird. Graha, evaporate. I like how the way each of these people reached the heart of those in despair. Sucro hates this. I like how the way these people reached the hearts of those in despair was distinctly different for all of them. Oh yeah, you were saying the same thing. And now the music has another instrument in it. It has a guitar. This time I noticed. And also the way they open the path forward.
Idiot! Just once! Just
oh,
once.
There's lyrics.
Stay with us to the end.
There's vocals now. Oh. Wow. I'm not crying instantly, but I am affected. I can tell this is a powerful song that's suddenly hit me out of nowhere. I was rendered speechless for a bit, I guess. Crystalline path, he's paved it for us. They all leave so easily, as if it's nothing. How do they think we feel? Next time we meet, I'll give him such a flick, and that'll just be the start. Ah, it's the Song of Hope motif again, too. Or wait, no, it's the Song of... It's not the Song of Hope, it's the Songs of Loss and Fire and Faith melody. You know that one. That one right there. Fools, all of them fools. Forge ahead. You can't just do that. Okay. I mean, I guess you can. The forge ahead is, I think... There was a part earlier where something pushed me over a line into emotion, and I think forge ahead is doing the same thing again. I don't know if that makes any sense, but...
That crystalline path, Graha has paved it for us. Difficult as it is, we must carry on. For our friends and all who await us in faith. So come, let us seek the path's beginning. It appears to be near the outpost.
I still think the effect of all this is slightly diminished by it being really clear that they're not permanently dead. But at the same time, it is still very powerful. I don't mean that as a criticism. I mean that as just sort of an inevitability of the structure. I'm not critical of that. It's just something that's you can't really avoid. Right? Does that make sense?
I won't let it break me, don't you worry. I never have and I never will. Look, Sucro, a portal is opened. It will surely deliver us true. It must.
I think the reasons I'm sure are both because I'm slightly aware of Point X, but also because I'm aware of like genre conventions. I'm aware of the people sacrificing themselves one by one at the end and then coming back thing. I'm aware that in the mechanics of the game, there have to be people present for the duty support to exist, and so on. So, I just have too much information and am too aware of the fact that this is fiction and a game to think that there's a chance any of them could be dead, if that makes sense.
Look up, Sucro. It's as if the stars are being devoured by the dead sun. That's where we're headed, into the maw of darkness.
Hey, they just said loss and fire and faith in the song. God, if they ever kill the main character, I will cry forever because Sucro is extremely important to me now. As you know, if you saw my reaction to the whole, Sucro being stolen from me part.
Well, here's where the path begins, and it ascends to dizzying heights. Let us make our way one sure step at a time. Our friends got us this far. Their courage, their strength, their wisdom, their love. We owe it to them to continue, no matter how long it takes.
No matter how long it takes, you say? Sounds like the stream's going forever then. Well, not forever, but for a while. But yeah, like, even considering the possibility that they could kill your character and present you with the character creation screen is a little upsetting. Not saying that you did something upsetting, but like, I really care about my character a lot. That being said, if they actually did do that, I don't think I could just make Sucro again and pretend it didn't happen. I think I'd actually have to do something else. Listen to the silence. Thancred would scout the road ahead. Y'shtola and Urianger would trade opinions on esoteric subjects. Graha would join in their discussion, or else chat with me and Alize about the mission. Stinian would be at the rear, apart yet present. All the while you would come and go, wherever you're needed, and together we would travel. All I can hear are my footfalls. Hey, that's the name of the song! My heartbeat. It's so much quieter now. But the fact we can breathe and continue on is proof that the others are still with us. They are. They are, aren't they? I mean, it's not the name of this song. It's the name of the main theme of Endwalker. It's footfalls. This is all really well done, though, despite what I'm saying about knowing that everyone will live. I want to make that clear that I think this is all very good. The portal is barely visible from up here. Truly, we've come far, much farther than would have been possible had we kept chasing perfect ideals as we did in the past. It is because we have known failure and frustration, that we've learned and grown from them, that Hydaelyn has entrusted us with this mission, with the fate of the very star. It's all a dream, isn't it? A long, elaborate dream. Any moment now I'll wake up in bed, still a student, grandfather alive. I'd go about my day, relieved as the fragments of that other life fade away. And that would be happiness, wouldn't it? That none of it... No. No, I won't give up these experiences. Good and bad, they are mine. They are me. Okay, that line got me. I'm officially definitely gotten now, because I can relate to that one a lot. That line is a lot. Oh yeah, that's true. This isn't on the map. Offer a word of comfort. Also, the last prompt was look back at the path. Rest assured I am fine, but thank you for your concern. What of yourself? Though we can't afford to be too leisurely, neither need we rush unduly. We've crossed an impossible distance to stand where we are now, and we're but a few steps away from journey's end. It'll be over before we know it. I can't even, keep up the voices, as much. Me? Oh, I've still got plenty of legs left in me, don't you worry. It's you I'm worried about. You always push yourself so hard for us, for everyone. And while we're here, we'll make sure to bear our share of the burden. Look at the path ahead. Well, this is it. The end of the path and the beginning of whatever awaits. There will be greater hardships. We may be made to feel powerless. Come what may, let us have no regrets. No, let us have pride in what we've achieved. And what we achieved and how it changed us for the better. That's worth fighting for and dying for, as they did. There are some structures up ahead. Still a ways to go before we reach the dead sun. Given all this, I know how naive it must sound to hope it all works out somehow. Still, you forgive me if I wish for it all the same. And for you most of all. Not that you of all people need it, it's just... After all the help you've given me, for once I want to be the one to help you. The necropolis. Oh. And the music fades. This is almost... normal? It's not unlike many cities we know, but it's deathly quiet. Mayhap the inhabitants are within the buildings, or invisible to our senses. Wrong on both counts. There is simply no one here. Thought so. Meteon. I like how Meteon is slowly walking towards us instead of doing the instant teleportation thing. This is how I found it when I arrived. Another star which once pulsed with life, but no longer. Ooh, look at the spooky city! How it ended, I do not know. Invasion, sickness, suicide. None can say. I remember you reporting on this. This was like the first one. None live to speak for the dead. They are gone. Gone. Search all you like, but you'll only end up turning back. Meteon has installed cardboard cutouts that jump out and surprise you. If what Meteon says is true, what are we supposed to do? You think you've caught me? This form is barely a drop from the ocean that swells within the dead sun. Even so, I could easily unmake you. You are only still alive because of your comrades, but they cannot protect you forever. Until they fade away, I'll satisfy myself with watching you try and fail to find a way out of this lifeless place. Oh, the climb with the music and then the music abruptly fading away is like A+. And that too. If there's no one here, then neither should there be emotion to bar our way. Yet Meteon seems convinced we'll turn back. What riddle is this? If there's one thing they desperately need to find the technology to do, it is to not have the quest complete jingle play sometimes. You're not alone. Hey, the quest names aren't messed up anymore, by the way. Whatever Meteon may have said, we should confirm it with our own eyes. We need to have a look around. Indeed, at the very least, it doesn't appear to be a sprawling place like those before. If we split up, it shouldn't take too long to cover the area. I think You're Not Alone is also a lyric in Footfalls? I think? I don't quite remember. Yeah, Meteon. Tree-like object also is pretty good. There doesn't seem to be anyone here. Perhaps you could try calling out. Anyone here? It's funny because there's another player over there. If anyone has heard you, they do not respond.
Fearless hearts ablaze, when the world comes crumbling down, no more time to waste. No, I'll be there, no, it's not too late, though our fleeting moment has gone to forge ahead. You're not alone yet as we ride again, as you turn your eyes to the stars to another end. Oh, I'll be there where it all begins, with my chorus guiding you. Forge ahead, forge ahead.
Yeah, okay, it is part of the lyrics. I mean, like, I think this is a heavy hitter in a different way. Sometimes there is just simply nothing. I think there is meaning to that. It is funny that there is another player here, though. They should also invent instances. I mean, they have them, but they should invent more of them. For dramatic effect. Were it not for the thick layer of dust, one could imagine someone drinking from these cups but moments ago. Can I sit on these? No. Forbidden. The forbidden chair. Tree-like object. The object resembles a tree and appears to have been fashioned from a stone-like material. Erected in place of an actual tree, or to serve some other purpose, perhaps. Regardless, there is no one left to explain, to tell the story. I guess you could say that the effect is lessened sometimes, but, like, I think it's the context of this game that matters for it, and, like, the context of other games affects it a little bit less to me, personally. And then, like, I don't think the signs of other people in the game around are like completely destroying the vibe either. I just think it's funny, and it does make it a little bit, it is a little jarring, but not like, it doesn't ruin it. If this place is reminiscent of a bar, but neither patrons nor staff are anywhere to be seen. Egg-shaped containers line the shelves, yet, with a loose few sitting on the counter. Vessels for the beverages in all likelihood. A venue bustling with activity until it was not. Can't jump over the counter either? Man. Can't sit in the chairs, can't jump over the bar counter. You know what I think they should have done also? The weather indicator should just be blank. There should just be like a transparent circle in there. And when you highlight it, there's no tooltip. There is no weather. I mean, there kind of is, but it would be interesting if they did something like that. In the distance, you glimpse Alize picking her way through the ruins, but otherwise spy no signs of life. ... She closed her eyes and crossed her arms. You strain your ears to catch something, anything, but hear not so much as the chirping of an insect. It'll be funny if we're just like, this might be a dead civilization, but we can learn from them and rebuild. And then Medion's gonna be like, well, shucks, you solved the puzzle. Okay, fine. Door. Though set slightly off the ground, this appears to be a door, while the objects to the left could be letterboxes. Doors rusted shut, and the film of dust all over suggests no one has come through in a long, long time.
Metayan, well shucks, you solved my intergalactic depression puzzle. Roll a d20 to determine your reward.
Oh, I didn't see a notification about you making a clip or anything. It looks like an early Star Wars set. You know, kinda. It resembles a slightly off version of places that we've seen in this game to me. And maybe even possibly a slightly off version of something from 11? But I don't have extensive enough knowledge of 11 to say that for sure. It just has a vibe of that for some reason. Sucro, take a look at this. If the road was a little longer, we could take it to just beneath the dead sun. But I suppose this is where the reconstruction ends. How about you? Did you find anything of interest? Explaining. I see. I noticed the same things. Cups left upon tables, chairs out of place. I don't know what happened here, but I do know I don't want to be alone anymore. We've searched enough for now. Let's find Alphino and compare what we've learned. Something about the metallic footstep sounds amidst the silence really sort of emphasizes it in some way. I guess we have music again, but fair.
Did you find anything?
Found a lot of nothing, more than anything.
No, this place is completely deserted. And I can't see how we're supposed to move on from here.
Alize's, like, audibly distressed in
Neither
that
can I.
line.
It's quite the quandary.
Alphino sounds more like tired.
There are no denizens to bar our path.
And a
yet there
little
is no way
distressed
forward.
himself.
For another mystery, we did find signs of very recent life. You'd swear everyone just vanished into thin air.
Nod.
I wonder how many ruined worlds like this has Meteon seen.
Meteon slides into frame and starts counting them again.
Could it be? Yes. Yes, I believe I may have puzzled this out. Despite how it appears, it's no different this time. There is someone here who has wished for this ruin.
Is it Meteon?
And I believe that together, Alize and I can overcome their will.
Okay, yeah, we had to sacrifice the last people. Gasp. No, I won't allow it. I promised your parents I'd keep you safe, or not another word. Stop it.
I'm sorry, but there is a chance, and I must seize it. For everyone. And for myself.
Okay, you know, it'll be funny if there is a duty support, but they don't bring everyone back, and it's just like random adventurer simulacrums summoned by Azim power or whatever.
I will not pretend otherwise. I have my fears. Not for myself, but for you. The last to remain.
Gasp.
You are no stranger to carrying the burden of others.
If it was just blank, that would be a lot too. Just because I'm not a stranger to it doesn't mean I want to do it all the time. But
I can only imagine how heavy the weight would be this time.
well, it's not the kind of heavy that makes me about 50% slower, so at least there's that.
As your friend, I cannot bear the thought of making you suffer so.
If it was a ghost dragon, an Aya, and a robot, that would also be something. That would be fascinating.
Then why suggest such a thing? It's too much to ask of anyone, even her. Why must she be the one? Why must she fight alone? More than a hero, she's a dear friend.
I just noticed that Alize and I have a very similar shoulder pauldron.
But to so many others. There are so many people in the world who care for you, and yet...
Yeah, very good voice acting, again, for sure. Like, yeah.
Alize, I have an idea. Given the nature of this realm, it may be possible to do more than unbar our friend's path. We might also pave her a new one. For instance, a path where she finds happiness at journey's end. This much, I think we can believe with the utmost conviction, no matter how deep our despair. So please, believe in us too, and press on.
I guess I have no choice. Nod.
Thank you. What are you?
If the plan's decided, then let's not dally.
That's kind of fun. And then, unexpectedly, the plan is to dunk Medion with a sick diss rap.
It was as I said, was it not?
Alphino and Alize start rapping, and Medion cannot handle it and is super dunked on, and then a path opens. I want to hear Alphino and Alize rap.
Anyone.
That sounds amusing to me. Anyway.
But this place isn't entirely deserted, is it? You are here.
Yeah, it's your despair. Blink.
You sought out a star of promise and found a ruined husk. Like us, you explored the devastation. Like us, you were stricken. Horrified by the thought that so many lives could be snuffed out as if they were worth nothing. And the thought that you would have to bear the terrible tidings to Hermes. That which you saw and felt, you shared with your sisters. As did they share their own grim findings with you. Overcome by the pervasive despair of these stars, some of you inadvertently ushered their peoples to their ends.
Yeah, we did conclude that earlier.
Knowing the horrors you know, anyone would feel the same. They would fear what lies ahead and struggle to move forward.
What lies ahead, huh? That sounds like, you know, relevant to the song also. And stuff.
Fear. I had forgotten that such a thing existed. So focused have I been on shepherding despair.
Thanks for the idea, Alphino. Now I'll make everyone scared too.
If you can remember, then you can still face and overcome your own fear.
Why would I bother with such an insignificant emotion? If the despair I command is as a raging river, then fear is but a trickling stream.
Ah, but from where does why does a river rage so? Some sources of water must flow into it.
It can do nothing to alter my flow. You spoke with the air,
Oh, you're over
yes?
here now.
Heard their tale of what awaits the universe.
Nothing can alter my flow is also what Medion says in when she begins her counter rap battle against the twins.
Eventually, all will enjoy frozen solitude. Using the power of Dynamis, I'm hastening that process. In so doing, nothing will be born ever again. Everyone will remain dead. Alas, it will take time for that to happen. So in mercy, I sent you my gift, to spare you needless suffering.
And then she just walks forward at the end.
Don't worry.
Despite the teleporting.
Even if no living witnesses remain to mark the event, I'll make certain that Aetheris has a proper end.
For all the power you wield, you're more fearful than the familiar you used to be.
Aha. Let me reread that because she was teleporting around and making the dialogue advance at her pace instead of mine. There we go.
That Meteion feared simply to move forward. But your fear is such that you've given up on everything. I know it well. That sense of defeat. I've tasted my fair share of it. But as many times as we've fallen down, we've learned how to pick ourselves up and carry on.
Yeah, it does seem to be fairly
Take
personal.
each other's hand, share in each other's
Hell yeah.
courage, follow in each other's footsteps,
Answers is back.
and turn sorrow into strength.
This has to be from the Coil, right? This song? I don't quite remember.
There are times when we fail. We bear wounds that do not heal. But these experiences are part of life, and they make us stronger. We rise, fall, and rise again.
I think that's her shouting their
Don't worry
names.
about us. You must take the next step, and all the rest after that.
Medion's patented method of winning an argument: turn into a bird and vaporize people. Or at least she thinks she's winning. It's the Rainbow Road. Imagining a universe where like friendly Medion continues and she just constantly turns into birds when she's done talking to people anyway. Who knows, maybe she will be befriended instead of destroyed. Earlier in Old Charlian, the final days are about to happen, or have been happening while we were gone, then. Right? That's about to start over here.
Please, please, oh, please let them all be safe.
Or they're just doing the RPG part of at the end where everybody starts praying, and then it powers up the party so that they can know it's both. Or one of those.
What? What is
It's
this?
the final days, Barry.
Cryle? Are you all right?
Okay, not quite yet. It was a vision. This might be the part at the end of an RPG where everybody prays for the safety of the heroes and that empowers them.
They'll be fine. I know they will.
And since we've established Dynamis and literally said that maybe the prayer would affect something for the better.
Apologies for the interruption. A man arrived on the last ferry. An associate of the Scions.
What?
He wishes to speak with you at once.
Who? Okay, maybe this is something else and not the RPG trope I was thinking of. Whomst? Gaius? I was guessing entirely by the footstep and armor sounds that could be Gaius. Oh, now that you mention it, it could be Xenos, actually. Could easily be Xenos. I guess he's an... The idea of Xenos just riding on a ferry to Sharlayan is extremely funny, though. Oh. In this city devoid of life, you sense the presence of another. Hey, maybe they're the duty support. Also, is that the ambience of the souls of the damned that I hear? A little bit. It might be. The sorrow of 1,000 worlds weighs heavy, and yet you can walk on. Hello, humanities from Dark Souls. Unable to execute certain actions due to area restrictions. I can't use a motorcycle. Make your way to absolute... I can't run either.
I'll be right there behind you.
Oh. Make your way to Absolute Horizon. I can't run either. Check out my status effects. Endwalker. Walking alone into Journey's End, the burden weighing heavy. And Iron Will. Wow. Okay, I got emotion from the status effect.
Do not despair. You are not without allies.
I think the first one was... Ardbert? And then the second one was Haurchefant? It might not have been Ardbert.
What we have sown in blood, we have reaped in suffering, and it cannot go on.
I wish I remembered things better. Is that Izael?
Upon the souls of they who have sacrificed themselves to pave the way.
What?
We will never abandon our cause.
Okay, I wasn't guessing Merlviv because she's not dead. I was expecting this to be all people who were dead. But yeah, Merlviv, and then that one was Emmerich. Just now, I think.
While it is true that man succumbs all too often to anger and avarice, he may yet overcome his baser instincts through the
Nanamo?
forming of bonds with others.
Astromagnetic Storm is back, by the way.
Such victories are rarely won without sacrifice.
Raban.
But the prize is worth the price.
We're going through the world leaders first.
And we, for our part, are glad indeed to be able to welcome friends both old and new.
Kane. Yeah, this is a lot of things happening.
Save your tears for the morrow. You may be sure we will have ample cause to shed them, be they for joy or despair.
Ian.
Through tragedy and sacrifice, we rise to greet a new dawn.
I don't know who that was.
A future shaped by the choices we made.
That's
in
Edmund.
ways we could never foresee.
I think that's Edmund Dufortom.
Yet miracles do happen, so let us pray and will our friends home.
Matoya? I don't remember these specific lines for some of these people.
I won't stop praying until I know they're safe.
That's... Oh wait, that was Beck Lug. I won't stop praying till I know they're safe. Reen, yeah, that's what I was... Thanks, Midgard Sormer. The Midgard Sormer one should have been shaped differently as a joke.
Look to the light within, that you may continue to serve as a beacon to others.
That sounds familiar, but I'm really bad at this.
Let's finish this.
That might be Ardbert. I'm not sure. I'm learning that I have difficulty recognizing voices a little bit. Hey, Medion. Whichever Medion you might be.
Here the path ends. There is no way to reach our nest.
I'll just jump really high. Wait, I'm not a dragoon. I'll just jump and then the greater gravity of that planetoid will flip Sucro upside down.
Resignation and acceptance reign in this place. The rejection of life by those who came to curse it.
Yeah, I'll target the sun and use my gap closer.
Those whose dreams were unfulfilled, whose prayers were unheard, whose labors were unrewarded. Hope cannot deliver you unto hopelessness. Our refuge is beyond you. Always has it been. Such is the nature of this place.
Yeah, but what if I make you hope again? What then?
You should have remained on Atheris. Struggle will avail you not, nor will it grant your comrades peace. Come, let me relieve you of your burden. You've suffered enough.
No, it's not over yet. Aha. What are we doing with this, Sucro?
Asm's magic. So long as our souls remain, you can use it to summon us back. But you mustn't.
How do we make peace with
That's why it's too soon for this to end.
You must triumph.
Be safe, all of you, and come back.
I am ever grateful. I came to appreciate most about our star is that there remains so much we do not know.
After all these years,
Is this the answer I was hoping for?
So long as we remember, our fates remain ours to shape.
And Godspeed.
Perhaps when our time comes to return to the star, we shall remember these few days we have lost.
Do not squander it. The legacy I leave you.
I won't forsake our cause, or I'll reach you, I'll find a way. It's not over yet. I'll find a way to reach you. Oh. Okay. They're back.
I bid them remember, but all this time I'm the one who had forgotten. A right fool you've made of me, Hermes.
That's... So we actually get to see Emmett Cell go, God damn it! That's very funny. That's very funny. But everyone was talking about that. I didn't think it would actually happen.
And to add insult to injury, I've been denied a sound rest, forced to watch this clamorous show.
God damn it, and I don't even get to take a nap.
Oh, come now. It's been a gripping tale. Unbreakable bonds and noble sacrifice, sprinkled with moments of levity to counterbalance the pathos. It's got it all.
You don't need to compliment the writers that much, Ithlodeus. I mean, they did a great job, but okay, maybe they deserve to compliment themselves.
I, for one, would have been perfectly content to watch enraptured from the stalls.
Okay, now we've got two people. I think it's even better than Shadowbringers.
But I won't say no to a bit part.
What are you?
Half-faded souls of the dead. Isn't it painfully obvious? Worry not. We haven't the power to defeat you, nor is it our duty to do so. Not anymore. That being said, we do have a score to settle. So here I am, Vinar. I suppose you needed me to tie it all together, these frayed threads of our history. But knowing you, I suspect there's a joke in it too. Oh yes, I can imagine you gloating over my forgetfulness.
Yeah, Vinar absolutely did this as a super long-term prank, but also, like, you know, well, I mean, Vinar didn't do all of this, but Vinar also sees this as a bonus long-term prank, is what I should say.
Were I feeling charitable, I might assume you had left room for the possibility of this outcome. Even so, you'll get no applause from me. A single gesture will not lighten the burden I've had to bear. Still, you must be commended. Our methods would not have brought mankind this far. And so, as a show of respect to the last of us, I make this declaration.
Mm-hmm.
You will not end our journey.
Oh, man.
That is our answer. The answer of all lives of Atheris, past and present.
Emmett Selk saying this after remembering, like, everything is pretty good. It's pretty powerful, I think.
As you've called us to the stage, so shall we perform. And creation magics never fail to please. Drawing upon the hopes of your comrades, we will make for you a new path.
And then they summon, like, a springboard. Like from Mario, and Sucro has to go boing. Or like a sonic spring.
What form said path takes depends on you. So focus.
Ah, shoot.
Focus and envision that which rejects the claim that you cannot attain your goal.
A spring, a big ladder, a catapult, because it's got cat in it, you see. Door,
Ours is the wisdom to weave the fabric of reality. Ours is the power to create.
The snap. No, not the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Ah, jeez. Oh, is it gonna be a field of the Elpis flower? Or is this just... I think this is Elpis.
Meteon,
Hermes.
though I gave you these wings to soar the heavens, I did not teach you how to walk the earth. So loath was I to bind another living being.
That's really good that it's Elpis.
You will learn from those you meet. Learn to walk and run, and so much more. A flower.
Oh, that's really good that you can do
In
that.
return, I will gift you a beautiful flower.
All right, you got me. All right, you got me again.
These Elpis blooms
That's
serve
really
as
good.
proof that this realm is not utterly devoid of hope. No more can you deny its power.
That's really good.
No more is yours the dominion of despair.
Endwalker is really good. You all know this already, probably, but still.
In case the practical implications were lost on you, your comrades no longer need fight their
What a
fight.
good video game. What does that mean, Emmett?
So go on. Call them back to
Oh,
your
right,
side.
yeah. Right, we can do this now because we're not gonna immediately, like, suffocate or whatever. Yeah, see, of course they're not dead. Thancred can turn off his tank stance.
May you ever walk in the light.
Of the crystal? Or just like the light in general? Hey everyone, you're back.
Ugh, how disappointing. Not even a single scar in the making to brag about.
Thancred.
You'll find a way regardless.
Yeah, just trip and fall or something. I don't know.
Honestly, this is far more than any of us could have hoped for. Let us be thankful.
Indeed. That we thus stand reunited is a gift. Let us not squander it, and see that we all return to Etheris.
I mean, they probably figured out, like, the remnant of Thancred probably knew as more people sacrificed themselves, but it would have also been really funny if his first reaction was, "You all did this too? Come on, can we stop doing this all the time?" Or something of that nature, but that was a very Thancred reaction regardless.
Aye. As soon as we've averted the final days.
Good to see you again. Our heroic sacrifice paid off, I take it.
What did
Come, my
Thancred
friends.
talk about again?
Let us carry on and finish it.
You'll have to
Together.
remind me about that, unfortunately. Nod. There was a weird, like, graphical artifact in the background. It's over, Meteon. Come with us, Meteon. Meteon. You can still come with us. He was worried he might not be able to stop himself from joining a hopeless battle. Oh, yeah. Didn't he tell me to like smack some sense into him or something when that happened? Platform, I guess. Yeah. Not quite platform, but weird something.
Can you hear me?
Yes?
The voice is within, crying in pain, wailing in sorrow, hurting, hurting. End it. Silence it. Silence our song of oblivion.
I guess it is Sun Yolk or something. Hey, if I clear this dungeon and I get a minion drop of the bird that Meteon turns into, I'll cry instantly. Or something.
The way is open. They can proceed.
So it seems.
Snap. Wait, there is a minion? Well, of course there's a minion. There's always a minion in the dungeon. I don't know if it's the same minion.
You're leaving?
Well, yes, I need a nap.
Of course. The encore is finished, and I will not suffer myself to live again by Heideling's magic.
Wait, Starbird? Oh, I have seen that. I wonder if I have that, actually. I might have, like, bought it or something.
But more than that, the future you seek is not the past we loved. That is why we fought, and why I lost. But though you defeated me, my ideals are inviolate, invincible.
I'm not owned. I will never be owned.
Spare me your pity. I have no use for it. If you would do something for me, save our star. See this tale to a triumphant conclusion, and with elation in your hearts, bid the final curtain fall.
Until the story after this one that's unrelated.
Only then may it rise again.
Yeah, there we go.
And a new tale begin, with new parts for all to play.
Except me, I'll be sleeping and dead.
Tell me, have you been to the ruins beneath the waters of the Bounty?
The ruins beneath the waters of the Bounty?
Or the treasure islands beyond the frozen waters of Blind Frost in Offerd's north?
We haven't been to either of these places.
The fabled golden cities of the New World. The sacred sites of the forgotten people of the South Sea Isles.
There's like at least another expansion, Sucro. There's so many areas they can add to the world map.
What about Mericidia?
Oh.
The southern continent. Do you know aught of its present state of affairs?
Mericidia is something I've heard of. Mericidia is important, but I forget why.
I thought not. Even of your little Eorzea,
Dragonlance?
you know precious little. The true identities of the 12, for instance.
Oh yeah, that's the Alliance raids or whatever. Or the normal raids. That's one of the raid series. I know that in Midselk. I've been spoiled a little bit.
Which is to say, expand your horizons, go forth and seek discovery. Some of the civilizations in the reflections will surprise you.
The reflections. So you're suggesting we're gonna go to a bunch of the reflections as well, then? Now you've got my complete attention. I mean, you already had it, but now you've got two of it.
Of Azem's crystal.
Or something.
You may consider your duty to see at least that much.
Yeah, that is probably the thing I want to see most out of everything he just said. I want to know more about the reflections. And yeah, Azem the Traveler and all that. Smile.
I certainly did.
I'm a traveling cat.
I pray we meet again.
That's true.
If not in this life, then perhaps another. Whensoever it should be, I trust it will be a most joyous reunion.
Something about Emmett's face right here is like, I don't know.
Maybe. I want nothing to do with it.
Don't worry, you'll have something to do with it inadvertently somehow.
Oh, don't be that way.
God. I will be grumpy every single time I'm alive. And you can't do anything about it. He's gonna reincarnate by accident or something somehow. There's gonna be some weird time anomaly in the one of the reflections, and we'll go visit it, and we'll run into someone suspiciously similar named Pluto, and he'll be like, "God damn it, not again!" You know. Oh, the music here is different again, I think. "'Tis my fervent hope that our ancient friends will find a new beginning. They and all their brethren who have returned to the ethereal sea. Upcoming dungeons, suicidal ideation, suicide plague, global genocide." You know, that makes sense, given what we've been talking about and seeing. All that comes... For that to come to pass, we must succeed. We must avert the final days and save Aetheris. To go and see all those places and more, Emmett Selk has given you quite a task. Suffice it to say, I should be glad to assist you, once we've returned together triumphant, of course. For all the lives on those stars whose light hath been extinguished, for the ancients who went before us, I offer a solemn prayer. No need to explain. I have a rough idea what happened while I was, gone. Oh, spicy pulls won't be a problem, because I'm gonna take this slowly as usual for the first run here. It was a strange feeling, as though I was struggling in a pitch-black sea. A powerful tide was trying to wash me away, one that churned with hatred and envy for life. It was all I could do to swim against it, and suddenly I was here. Felt long and short at the same time. Thancred, you can't say it felt long and short at the same time, because that'll just make me think of the awkward translation of Monster Rancher 2. And that's funny to me. Do I actually have a picture of that anywhere? I do. Thancred is saying this. An amount of time that feels long and also short has passed since we first met here. Something about this text box is just in my brain forever. Anyway. Hazy as in a dream. But through it all, one thing was crystal clear. You fought with all your being to keep our hopes alive. It was less fighting and more running around, like, talking to people, but yeah. I can't claim I fully understood the workings of this place, but in that moment I felt I knew what I needed to do. I felt that it was the right time to offer up this life I owe, that I could risk it all on the wager that the rest of you would manage without me. Oh, glad am I to see that I was right. As different and mysterious as the ancients may be, they were people not unlike us. Yeah, I've been saying that for a while. The first people to fall and feel pain, and the first force to find a way to rise again. From them we have come, and in our pain and suffering we are connected. I don't think I ever knew what to say to the man. In retrospect, it always felt like the wrong thing. But the past notwithstanding, he came to your aid in your moment of need. We are here, and we will not squander this chance he has given us. We will see this tale to a triumphant conclusion and bid the final curtain fall. Yeah, that's what he said. Let's usher in an ending worthy of the grandest ovation, one that will give all Aetherius cause to raise their voices in celebration. Endwalker. Yup. Are you ready to go into the weird egg, Sucro?
Walk to the end.
Nod. Nod. Then let us set forth for the reckoning. Having come this far, I know everyone's resolve is beyond doubt, so I will say only this. Within that dead sun swirls the emotions that Meteon has hoarded. The emotions of innumerable souls who strove for happiness but failed. As it was with the denizens of Ultima Thule that barred our way, it is not for us to rebuke and admonish. 'Twas not by passing judgment on the tragic legacies of others that we arrived at this moment. Rather, it was by opening our hearts to their despair, by understanding and acknowledging their fates, while still refusing to share in them ourselves, to hold fast to hope, not in ignorance, but by choice. Should you struggle to do so, I am here to help, as you have all helped me. Determined. Nod. Folding arms. Leave it to me, says Thancred in the background. We will prevail. Everyone's going home today, understood? Let's put an end to the end. Oh, these are all good, though. It's time to end the end. We can do this, everyone. Aye! Says all. Canceling the dead ends now accessible. That's a really clever name for the dungeon. I actually have not seen this dungeon name. This is a dungeon name I completely avoided. Wow. Emmett Selk and Hythlodaeus created these flowers from our hopes. If so, mine and Alize's shall live on here. The hope that you will find happiness at Journey's End. So let us go, Sucro, and see this tale to its conclusion. Just so you know, Sucro, I won't try to keep up with you in the coming battle. No, I mean to surpass you. If there's anyone who'll need to keep up, it's Justinian. I'm not joking. Both Alphino and I have worked hard and come far. It's time we set our sights higher. So you'd better watch out, else you'll find yourself in my wake. I am returned thanks to you, but we still have work to do if we are to make our promise a reality. Having you show me the sights in Ishgard, then regaling me your greatest adventures, then embarking on a new adventure together. For these things and more I will fight. For the taco I will get in the future, I will fight. What? Could there possibly be an adventure greater than this one? Of course. So long as you desire it and dare to take the first step, there's absolutely no limit. So the moment of reckoning is finally upon us. I must say, when I pledged myself to your cause, never did I imagine that it would bring me to the very edge of existence. Not that I'm complaining, mind you. After casting aside vengeance and shedding title and duty, I found myself wanting for purpose. And journeying with you, there's been nary a dull moment. With the course of it all, I feel as though I've found a new place for myself, and a welcome opportunity to see how much the boy has grown. I owe you a debt, aye. But as you can guess, I've ever preferred to express my gratitude through action rather than word. My lance is yours. Seems our arms and armor are in order, as are our personal effects. Most importantly, we have each other. We need only finish what we came here to do. For at the end, for Minfilia, for Reen, for all who aspire to live. Thus far, we encountered the recreations of some few stars. Doubtless they account for but a fraction of the innumerable worlds to whose fall Meteon did bear witness. Roiling with torment, the dead sun is forsooth Oblivion's apotheosis. It shall be no small coup to breach this nexus of despair. And yet, as this vista doth prove, where there is hope, there is a way. So let us press forward together, as ere we have, and find our way unto victory. As Alphino says, everyone's resolve is beyond doubt. Yet ere we set forth, there's a thought to which I must give voice. While you were in Elpis, I understood that people assumed you were a familiar. In contrast, those phantoms we encountered in the recreated Amarat regarded us as children. As people, albeit naive and immature, the discrepancy, I posit, is a reflection of their creator's perspective. Having spent eons among sundered men, perhaps he came to acknowledge us, even if only subconsciously. With Emmett Selkon, we may never learn the truth, but I will not suffer this and countless other mysteries to go unsolved. Our journey will not end this day. That's a randomly really interesting point from Y'shtola. I'm gonna do, like, the final be right back, I guess. If you have any suggestions for who to use in the final dungeon of Endwalker, the final dungeon of 6.0, I should say, feel free to place them in the chat as you do. Hello. The one suggestion I've received here is the twins and Graha.
I stand ever ready.
I worry a little bit about this because I know Alphino prioritizes healing Alize. And I might need a healer who's, like, not prioritizing Alize. So I might amend this to
Our fates are not yet sealed.
this combination. Potentially. I guess it could be fine,
It
though.
would be a pleasure as always.
Alphino hasn't gotten to be in dungeons, actually. Let's go with this. I said that was the final Be Right Back, but it might not be. Who knows?
So you are finally here, in this place between death and rebirth, where life knows no dawn.
Well, they should find the trail to dawn then. Oh, here we go.
Come then,
Hey, Starbird.
follow
Multiple.
me down into the darkest depths of despair.
God. So they're finally here, etc. I might... The Starbird is probably very expensive, so I probably don't actually have the Hey, those are bones. Also, this music is interesting. That's bones. There's no search function.
There was a beautiful blue star
There's no search function for... Wait, there is a
that
search
fell
function.
to pestilence and rotted inside and out.
Not found. Oh. Light and darkness. Yeah, that makes sense.
It's been a while since this one was used. The plague will consume us all, says this creature.
Yeah, yo.
Oh no.
I'm the tallest of mountains, I am the roughest of waves, I'm the toughest of terrors, I am the darkest of days, I'm the last one that's standing. Don't try to stand in my way, cause I've been up against better, just take a look at my face. Cause if you're messing with me, I am a dangerous weapon, I am the sharpest of blades, I'll cut you down in a second, cause I was born in this pain, it only hurts if you let it, so if you think you can take me, then you should go and forget it. And after all this time, you're back for more. I won't stop until they know my name, so I'll take what's mine and start this war. I'm coming at you like a tidal wave, tidal wave, tidal wave. When everything you know has come and gone, you are at your lowest, I am rising higher, only scars remain of who I was, what I find in the ashes, you lose in the fire. When there's no one left to carry on, this is an illusion, open up your eyes and, this pain, persists, I can't resist, but that's what it takes to be infinite.
I think that face is how I feel right now too.
And tell me what you really see, I never end,
with infinite
and that's the
going
difference
on.
in you and me, cause when your time is up, and everything is falling down,
But it's funny, though.
only me and you, who is gonna save you now. So look around you, and tell me what you really see, you live a lie, and that's the difference in you and me, I have the power, let me show you what it's all about, it's only me and you, who is gonna save you now.
This is going to go on for a
save
while.
you now?
The weather.
I am the tallest of mountains, and
can't.
don't you ever forget it, if you step in the ring, then you're
Inevitability.
gonna regret it, take it, cause if you're messing with me, then you should know that it's over, I don't crumble for nothing,
Oh, this
I've
is
got the
toxic
world on
pool.
my shoulders, meow.
Thank you, Callie. Now I can actually read dialogue. Why do you ask such a question? Do you not see the plague and pestilence that consumes us? Ours is a world of rancid blood and rotting flesh where death is the only remedy to suffering. There's no meaning to be found in such misery. But it was not always thus. Beneath the waves, we knew only peace and plenty. Oh, this is a response to Medion, yeah. Oh, yeah, it is. We wanted for naught and yet craved more, that our progeny might someday flourish as we never could. Eventually, we ventured to the lands above, bearing flame and iron, toppling any who dared oppose our might. The world was ours for the taking. Also, for the record, I do think it was funny to use the infinite button. Wait. Plagued. Toxic miasma is warping the flesh. You keep selecting Medion instead of the enemies? Well, I mean, you can sort of avert that by setting your targeting to enemies, I think. If you're on a controller. Potentially. So, yeah. We'll take a look at every area we pass through. This is quite a lot going on here. Yeah? Medion?
Until they curse not the illness, but their fellow corrupt.
What was the thing you said that led into that line of dialogue? There was a beautiful blue star that fell into pestilence and rotted inside and out. Alphino said, "Is this truly what Medion and her sisters saw?" Medion continues, "The more that its people clung to life, the more they suffered, until they cursed not the illness, but their fellow corrupted." Purify them with fire, I say. Be gone with you. You lot brought the pestilence. You! Oh yeah, you're right. They are all just called that. Also, this is like very serious and grim and stuff, but Warped Flesh K over here, the tall one, has a funny face and a funny ambling gait. A funny walk. I like this look. Oh, that is a completely hollow suit. I was going to be like, I like this look at what people on other planets are like, even though they're all like dying. I liked seeing what they were and what they were like before the calamities and whatnot. But also that's a completely empty suit, and I was just like, oh. If we ever do explore the reflections, what's to say that people similar to these ones didn't survive in any of those somehow? It could be possible in some way. Though maybe not, since they're all from completely different stars, and they're reflections of this star and not like the universe as a whole. Shrug. I mean, yeah, it's probably... They probably wouldn't exist on any reflections, I guess. This world is not the boundless paradise we were promised. Our population quickly outstripped the habitable land. Habitable? While seas we thought would shine forever blue ran dry, spoiled in forging the tools of conquest. Cramped homes turned to squalor, and then came the sickness. Our undoing and the final blessing the star has to offer. We are no longer the fools we once were. Wheresoever life goes, death will follow. Indeed, existence is but the most painful path into nothingness, and the wise embrace their obliteration wholeheartedly. I mean, it's possible that... Well, that's something coming up. It's possible that, people could have somehow found their way to one of the reflections and not the source, I guess. Because, like, the dragons were from another star, and they found their way to the source, but, like, is it possible to go through space and land on, like, the second or something? Caustic Grebulov. To live only meant spreading this plague to others. Graha said, were all the stars she visited like this, I wonder?
Those who lived and festered.
Oh hey, I know this model skeleton. Are we to assume that all of the people here were called Grebulovs? Help me. Or is the Grebulov a specific something? Oh, there's wind. Oh, I see. Oh, the area is called the Grebulov Pillars. I didn't even notice that.
You underestimate me.
Don't leave me. Craven companionship? Wait, what? What? Well, we lose, I guess.
My thanks.
Oh wait, no, they pop back up.
Slept long enough.
I've slept long enough. Oh. Oh, everybody stacks with the red I always forget what those mean. I think they were running toward me and then died. Why isn't it just a stack marker, I guess? I mean, no, that would be different. That's a stack marker. I feel like it's still a little bit on the AI and not me necessarily. Well, it's not entirely on me, maybe. Shrug. Unclear. They were trying to get to me to stack for that.
Allow me.
I think I've had my fill of this nightmare, says Alize. The last earring of so that's why they're called the last whatever. I remember seeing that item name. So yeah, Shell Mound, Grebulov Pillars, Pestilent Sands. Pray we never return there.
And the very last of them wish they had never been born at all.
Visions of another world unfold before your eyes. Judgment Day. Oh. Well, this is quite different.
In a faraway place, a brilliant star eradicated disease.
Oh, this is techno future.
Before destroying all the self-same lives it had saved.
Such wanton destruction, says Grahatia. Freedom fighters, huh? I feel like this also, in a way, serves as a preview of how different the reflections could be, even if none of these specific things show up again. Because this is showing a lot of places that are very different from what we know. The armadillos are 13 enemies. Also interesting that pestilence and then war. That's a good thing to point out. Executing peace protocol, commencing extermination. Yeah, that sounds like sci-fi dystopia to me. Yeah, I know there's specific civilizations and stuff. I'm just saying, like, I don't know if that was in response to anything I specifically said. I'm just saying they're all very different from things that we've seen, and thus, in a way, it is showing how different other worlds can be, and that probably includes their reflections. Which makes me more excited to see the reflections in the future if we do.
I have you now.
Yeah. It is. Long forgotten correspondence.
Its people sought ever greater freedoms no matter the cost.
Your compliance is not a factor. Not everyone would have abandoned hope, I know it. That otherworldly beings should first grace us with their presence is a sign. Indeed, they understand that we, the global community, that's a dystopian name if I've ever heard one, are possessed of the wisdom and compassion needed to guide this star back to the path of righteousness.
Just take a look at this.
I am. Yet the freedom fighters dare to undermine us, inviting chaos to disrupt the order we labored so hard to build. They've forgotten the history of this star and its once myriad nations. The wars waged, the countless lives lost. They must be brought to heel, the world united under a single standard, no matter the cost. Garlemald in space! Again! Garlemald 3, it's in space, but a different part of space. It's very interesting that we're fighting the freedom fighters at this part, too. Empires are always doing these things. Both sides are hostile? I guess so. I think we've only fought freedom fighters so far. The boss enemy that's like destroying everything is clearly part of the global community, I would guess. Well, yeah, we're not literally facing them, but still. Do we have names for places around here? Other than Judgment Day?
They tried to buy peace with fire and steel.
Remember your orders, no survivors, said one of them.
You underestimate me!
We have them now, says this one freedom fighter. Except they don't. We constructed the Peacekeeper, the pinnacle of engineering and technology. This mighty war machine was designed to rid us of the freedom fighters, as well as any other potential threats to the peace we have so long pined for. Did it deem you a threat and then kill you? Its artificial intelligence ensures that this singular function is carried out with cold and calculating precision. Indeed, the 10,000 Peacekeeper units we created have now routed every threat to peace, including us. Da-da-da-da-da-da. All that remains is to stand and fight. You pranked yourselves. We've come too far to back down now.
Allow me.
Resuming peace protocol. All life forms must be eliminated to achieve peace and perpetuity. The robots did the classic interpretation of there's only peace when there's nothing. Deploying perpetual war machines. Please stand by for order to fire. Deploying perpetual war machines is a hell of a thing to say. I got hit by that because I was standing in between them, but not like far away enough. I get it. Vital signs detected. Initiating extinction protocol in accordance with primary directive. Are you playing a melee character? If so, LOL. Good luck. Peacefire is the name of that attack that just happened. Electromagnetic repellent? Oh, okay. Just use arm's length. Oh. Elimination. Is there an actual... Oh. I was gonna be like, is there an actual difference between that indicator and a different tank buster one? And then my question was immediately answered by Alize getting vaporized. And then she stood up again immediately. God dang it, Alphino. I blame you for this somehow. Alize, don't stand on top of me. You've learned how badly that ends for you. 9 tank busters are pretty rare. Yeah, this time Alize won't die. That makes a cool sound. This is not at all what technology was meant for, says Graha. Thanks for your insight, Graha Tia. Now we just have to do that 9,999 more times.
What is the point? There were none left to answer.
I did it! I killed them all! Oh. I killed them all. Remember how we heard about nuclear weapon, or like weapons of mass destruction being launched by like the last person and then wiping out everybody else? I guess we get to see that, huh? You did a bad job. Don't do that. No shoot nukes. The plenty. Oh. Is this the world where everything was too happy and people did not find despair anymore? Or yeah, it has to be. The world tree. At last our time has come. Mercy for us all. Release at last. I choose death. Oh, they've invented a sphinx to delete them.
Or its joys.
Is my time not yet come? Only in death may we find peace. This design reminds me of something, but I don't know what. Please, O merciful Rala, free us from the shackles of mortality. Death delivered on golden wings. Beautiful creatures, the time has come. Death's sweet release. Golden wings and Xeno protest. Hey, stop that. One butterfly escaped. This dungeon is a heck of a dungeon. Long-forgotten essence. A curious traveler visited our star, a bird which proffered these questions. What meaning does life hold? For what do you strive? I could find no satisfactory answers, only bittersweet memories of an age-long past. There was a time when we were lesser, and in our nescience sought purpose, struggled to justify life's worth. That was, of course, before we achieved perfection. Now condemned to our paradise, we understand the fatuity of existence. Like the fledglings we once were, the poor bird could not accept the truth. It asked us again and again, hoping perhaps our answer might change. Yay, battle dance. Only in death may we find peace. Finally, we are free. Xenofauna. They do evoke the ancients. They remind me of like something completely unrelated to 14, but I couldn't tell you what it is. But yeah, this is not unlike the ancients in some ways. Yeah, the ancients could have become this. That's definitely the vibe that I was getting. By golden wings shall we know our end.
What its people had gained from ease, they lost at
I've waited for this moment, thank you, they say. Well, that's gonna be the boss, obviously. Oh, I haven't noticed that the objectives say meet the 6th end, meet the 8th end, meet the 17th end. Rala, I beseech you, free me from this mortal coil, says this person. Yeah, I'm not clearing them, I'm leaving them behind. That's a good use of the dungeon objectives.
You underestimate me.
I mean, I think I struggle to imagine a place where everything is too good and everyone wants to die because they're bored or whatever. Idolizing suffering. I mean, that's what these people have evidently become. I don't know if the game itself is doing so. Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't know how much I believe that. I mean, I guess. I don't know what the no was in response to. I think I agree with you that I don't agree with this like world. Like I can't really imagine this happening, I guess. I don't know. It is a thought experiment. There was a time when we yearned to explore the heavens, found purpose in the hope of unveiling life's mysteries. A dream shattered when we reached enlightenment and found it empty. There was a time when we believed in our legacy, thought ourselves marking a worthy path our successors might follow. Efforts rendered futile when we discovered the keys to paradise and immortality. As individuals, we struggled to know what was right, yet in today's perfect unity, there's not left to question. We are infinity constricted by the finite, but no more. Rala shall grant us the mercy of annihilation. Well, I mapped the realm. Well, that's a tree. I think I can try and experience boss mechanics myself before they're all explained. The Last Mercy. I think the boss design is kind of neat. Also, Alize said at some point they lost their passion for everything, even life itself. No, how could they?
Created the kindest, most gentle of beasts.
It does feel like a Sin Eater. The tank buster was called Pity.
Its steps were light, and its gift was as painless as it was beautiful. Bathed in its golden glow,
Life's breath.
they all slept happily ever after.
Oh, it's like Ultima. With the bits for that one.
You underestimate me.
Oh, that's the, okay. I think I didn't get hit by that? Maybe I did? I don't know. No, I didn't.
Hold still. Hold still.
Oh, I didn't notice you were doing that. I have 2 Vuln stacks, apparently.
Something special for you.
Swords. Huh. It is gray now. Comedy and causality. That makes sense. At least now we have an idea of what drives her. They attained paradise, and yet it proved their unmaking. Not at all what I expected. A great dread, nigh beyond description, yet hangeth on the air. Calamity of... I didn't catch that one. Gra, please say your line again. Calamity of disease or war I can understand, but paradise... I'm no stranger to despair. I would not be here with you otherwise. However deep this despair, we cannot give up. Alphino. Alphino, your line, please. I shudder to think how many more worlds she watched fall. Okay, you can go back and it is all gray over here. I have eye level 640, so I'm not that far away from what you just said. At least. 640 is probably more than enough for most stuff.
That you still stand. Your determination defies all reason.
It's a pretty good stat. I have a lot of it in materia, I think.
The souls within me writhe and recoil in your presence. What must I do? What pain must I visit upon you to make you surrender to despair?
No one is unbreakable. What pains one may weather may bring another to tears.
That's true.
But therein lies our strength. For when we fall, our brothers and sisters are there to raise us up, again and again, without end.
Apparently not so much the case for the planets that we just, like, took a tour of visions of, because everybody there ended up in the same boat somehow. Like, there was a planet spanning evil empire or whatever, eternal war, planet spanning perfect paradise that apparently made people want to die, question mark. Yeah, I don't know about this last one. I think I agree with you, Razir. I'm not sure exactly how that would, how the circumstances would lead to the world here, but it is a way that something could theoretically go wrong, I guess.
I see.
I'm Bird, says Medion.
But no matter how much hope exists, ever will there be more despair.
Oh, well, I was wondering how many Medion, or Matea there were. It seems like this many. Hundreds. And now they combine into the boss fight. Hello, Endsinger. I know your name. I've known your face and your name for a while. Hello, the Endsinger.
On your guard.
Is this the part where...
The rage. It rises. Rises.
Ah, you're just a face with wings. So, oh, you also have like a smaller face. This is a creepy design. Have some planets, yeah, apparently. Istinian. Something about Estinian going, ah! There is kind of funny. But one Medion disagrees.
Please.
One day Starfall Dive will work. I was going to say, is this the part where... Ah, nice barrier. I was gonna say, this is either the part where all of the scions are just deleted so that we have to summon other players, or...
Die in pain. We die in
somehow they survive and there's another duty support.
to live. Who are you to hope?
I'm a cat.
Hold on, my friends.
Oriange, watch out!
Where's Sucro in this scene?
Alphino!
We cannot comprehend. We cannot know. We cannot know.
What happened to Sucro? Where'd she go? Where the cat is at?
Don't, please. Don't do this to them.
Oh, she took the first hit and fell down. I didn't notice, I think.
One good strike.
No, we need a lot more than one. Oh, jeez.
Please stop.
We will not suffer alone. All will know our pain.
No, you don't!
Passage of Arms. I know that one. No, my wings are stronger than yours, says the inn singer, apparently. Probably. Yeah, there were a lot of civilizations that were like, we learned too much and then despaired. Farewell, everybody. Gasp.
All awash in ice, a frozen waste, forever silent.
Everyone's just flying around. Aha!
Wait!
Wait, is this bad? I don't know what Sucro just said.
Don't!
Why not? Wait.
Spare no effort to keep thy loved ones safe.
Oh, she uses it to teleport everyone else away. Oh, I get it. That's why we have to summon other people. Okay, that's fair. I accept this. Hey.
You gifted them escape
Sure did.
and rendered yourself powerless.
No, that's your mistake.
Bereft of the synergy you claim is your strength. Unless you need to call upon the dead once more.
Nope, just gonna hit you with a sword.
Defiant to the last. But you will be one with us ere long.
But I'm not even a bird. I'm a cat.
You will be battered and torn and made to crawl. You will weep and wail and curse your impotence. Curse your life as it fades.
I will roll my eyes and hit you with the sword until you stop your rambling.
As we died. Such pain and sorrow we felt. Such anguish and rage. We tried. We tried. But it was no use.
Yeah, also there's a story.
Only when we surrender
There's a plot armor.
we find release. Only when we embrace death.
I guess this is all the civilizations you've taken the hearts of talking.
So join us in despair and embrace yours.
Sending away party mates who won't be able to handle the fight. That's a little... I mean... What are they gonna do? Stand in waves of light and die again? It'd be funny. What? Insinger hears something.
My ultimatum. What is happening?
What is happening? Oh. What?
What is this?
What? Gasp?
At the end of everything, I find you, my friend. I sought something in you once.
Xenos became Shinryu again. Okay.
When at last I understood what it was, I journeyed to Sharlayan to seek you out. Struck a bargain with the woman who shares your gift.
Wait. What are you saying to me? Hold on. At the end of everything I find you, I sought something in you once as you didn't. Did I? I don't know if I did. You're just kind of in the way, man. Anyway.
In exchange for lending the Scions my aid, I was given the means
He thinks
to come
so.
hither.
Okay.
Gorging upon what remained of the Mother Crystal, I reclaimed the form of the dragon. And, hungry still for our reunion, I rode the light of the stars to you.
I made myself into a spaceship, Sucro.
I take it this is your prey.
Yeah, I guess.
But why does it still live? Surely it is no match for you.
Why haven't you killed it yet?
I assumed you would be above something so banal as despair. Am I mistaken?
I mean, it's a lot of despair, man. It's like worlds worth of it. Like hundreds of them. I don't want your help. If it comes to it, I won't save you. Piss off, Kupo. I don't want your help, man.
And I'd rather not give it. Nay, I would have preferred that we enjoy a private reunion. So come! Let us dispense with this distraction, you and I!
Well, alright then, whatever. You're not gonna convince me to like Xenos video game, but this is cool, I guess.
You struggle in vain. You will not silence our song of oblivion.
Time for the power of Azim. To summon 7 other people. Okay, now let's fly around for like 10 minutes while the queue happens. The final day now accessible. Oh yeah, it is Big Fat Tacos. Oh, that's not... Okay, it's above Xenos. Xenos has projected a platform for us, I guess. Well... Oh yeah, they did do that. I'm gonna do this one more time. Hope you don't mind. Hello. The lower eye level thing makes sense to me because they want this to like have an impact, right? The weather is termination. Also, I'd like to add that my retainers have brought me the last accessories plenty of times. So they've been to that dungeon a lot. I don't know how this happened, but it did. Well. Is this gonna be is this a medley of all the boss music? Or just a bunch of it? This is every final boss theme? Oh geez. Oh, the last items dropped from some 6.0 ones. Oh yeah, here's Hades. I think. I forgot that that optional dungeons were a thing that existed. Are the 6.0 optional dungeons something I should show? Are they like good? You recommend them. Okay, interesting. There won't be duty support for them, so but yeah. Hey look, it's the main theme. They're both easier than the dead ends. God, if To the Edge was in here. I hope they don't expect this to make me like Xenos or hand it to Xenos in any way. I appreciate Xenos more as a character than I did in Stormblood, but I hate him more than I did in Stormblood. Rest well. This has been a long stream. So it's understandable to leave. Thanks for stopping by. It'd be really funny if it was too late for us to get a party for this and then we just had to stop here. I think that'd be very funny. I think Xenos has no redeeming qualities. Aw, I'm glad you think the streams are cool. I guess? Truthfully, that one part of Endwalker made me so upset that I question why anyone would ever like Xenos ever. But that's like, I guess you could argue that's more Fandaniel's fault than Xenos, but whatever. They're both terrible. It says average wait time less than 5 minutes, by the way. That's fair too, I guess. That's also fair. Well, I mean, if Xenos loses, the entire universe might end, assuming we don't also win while Xenos loses. So, you know, we are kind of rooting for one over the other at this point. In theory. And we're gonna have to delete Xenos eventually. Unless Xenos dies in this fight, which would be funny. Well, maybe not funny, it'd be interesting. Well. Xenos, my cool summoning spell is taking a while. Sukru just starts yelling McDonald's at Xenos because she thinks she sees one on a planet that they're passing by while they're waiting. Maybe if I tidy up the place, people will show up. That's the wrong one. Had food at home, yeah. McDonald's cannot be destroyed, but it's not for hope. It's for some other mysterious reason. Where does this exit go to? Too far away. Oh. That makes sense. That makes sense, yeah. I don't know what to do when waiting in line. This is true in the video game and also, I guess, in real life. Sukru needs a Game Boy to play a mini game on while this is happening. Sukru needs a Game Boy with that one, like, Beetle mini game from Super Mario RPG on it. Sukru will get the high score. Average wait time has escalated to 8 minutes, while the time itself has passed that number. It is 3:28 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, or maybe Eastern Daylight Time. I don't know. Eastern Time. For whatever that's worth. Yeah. What if we sit here for like 30 minutes and the boss never pops up and we literally have to wait till the next stream because the queue never happens? At the very end of Endwalker. Do you think that would be funny or irritating? Vote now on your phones. Torture beyond all measure? Yeah, maybe. Maybe not that much, I guess, actually. That seems like a lot. Oh no.
Here we go. So they're finally here, performing for you. If you know the words, you can join in too. Put your hands together, if you want to clap, as we take you through this monkey rap. Huh? DK, Donkey Kong. He's the leader of the bunch, you know him well. He's finally back, to kick some tail. His coconut gun came firing spurts. If he shoots ya, it's gonna hurt. He's larger, faster, and stronger too. He's the first member of the DK crew. Huh? DK, Donkey Kong. DK, Donkey Kong is here. This Kong's got style, so listen up dudes. She can shrink in size, to suit her mood. She's quick and nimble, when she needs to be. She can float through the air, and climb up trees. If you choose her, you'll not choose wrong. With a skip and a hop, she's one cool Kong. Huh? DK, Donkey Kong. He has no style, he has no grace. This Kong has a funny face. He can handstand when he needs to, and stretch his arms out just for you. Inflate himself just like a balloon. This silly Kong just digs this tune. Huh? DK, Donkey Kong. DK, Donkey Kong is here. He's back again, and about time too, and this time, he's
I really
in the
did
mood.
make this
He
exist,
can fly
huh?
real high, with his jetpack on, with his pistols out. He's one tough Kong. He'll make you smile when he plays his tune, but gremlins beware, cause he's after you. Huh? DK, Donkey Kong. Huh? Finally, he's here for you. It's the last member of the DK crew. This Kong's so strong, it isn't funny, can make a gremlin cry out for mommy. Can pick up a boulder with relative ease, makes crushing rocks seem such a breeze. He may move slow, he can't jump high, but this Kong's one heck of a guy. Come on Cranky, take it to the fridge. Walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells, grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Aw yeah. Walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells, grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Aw yeah.
Hooray! Oh no! It reads the input from my controller in both programs. I can't do this. Oh no. Shucks. My funny plan. Can I bind this to the keyboard? I don't know how to set this up on a keyboard in a way that's not terrible. I did it. Maybe? You want to try that? Thank you for petting Calico. I guess we have to cancel the queue for that, right? So... let me know when you're ready. Hello, welcome back. We are waiting in line for the final boss and it might not happen because time. I also opened Visual Boy Advance because I was waiting for the queue. Okay. We will try double tank. Average wait time 14 minutes, it says. In the meantime, the adventures of Q. I guess you can't choose gender in Monster Rancher Advance 1, which is just something I happen to have on my legal Game Boy Advance. Ranch. I just noticed there was a text box with ranch as the only word in it. Yeah! I need more video games to play as a joke above other video games than just this one. Because I feel like I've done this before. I'm not paying attention to anyone or what they say. Wait, is Q related to zest or aroma in some way? Oh, the names, yeah. We need a 4-letter word. Or 4 characters, at least. Well. What's another word for a Q? But a line. Let's see how this goes. I could skip the animation, but the suspense. Oh. Okay. Sure. Actually, no. If I'm allowed to say no, then nah. Golems will never hit anything. I don't know. Let's make Mikote Voice 5 sound effects. Wow! That's illegal. I can't use this one. The voice is too powerful. Okay. Coco. Oh yeah, I could try ghosts. You're right. Let's try it in all caps. That's also illegal. That's another dragon. I don't have those yet. That's a lot of accuracy and speed. $360. I do everything as a bit only. I pressed the wrong button. Likes sleeping, dislikes nothing. All right. Yay, you did it. I don't think I'll have very good power growth with no scope here. Take a nap. Behold that frog. Behold those bunois that are in front of you. What about, how much intelligence do I get? Yeah, that, yeah. You failed the intelligence trial. No. You tried though. Wow. Maximum nutrition, maximum appreciation. Nuts to anything else. This will probably make you spoiled, though. How do you save in this game? Oh, that. Wait, no, that's... I don't remember how to save. That's funny. Special? No. Not at all. Well, whatever. Oh! Doesn't matter. Hey, we got there. Sorry, no scope, you're not real. Someone in the chat said 1,000-hour journey comes to an end. I'm so nervous. I guess I'll do main tank though. Everyone is very positive. Generally. Hello, the in-singer.
Ends this day. There is nowhere you can flee that we cannot follow.
Even stars must die.
I don't know what I was dodging there. Recreating the despair she experienced. Okay, so there's like planets. Oh. I don't understand. Two at a time, then smashes them together.
Your suffering is at an end. This is a kindness.
Oh.
All of us have known despair.
Okay. Yeah. That one I get. What? Tank Buster for both tanks? Now that's funny. That's a funny joke.
We have seen the end.
You've seen an end. But you haven't seen where this is going to end. Okay, I guess I sort of get it with that one.
The same end. Again and again.
Is that planet doing okay? Oh, it's like the same end again, as in literally the same explosion. Got it. Tragedy is about to be repeated. Just use arm's length.
A sorrow so deep only emptiness remains.
Oh. Okay. Sure.
Tis so lonely between the stars.
Didn't even realize you were doing that.
We have seen the end.
Oh wait, there's another set of planets. Shoot. Oh no, I don't like this one.
The same end. Again and again.
I don't like where this is going. What the heck, man? Lady? Is that... Oh god. That's a lot going on.
There is only one place it may be found.
What the... Demon. Well, kind of. Despair meter. I don't know what that means. That makes sense. Oh yeah, it does say the Insinger prepares to seal the fate of the universe. You're right.
Oblivion.
Skyrim. Elder Scrolls Online. Oh, wait. Wait. Wow, okay. Wow, So someone in the chat was spamming tank LB, and I didn't process this and then remember where my limit break was until it was too late. And now both of the healers left. Uh-oh. Well, I didn't know there was a...
Our hunt ends this day. There is nowhere you can flee that we cannot follow.
Even stars must die.
You know what? You know what actually causes despair? People who leave after one mistake. Making me feel like I've ruined everything. Immediately. I was talking about how my confidence is shattered immediately upon making single mistakes. But if people are also leaving as soon as I make any mistakes, then... well, not a good feeling. It is their problem, I guess.
Utterly futile. Your suffering is at an end. This is a kindness.
It's also less obvious than the other time this has been necessary in recent memory. Oh.
All of us have known despair.
Oh, does that limit break hit other people that you're next to? Or not limit break, tank buster. Someone died somehow. I pushed the wrong button.
The same end. Again and again.
I didn't make it out of that one. Oh wait, no I didn't.
A sorrow so deep only emptiness remains.
Tether? Oh wait, no, that's a tether healing me. Not an enemy tether. I can't see.
Tis so lonely between the stars. We have seen the end. The same end. Again and again. If there is no happiness in life, there is only one place it may be found.
Yeah, they were saying hit LB at 3.
Oblivion.
I hit it at 4. I hope that's fine. It was fine.
Dynamis. No matter. You only delay the inevitable. This is fate. Your time has come. It always does.
What does that mean? Well. Hey, it is the part in the RPG where everyone's prayers revive you or whatever.
What is this defiance? No! The hatred, the pain, the
I have to
loss.
manually trigger that one, by the way.
We cannot suffer it again.
I had to weave that one in there.
We will stand against fate.
I like how at this point the boss is just doing whatever, and like we can't really do anything but keep doing damage.
We've been here before.
I think. Okay, there are mechanics.
Many a time.
Thus do we know.
To never give up.
The hope will shine again.
What we saw.
Yeah!
What I saw.
The Song of Hope. Unfortunately, the fight is gonna be over in, like, now.
If this is what
Sure.
then what is it? Where lies happiness?
How the fight tends to end right after the cutscene, so the music doesn't. I still feel bad because the healers left, and it was arguably, according to them, possibly my fault. Thank you for petting Calico. Oh god, everything is being redeemed.
To the stars. We know that life is. Disconnect from your body. Bragging of bad luck.
Destroy!
Well. Yeah, I was supposed to have known because they said tank LB, tank LB, tank LB, tank LB like 50 times in the chat, and I didn't process that immediately. I did say I've never done this before in the chat. Also. Well, okay. Here I am on whatever this is. Oh. I was actually thinking, is there gonna be a part like the Cloud and Sephiroth duel, but with me and Xenos? There was a tiny message. Yeah. Hi, Medion.
No
Sound of
matter where
Medion
we
leaving the
flew,
party.
There was only darkness, and loneliness, and pain. We couldn't find the answers Hermes yearned for. The answers he deserved.
I don't know if I executed it perfectly. I got hit. By definition, that's not perfect.
Greetings.
I got 3 commendations,
You are
though.
my final encounter.
I was your final boss. No, you were my final boss.
I wish to hear your words, share your feelings. know your thoughts. May we please
Oh.
be friends?
I had the feeling that that line would pop up again. Oh. Smile.
Yes, I can see them. The memories of a long, long journey.
Very. Many hours.
So many people. The thoughts of them overflowing in your heart.
Smile.
What they live for. What gives their lives meaning. There was never a single answer.
This song is back.
You gather pieces of happiness, precious and fragile, only to lose them. Then start again. On and on it goes, until death takes you into its gentle embrace. That which Hermes sent us to find was there all this time. On Atheris.
It wasn't always there. We created it together. We created it together.
Like a field of flowers, perhaps. At first a single blossom. It spreads and takes on more colors. Thank you for guiding me here. To find these words at journey's end fills me with joy.
All of the screenshots I've taken are not great for thumbnails because of how spoilery they probably are, but you know, still.
And so, before I fall forever silent, there is one thing I must do. No expression of regret will undo what my sisters and I have done, will restore what we have stolen. But if you would allow it, I would sing one last song. A song of the newfound joy that swells in my heart. Of the beauty of light when it shines across a dark and starless sea.
Oh, you thought a gun was loading? What, you mean like this? No, I won't fire. Maybe when Xenos is in the shot, I'll take a shot, but you know. Not to scare you or anything. I just have the ability to make that sound.
Of a dream. That from the soil of worlds now lost to sorrow, life will spring forth once more. Nourished by gentle rains and caressed by uplifting winds. A song of hope.
Oh, a Song of Hope. I know those. Now, the first days are here. And thus did Sucro inadvertently kind of create or recreate the universe. Or part of it. I guess? Cat Planet? Welcome, new galaxy! That's right.
One day, life will fill the universe again. And Hermes will see this and smile. How, I do not know.
She's blue again.
But I do know that, Where there is a will, there is a way. After all, miracles happen every day. Do they not?
Smile. Nod.
I will create a path back to your ship, where your dear friends await. Hold in your heart your desire to return to them, then follow my lead and walk forth.
Xenos can stay here, though. Xenos can be stuck at the end of the universe.
You true.
Because he was also over there somewhere. Bird. He's not here anymore. Unless he interrupts right now. That could be a thumbnail. There's nothing here. Spoilers, there's a big color plane. Yeah,
you mean to return to the world where you are hailed as a hero.
What is this?
I guess he's here. Dot.
Then. Not as a hero, but as simply you.
Everyone's always hoping for the Wesker.
As I learned in Alamigo, you are a formidable foe.
Hey, this is the quest image for Endwalker. Is this divide right here?
Stronger than any I have faced. Against you, I need bring my all to bear.
Uh-huh.
I need burn through the candle of my life.
Uh-huh.
This is the sole pleasure I know. And it is the sole pleasure I have to share.
I agree. Let's kill him. Or I guess we could leave him at the end of the universe and just...
so I come before you, to issue challenge and offer singular bliss. If you wish to walk away, I will not stop you. You value life. You do not burn yours save for reasons you deem worthy. Reasons such as those which brought you here. The salvation of a world and its people. The motives of a hero true. But there is more to you than that. You know this to be true. As surely as you know the thrill of pushing your body and soul to their limits. Of confronting ever mightier foes, dancing ever closer to the precipice, wondering if this will be the one to finally fill the void.
No, you're describing yourself, man. I'm not the same person you are.
You seek for their own sake, and no other reason. Is this not so, adventurer?
I am an adventurer, but I don't think that means anything. Really? That I can't deny. Think what you will, but I'm not letting you leave this place. I've had enough of you. It ends here. I guess we have to fight him. This is the closest to no. Just go away. I'll make you go away myself if I have to.
Ha! Finally mustered the desire to kill me, have you?
If you pick the first option, you get a smirk.
Go on then. Try and strike me down in this forsaken place. I shall return the favor. Let us indulge in the only worthwhile pursuit and
Sucro-
burn our lives to their end.
Sucro hate this man. Well, at least that's a good screenshot, I guess. Ultimatum. This is beyond the stars, by the way. Well. This is like the Sephiroth thing. I was wondering if this would happen. I practiced that cool scythe flourish for 5 days without sleep. I'm gonna kill you. I invented a square in the space beyond space, that we may duel. Xenos' soul is ablaze with passion. Your souls burn brighter. Or, wait, what is this saying? Xenos' soul is ablaze with passion. Space comes to life with dynamis as your spirit burns in kind. Your souls burn brighter, your power swells. Spark of hope. I'm regenerating HP. Well, you have 6 lives. Oh, that's lives.
Nothing back. Push yourself to your limit and me to mine.
Guess I lost 3 of them somewhere. Oh. I didn't know what that meant.
Is this truly the best Heidelman's chosen can master?
I have to learn before I can execute, man. Wait, do I need to stand in the water for that? Or something? I don't know. Does this do anything? Oh, it does give me fire resistance up.
Show me your vaunted fortitude. Soon you will know the full extent of my power.
Hey, who's that?
Mine for the taking. Mine for the taking.
Oh, we do get a closer look at his... Oh, you say the line. That's funny. We do get a... That was Communio. We do get a slightly closer look at the... Is that a line that is from this part? Or does he actually say that earlier? I think he does, right? I know that's the line. Oh, that's from this. I thought he said it earlier. It was so mimetic that I retroactively imagined that it was from elsewhere. That's funny. Oh, I didn't realize that there were ones from the other. I feel like ignoring a lot of Xenos' mechanics and disrespecting him is the ultimate revenge, actually. So it's good that I'm a tank for this part. Thin ice.
A test of your reflexes.
Oh, I forgot to have reflexes. Oh, it's not over. Wait, it is over.
Ah, my soul.
It's kind of over? It's not exactly over. What are you cheating? Is that what you're doing?
I know you too. The inferno swelling within you.
I mean, oh right, you have to do that.
Come, let all creation be consumed by our ravenous fervor.
I just hate you. That might be what you're detecting. Oh. Unlimited.
Do not tell me your life's fire.
Confronting
is
physical
already
limits and
spent.
choosing to defy them. Nope. Sucro is too powerful for your nonsense. Okay, so you do have to, like, not die.
Rise once more. It mustn't end yet.
You do... There is a mandatory death in the 6, I guess. Oh. I guess you're doing whatever that is. I don't know how I was supposed to figure that one out.
A test of your reflex.
Stop saying that.
I have you. A test of your reflexes. Show me your vaunted fortitude.
Okay, I'll use my invincibility. 0, 0, 0, 0.
Mine for the taking. I have you. Mine for the taking.
Your attack has to happen, sort of. Die disappointed in yourself.
Not yet. Not until the last of me is spent. Now fall.
I guess you have to not die another time. I guess you have a mandatory time when you lose 2 lives. Or something. Oh. Sucro has no weapon anymore. Time to punch, I guess. Just freaking uppercut him in the jaw. Oh no. Don't make Sucro bleed. I hate you forever. Eolus did say that That is true. This is ridiculous. Are we gonna do the cross counter?
To the stars. There my optic blast. I remember the snake block. More than meets the eye.
Destroy!
Thank you. I thought the cross counter was going to happen. I'm kind of glad it didn't, and I just punched him. I kind of want to make that the thumbnail despite the spoilers, but, you know. That punch is amazing on a lollipop. I can only imagine. I reiterate, die disappointed in yourself. You won't, probably. Die disappointed, if nothing else. If nothing else, just die.
That I should lose again.
It's probably because you suck and I hate you that you lost. Zuko doesn't seem to be having the best time. Yeah, die disappointed. I was right to have said that. I'll take your cool scythe. Maybe. Zuko, take nap. I still feel like they're trying to make me care about Xenos or like him.
Understood their obsessions.
Hey, no one said Sucro's going to die.
Besieged by their banality, the world is a mire of tedium and trivialities.
Xenos, I know your whole deal and I don't care.
But in these fleeting moments, there is a spark. Blinding, brilliant.
Sucro is tuning all of this out and just thinking about the instructions on how to leave.
Gone. Too soon. What of you, my mirror? Born into this world, bestowed name, bid to seek out strife and adventure.
Do I get an option to just say, shut up, go away? Oh, this is bad. Oh, yeah. Well, there's a difference between breaking a finger and losing a finger. Broke it that badly? Maybe.
Or a burden.
So they are pretending that the Warrior of Light is dying at the end.
Did you find fulfillment?
I'm not buying it. I mean, of course the Warrior of Light's not dead. The emotional impact of the scene is slightly diminished by this knowledge. That of course it's not over. Well, miracles happen every day, do they not? Hey, that looked like a miracle. Maybe. That's funny. Counter. Zuko, remember when you did the funny trick? I love the just really subdued teleporting away while Xenos just lays there dead. I'm assuming that one of the Scions somehow did that. How could Xenos have done that at all? I see no way that that could be the case. Dynamis power? I don't think Xenos would do that. I don't want to credit Xenos with anything. I think the Scions did something. Xenos gets no credit. Xenos goes in the garbage. And the garbage goes into hell. And then hell collapses into the abyss below.
You can't leave us. Not like this.
Yeah, I got that impression at least.
I'll never forgive you. So come on. Open your eyes and get up.
Xenos, I will never forgive Xenos for what happened. So just cast all of the healing magic until it works. Sucre looks very tired. Credits! We did it, everyone. We got there.
Are you with us?
Yeah, I guess. That's a good face.
Oh, thank the heavens. For a moment we thought...
Is everyone all right? Am I really alive? Are y'all all right?
After what you've done, you're the last person to be asking that.
Okay, they're showing the voice cast as people pop up.
How can you keep your promise if you're not here?
Sucre looks like she's smirking a little bit. I don't know how to read this face that she has. There's Justinian.
Another fine show you've put on, my friend.
A fine show indeed. What were you thinking, fighting alone? Never do that again. My poor heart couldn't bear it.
I didn't have
Put
much of a
yourself in our
choice.
place. If you hadn't returned, how do you think we would feel? And if that sounds harsh, it's because we care.
I didn't have a choice. There was a dang guy who sucked too much to let live.
Could. But how is the pain?
I need a nap for like a week. Probably. Maybe it's fine actually. Nod.
Grievous as thine injuries were, however, I would counsel repose for a time.
Gladdening!
My full party spell?
There's nothing gladdening about this.
Oh, Azim's crystal.
When Meteon appeared in here and told us that you were right behind her, we all got our hopes up.
Oh, right. They probably think I
never
died fighting the Endsinger,
finally
or
deigned
almost
to appear,
died.
You're within an ilm of your life.
You thought they thought the Endsinger did that.
Damn you!
Okay.
Damn you for making us worry!
Sorry.
Oh, those were cries of celebration.
Well, sort of.
Anyway, well, the important thing is that you're all alive and in reasonably good health, and we mean to get you back that way. As for your earlier request, I'm quite certain we're in range to make contact now.
Ah, excellent. Let us announce our return at once. I hope you're ready.
Wink? Ready for what? Questioning head tilt. Urianger
While
hasn't.
you were unconscious, we set out from Ultima Thule, you see.
Uh-huh.
Can you stand? If so, you may wish to see what's outside.
I'll do my best. Okay, they actually give... Oh, nice. They actually give the Warrior of Light more expressions than usual in this scene. It's a sky. That's a good start.
We're home, my friend. We're home.
Oh. Yeah, that's good, actually. Okay, they're not doing the thing where they're putting voice actors next to people as they're there at this point. But here's everyone. God, that must be a Sonic the Hedgehog line that I forgot about. Thank you, Sonic the Hedgehog. Lise is waving. Also, this is the Final Fantasy main theme, of course, with a sick beat added to it. Dragon. So, I named the VODs on YouTube after quests that happened in the thing. And I always name them after, whenever it's the last one in the main story, I always just name it after that. So I guess this is Endwalker, the video, for my channel. I don't know why I felt the need to mention that. But this sure is Endwalker, isn't it? Or it sure was Endwalker, I guess.
Is that?
And yeah, the flight path is probably odd, if that is in, like...
It is! It's the Ragnarok!
If that is in order. And then Sleeping Way fell asleep, and they lost control of the Ragnarok, and it crashed into the ground, and everyone exploded. Huzzah! Oh, that's very funny. Zacard and Amanaling, high five. And a spot of ballroom dancing, yeah. This scene is this scene has to be different too if you haven't done everything. Wait. Why was there like there was a Vieira in like default Vieira gear in the back there, which I don't think lines up with anyone we've seen ever. Oh wait, no, that would be Ivalice maybe.
Welcome home, everyone!
One of Fran's minions. Tataru is off to somewhere. And Kryl. So many people are here. Everyone is here, as they say. Again. I think it should just say Xenos, parentheses, who is dead, and then give the voice credits. For me specifically.
Welcome home!
Oh, did we just land in the water? That makes sense, actually. That's a reasonable way to land. Hey, this stream has been going, or recording, for over 9.5 hours. 9 hours, 32 minutes, and 6 seconds. Well, it's buoyant because it's buoyant because of the buoy, you see. Florida Man is also still dead, that is true. I can now safely skip the credits. It's showing images from like the entire game, I guess. But I'll skip that, yeah. We're all awake too late for this. Is this supposed to be the music that's playing here? Yes, okay. I'm sorry for having you stay awake so much. Right, I figured this was important because it's an actual cutscene and not a slideshow. Mr. Headshot? Everyone is here. Oh, I pressed scroll lock because I was like, will this remove the text so I can get a screenshot? Not really. This is symbolic of how... The Warrior of Light Sucro Funk! That's me! That's her, she's a cat! Wow! That gets applause from me. I'm easily pleased. Title card right there. Oh, this is good too. Sucro, not picture. Title card as in like, that's the thumbnail, you think? That's so many cool cats at the same time.
Dearest mother.
Yeah, that is the
Dearest
thumbnail.
Father. This letter.
Please ticks mosquitoes really bother.
The very last that I write to you from the rising
Alphado
stones.
demands K9 Advantix? God, ruined forever by an advertisement from years ago.
As I
can't believe I thought
to parchment,
I
fondly recall my journey as a scion.
Anyway.
From the time I first walked into the Order's former halls, to the time I set forth to forestall the final days. At the farthest reaches of the Sea of Stars, we
hey, look, it's
fought
Ida
the
and
battle
Papolimo.
of our lives.
Ida asterisk, Moonbrita.
Fought against despair itself. A veritable maelstrom of it, fed by the resignation that dwelled in the hearts of beings not so unlike ourselves. Full oft have I harbored
Hooray,
the
it's
same
that
malaise.
guy, I guess.
Have I been brought to my knees, crushed by the weight of sorrow and defeat, convinced that I will never rise again.
Mood. I mean, what?
However,
Heavensward era.
I have also known many moments of unbridled joy and happiness.
I guess that's also kind of mood. If I have to be honest.
By this truth do I find hope within, blooming resplendent, like the Elpis flower.
Not everything is depressing.
And thus do I endure.
Hey, Flamine.
Do
Hey,
I
it's
look
Sucro.
forward to creating more memories with my friends
Hi,
and loved
Sucro.
ones. For from these fertile seeds, yet more hope shall
I guess we
spring
returned
forth,
to the Rising Stones for some reason.
and they will grow to become shining lights that illuminate the dark. Thus believing, I leave the Rising Stones behind, as will my comrades. For, as we have decided, after careful deliberation, we are disbanding the Scions
Oh.
of the Seventh Dawn.
We're doing what now? Now we're just the Fellowship of Best Friends Forever.
There you are, Alphino.
Same thing, different name.
Everyone is already gathered in the foyer.
And yeah, like, the purpose is fulfilled, that's true, basically.
My apologies. I'll be right there.
No, or bow. Curtsy. One of those things.
At least, that is what the story will be.
Oh. JK! Lol. Polite gesture. The realm is safe, asterisk, yeah.
Sorry to keep you all waiting.
What could you possibly have left to do now?
Oh, just a letter.
I imagine it will be a while before we can gather like this again.
So it must be, if we're to keep up appearances. From now on, it falls to the Grand Company of Eorzea and its allies to deal with the realm's crises.
Oh, they're allegedly disbanding the Scions because they want to take a break and let everyone else frickin' do anything.
Meanwhile, we shall return to our erstwhile ways.
This is a ruse so they can take a break. Which they deserve.
Retreating from plain sight to take our place in the shadows once more.
Until the Point X patches.
Indeed. For the foreseeable future, I expect that we must work independently as we seek out problems that want for solving.
Yeah. Because if they became the ultimate superheroes everyone relied upon, they'd somehow become supervillains, and then the Gethjerk would have to come and eliminate Earth or something like that. I don't know.
But a
Probably.
day will come when we face another great challenge, and we will face it together, as we always have.
It may be very soon, and actually, depending on the order in which I do things. I mean, in which Sucro does
As much as
things.
I look forward to that day, I do hope it doesn't come anytime soon.
Well, formal association or no, if any of you should require my services, you need but ask.
If we can find you.
I'll be glad to keep my lance arm honed.
I'll hold you to that. So you had better keep your link pearl on hand.
Yeah.
So you really mean to stay, Tataru?
Oh, someone has to keep the Rising Stones in proper order. And even a super-secret organization requires a super-secret base of operations.
So instead of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, we're the super secret Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Secret.
To the rest of the world, it will be naught more than a workshop for Eorzea's foremost up-and-coming artisan. If you thought our coffers were full to bursting before, just wait till I can devote myself wholly to the crafts.
Tataru the Omni Crafter with hitting the gill cap in 2 seconds. breaking the gil cap even.
Plotting
She's
to build a mercantile empire to rival that of Lord Lodorito, are we?
She's already broken the level cap several times.
I, for one, look forward to your future successes, Tataru. As do I our next meeting.
I think it would be funny if in Dawn Trail, when you're like level 100 in the crafting classes, you could make the artifact gear from Endwalker as a callback to Tataru making them. Similar to how you can make Archon bread now, when she made that before you could. There'd be no reason to do it, really, but it'd be fun as a nod to this.
And with that, I believe it is past time you all made ready to depart. Leave no preparations undone or words unsaid, all right? Now, off with you.
Well, time to speak with everyone. Because we're not done yet, obviously. Come on, Sucro, don't miss the chance to say a word to each of our friends. After all you've been through together, I'm sure they'd appreciate it. I can still scarce believe our battle extended to the ends of creation. But seeing the Scion's mission to completion was both an honor and a privilege. So myself, I've spent quite a while away from home, so I think I'll return to Limsa Lominsa for now. I don't really remember you. And once I get there, my first order of business will be downing a pint or 3 at the Drowning Wench. The exploits of you and your companions are truly an inspiration to us all. I've never felt more compelled to hone my own skills that I one day might be able to accomplish such heroic deeds. Ergmus means to visit Limsa Lominsa, and I will join him and continue my search. I know not when we'll meet again, but please take care of yourself. It's a shame the Scions are disbanding, even if only in name. I still fondly recall the day you granted me my uniform. The memory remains vivid, yet it feels like a lifetime ago. I considered returning to the Adder's Nest. Since I've come this far, I've decided I ought to continue my journey and venture to Garlemald instead. Can't hold a candle to the infamous Wandering Minstrel, but I thought I might share with the Garleans a tale of your epic deeds. Extend to them an olive branch of song, if you will. You were but an amateur adventurer when we first met, but look at you now. You've grown into quite the fine young lass, just as I always knew you would. One might say I ought to settle down in my old age, but seeing you now has set my adventurous spirit ablaze once more. But the first journey I set out upon will be a long-awaited hot springs tour with my dear friend Home. There's been naught but chaos since the Telophoroi first appeared. Towers, lunar primals, the Empire, the final days. Yet we've weathered it all and lived to see the sun rise on a new day. And now that peace has returned, I can finally resume my travels with my grandfather. Perhaps we will go first to Gugane to relax in the Bokaisen hot springs. That might be nice. Of course, my journey will not simply be for pleasure. I will collect information on the territories I travel. Perhaps I shall visit Nangsha via Doma. Oh, we get little scenes with each of them, I guess. Oh, interesting. Sucro, thou hast spoken with our comrades. Though this parting be not forevermore, 'tis nonetheless occasion for sorrow. Akin to a pixie's path, the navigation of such farewells is a perilous endeavor indeed. For their part, however, the Loperites embark upon a new beginning. Though bereft of its purpose as a vessel, the moon yet remaineth hospitable for the creatures of Aetheris. Thus do our lunar visitors convene with the Forum, intent upon assigning some new and beneficial role to our solitary satellite. Yet ere that may come to pass, there's much and more each party must learn of the other, a process which doth promise to be eventful indeed. To that end, a cadre of Loperites hath gleefully dispersed across our lands in the name of mutual understanding. Bunui or not, Heidelin, 'tis said, did imbue them with her love for all things born of this star. And 'tis Vanar's own nature, I believe, which doth manifest in this irrepressible, inexhaustible curiosity of theirs. Smile. Having witnessed that which they strove to achieve, I wish most keenly for their long labors to be rewarded, that their abiding affection for man result in a boon for all. Moreover, I hope to continue our acquaintance and share in such knowledge as they see fit to impart. Acquaintance? I'd call it friendship. You're the first to truly understand them. What do you mean acquaintance? You're friends. Gasp. I did not wish to presume. Smile. I'd be honored should they consider me a friend. But 'tis certainly true that I've grown fond of their company. Smile. So, if everyone is somewhere in before 6.x, I think that means that on the Ether Current gathering stream, which would be the next thing to do, we should also search out and see where people are if we can find them. That sounds fun. But I shall digress no further. This day should belong to the scions of the Seventh Dawn, to mine incomparable companions. Oft times hath mine reticence caused thee grief, and mine actions spurred allies to suspect betrayal. But I never traitor'd you, and yet here amongst you I still stand. No amount of words could express my gratitude for thine acceptance and forgiveness. I have to guess Urianger would be on the moon, but, you know, maybe there's no logic to it. Thus instead do I proffer my humble support. Be it unto the deepest abyss or the highest heavens, even if I must needs founder cross stormy seas, ever shall I answer thy summons. I understand that following thy clash with Xenos, the teleportation device thou had discarded fell to thee from on high. To return to thee in such a manner, I did confer with Wilson and Bluida, but they insist the device was possessed of no such capability. 'Twas a miracle befitting the nature of that place where emotion become a tangible reality. Whence then arose this timely wonder? Thine ardent wish or another's fervent prayer? If I had to attribute it to a specific scion, I would guess Alize. And Alphino, maybe? I think it's just the collective desire of everyone to not want Sucro to be gone, probably. I don't think anything... I don't read Xenos as being a part of that. Another's fervent prayer, I don't think Xenos would be like, I hope Sucro gets to leave. Xenos gets no credit. Sucro, seen to your preparations, have you? I'm just making another sweep of my belongings. Wouldn't do to find I've forgotten something halfway to my destination. Oh, in case you hadn't heard, we've received new reports detailing the devastation caused by the final days. It appears the situation is gravest in the lands surrounding the Bounty, where the sky first began to burn. After that, the calamity was observed in the far north, in Garlemald and the frozen lands beyond. We also had reports of the heavens catching fire in isolated locations, one of which was an area in the northern Empty. Had our quest taken any longer, Charlian too may have come under threat. Thank goodness it's over now. To be sure, blasphemies and lesser beasts may still be roaming about, but these localized crises should be well within the capabilities of each nation to handle on their own. The scions are no longer needed. Which isn't to say that we won't help out when we can, of course. As individuals, no more of the sordid business. For my part, I'll be heading to Garlemald with Alphino. Well, okay. We know where some of them might be. They were among the first affected, and still need all the help they can get. Nod. I will forget this by the next time I stream this game. It won't be easy. An inevitable part of aiding those in need is coming face to face with tragedy. Knowing it doesn't make it any easier, though. That I'll curse my weakness, my inability to fix every problem and save every lost soul. But no matter how much it hurts, I won't give up. I'll do what I can for as many people as I can, begrudging no effort. And should I find myself discouraged, I'll remember you. Think back fondly to one of your many moments of triumph and the accompanying determined expression. Even those that still annoy me in retrospect, like when you activated the teleporter without warning. Gasp. And should you hear about me, I want you to remember too. Remember that I'm out there somewhere, trying my very best. I look forward to hearing all about the legendary Alizé Leveilleur. Think you can keep up with me? I look forward to hearing all about your adventures. Gasp. Not that I'm trying to become famous or anything. That being said... The next time we meet, I'll be vastly improved. So don't be surprised when you find yourself marveling at me. Did I forget to mention anything? Ah, yes, the Hanishan envoy who came to see Estinian also bore a letter from Matsya. He writes that Mevan and Karasev's little girl is doing well, and he often goes to visit her. It won't be easy growing up without her parents, but with her fellow villagers watching over her, I dare to hope she won't want for warmth as she grows up. Well, that's nice. The salvation Minfilia dreamed for Eorzea comes closer to reality with every step the Scions take. Yes, the world may be in the throes of change, but it is improving. I see it happening day by day, and I sit here praying that whatever new road you walk will bring you the wonder and joy you deserve. Should you need a rest in between your journeys, do come and join me on the terrace for old time's sake. Thancred. This is Thancred. Ah, champion and savior. I was beginning to think my chance for an audience would never come. It sounded more amusing in my head. Speaking of heads, I was worried about yours, and the rest of you for that matter. On the mend, I trust? Nod. Glad to hear it. You were in a bad way, and healing magics or no, I'm impressed how swiftly you've recovered. Then again, 'tis hardly the first time you've cheated death. Your strength of will has never failed to astonish me. Look what you've accomplished. Meteon defeated, her Song of Oblivion cut short, the source and all her reflections delivered from the final days. If you'd faltered at the last, then all hope would have been lost, but you held fast. Now Reen has a tomorrow to look forward to, and I could ask for no greater gift than that. Smile. As for a lesser gift, however, the next time you see her, I would appreciate you not describing my travel plans with Urianger as aimless wandering. We've a purpose in our roaming, after all, keeping an eye on things in the absence of the Scions on the world stage. There'll never be an end to the little problems that go untended by nations. We will do our best to help out where and when we can. Which I suppose is an approach not far removed from aimless wandering when you get down to it. Perhaps you could tell her I'm faring well and leave it at that, eh? No need to mention this feeling of being uprooted. I've never been one to stand still for long, but when I think of home, 'tis the rising stones which comes to mind. How many times have we set out from this base, thence to return when our work was done? On the day the Scions came together, I only hoped for Minfilia to find a place where she belonged, but never did I expect to find one here for myself. Indulge me, Sucro. I have a question for you, and imagine Minfilia herself is asking. Are you glad you joined the Scions? Best decision I've never made, or there's never a dull moment, that's for certain. Can I have like a middle ground answer of just, yeah? I mean, of course. Of course I'm glad. Aye, I can honestly say the same. But all good things must come to an end, at least for a time. Should you need a helping hand for infiltration or reconnaissance, you know who to ask. I'll come running, and you'll likely get a certain funny-talking fortune teller into the bargain. In case you've not heard, the Waking Sands will be converted into a warehouse. We'll be keeping the place free of rats and cobwebs, so it can still serve as an outpost should the need arise. Considering Tataru's ambitions, however, I'd not be surprised if she claimed the lot for her budding empire. Maybe I should check in on all the miscellaneous people first, even the clowns. I'm so glad the danger is past. There was nothing I could do but pray from here, so I was relieved to the point of tears when everyone made it back safely. I imagine we'll have more free time now, so I was thinking I'd study up on healing magic that I could make myself more useful in the future. My first stop will be the Astrologicum in Ishgard to learn about Charlian astrology. I must follow Oker's lead and continue to hone my skills. You can talk to Seidu somewhere? I'm so glad I was able to be here this moment. You know, I considered continuing to follow in Hori's footsteps, but I've realized it's time I found my own way in life. Otherwise, I'll never be half the man my brother is. First things first, I'm going to head to Gridania to visit the Conjurer's Guild and the Archer's Guild. I'll do my very best to brush up on skills before I see you again. I'll read your dialogue silently to myself. Maybe. We've accomplished our goal and put it behind us, but my time with the Scions provided memories that will last me a lifetime. Ignoring that one. Ignoring that one. Okay. Far too much blood has been spilt, and far too many lives lost. Still, I am glad I was able to do something to repay those who showed me a path to the future. Not that our job is over, of course. Far from it. There is much that remains to be done before true and lasting peace can be achieved. To that end, Hori and I mean to set off for Corvos. We expect that the tensions between the Garleans and Corvosi will only flare more with the Empire's fall. I still remember the day we sparred together as though it were yesterday. To think how far we've all come since then. Even now I've not abandoned my dream of besting you in single combat, of a friendly nature of course. Though I clearly do not hold a candle to the warrior light at present, I shall continue to train diligently that one day you might consider me an equal. Alright, now back over here for Estinian. I guess, well no, there's these two. Who are you? I don't remember Vama. Arenvald has pressing matters, according to him anyway. Oh, Arenvald friend. A pity he couldn't be here to witness this momentous occasion, though he bids me tell you congratulations. As for me, well, once the Scions disband, I intend to resume my work in Rhalgr's Reach. I suppose Arenvald will need support in Garabania too, though he would not admit as much. Well, he'll have my help whether he wants it or not. It is a little strange now my link pearl's gone quiet. Since my unique skills are no longer needed for the safety in the star and all that, I'm gonna become an adventurer like you, traveling far and wide. Imagine I'll start by heading to Maricidia, the new world. Just need to find myself a ship first. Okay, so we have Estinian, Ishtola, Kryl, Alphino, Graha. I guess we'll just start from here. Kryl. Oh, Sucro, how are you feeling? Any lingering aches or pains? Nod. Wait. Nod, yes, there are lingering aches or pains? Or nod, I'm doing okay. I can't apologize enough for sending Xenos to find you in Ultima Thule. When he came to me in Charlie, and I was truly torn, as ever, there was only one thing on his mind. Forced to make a decision, I reasoned that if he would not be deterred from seeking you out, he might at least aid us in our cause, and so I struck a bargain. In the end, he was true to his word and you defeated him despite your earlier exertions, but knowing the state you were found in, it could have ended very differently. My decision almost cost you your life, and no words could express the remorse I feel. It worked out, you did the right thing, or I won't lie, I thought that was it for me. It's fine, Kryl, you did the right thing. It's a relief to hear you say that. Thank you. Time and time again, I've been made to feel woefully inadequate. I wasn't much use in battle, nor could I face the Forum without my nerves getting the better of me. It always fell to you and the others. I must and will do better. And I shall begin with the restoration of the students of Baldessian. Through our work, Charlian will strengthen its ties with other nations, that we may be better prepared to face whatever threats arise in the future. Of course, this isn't something I can accomplish alone, but thankfully I have the staunchest of help in Raha and Oljika, and our other remaining members. Together we'll continue Grandfather's work. As before, certain commissions will take us to dangerous locales, and we may need to call upon seasoned adventurers. In such times, might you be willing to assist us? Not because you feel obliged, mind you, but because you feel allure to the task itself. I'll help whenever I can. Smile. Laugh. Marvelous. Should something of interest arise, I shan't hesitate to reach out to you. Until that day, I shall endeavor to become a more dependable comrade. Kryl is going to learn combat at some point. Oh, I should mention that Erenville has kindly agreed to share aught of potential interest he hears from his fellow gleaners. In exchange, we'll help them to restore the archives to their proper order. With the Exodus abandoned, all items must be returned whence they came, a task no less grueling than their removal. Even now, Jika assists in the sorting of arcane artifacts. Oh, yes, not only is he a skilled administrator, he's also a certified appraiser specializing in relics from the 5th Astral Era. Despite his qualifications, though, he seems none too keen on the work. I shall have to go and relieve him as soon as I can. Alphino. Alphino. Oh, Sucro. Pray forgive me for delaying the gathering. I was writing a letter, you see, to my parents. As busy as Father has been, tending the aftermath of the Exodus, he's been good enough to show concern for the Scions. And besides, I've made them worry enough for a lifetime. Henceforth, I'll endeavor to write as often as I am able. Smile. A little effort to set their minds at ease while we continue to be away from Charlian. Both Alize and I are off to assist with Garlemald's recovery, you see. Though uncertainty remains over what will become of the nation, we cannot well leave the capital in its present state. We will rejoin those members of the Ilsabard contingent still stationed there. Lucia and Maxima helm the relief effort, with support from our allies, the people of Garlemald among them. They will gradually be joined by those who've finished treating the temperate across the land. I think I heard thunder. There's a non-zero chance that the power will abruptly cut out at the end of everything, and we'll have to see this next time, which would be very funny. But I don't think that'll happen because it hasn't the last few times there were storms. Anyway. Unless you misunderstand, we do not seek redemption for failing Licinia and her sister. That is a burden we must always bear. Nay, we go because of the truth in Lord Quintus's words. The truth that whatever ideals individuals may espouse, nations are not moved to action unless they stand to benefit. For the foreseeable future, the fallen empire will be at the mercy of both internal and external forces. And though I do not doubt the intentions of the contingent, with greater powers involved in the relief effort, our allies may well find themselves drawn into a political agenda. In going, we seek to ensure that the needs of the people come first, to understand their hearts, that we might better help them to begin anew. You'd best write me too, or I'll visit when I can. Try to write me too if you can. Write you letters? Of course I would be glad to do so. But I would be gladder still were you to come and visit, and I believe I speak for Alize as well. For fairly as long as I've been in Eorzea, you've been at my side, watching over me in good times and bad. How many times have we gathered to share tidings? None could possibly keep count. The world is changing and will continue to do so. Yet no matter what the future brings, I hope that I can ever look to you, in good times and in bad, as a dependable comrade and dear friend both. Determined. Smile. Thank you, Sucro, from the bottom of my heart. By the way, I feel like Sucro needs to like this outfit is really good and all, but I feel like Sucro probably needs a new outfit after all this. But I don't know what it is yet. I've been keeping Arenvald abreast of the situation in letters, but unfortunately he could not be here today. When it's convenient for both of us, we should pay him a visit. I don't know if I should go like completely casual Sucro yet, but Estinian. Estinian! He's still Estinian. Folded arms as a counter to his folded arms. Estinian gets the comedy music. Okay, this is pretty funny. That's good. This is great. If you have something to say, then out with it. Just worried how you'll earn your keep now. Just wondering how I'll earn my keep now. That's funny. Just worried about how you'll earn your keep. Little bit, I guess. Just worried about you. You talk as if the Scion's dissolution was more than mere pretense. There may be fewer calls to action, but we should be compensated as before. Why are you so concerned for me anyway? In any case, I do not want for options, even if some are worse than others. Just don't spend like 50 million gil on a hair tie again, alright? No sooner did Emmerich hear about our disbandment than he offered me a position as a guardsman in the Imperium district. As a former Azure Dragoon, I'm guaranteed to be popular, he said. What does he take me for? Even without his meddling, I'm perfectly capable of finding employment, and have! Gasp. Some days ago, a Hanash envoy arrived with word from Vritra. The worm requests my presence as soon as things have settled here. He didn't deign to mention why I'm needed, but it pertains to dragons, like as not. In Thavner, like elsewhere, the phenomena caused by the final days abated when you defeated Meteon. Though it was too late for those who had already transformed. Life is beginning to return to normal for the survivors. Of those who sought refuge in Charlian, most have already returned home. But many do not have a home to return to, nor loved ones. By an arrangement between Vritra and the Forum, such souls may remain in Charlian if they wish to work and study. Vritra was always the satrap in truth. It's gratifying to see him become one in name as well, one who has the complete confidence of his people if the envoy's tone was of any indication. I often find myself speaking favorably of dragons of late. Not so long ago I would have assumed his benevolence hid ulterior motives, but it's clear he cares for his people, and they in turn revere him. To know such a nation may flourish is comforting. Vritra's kin sought release from conflict. So weary were they of the suffering it wrought, they surrendered to oblivion. But Midgard Sormer didn't give up. In hope, he made the journey to distant Aetheris with his clutch of eggs. And though his progeny went on to become embroiled in conflict with men, there were times when they transcended hatred to abide in harmony. That is their legacy and their triumph. In my lance I feel the weight of their struggle and the strength of their resolve, and it lends me strength. These things I might have never learned had I not joined you. Should you ever have need of me, I will come. At the very least, it might be an opportunity to earn coin. Thank you, Estinian. Word has it a false deity born in the Tower of Zata survived and occasionally appears to terrorize the locals. Those who vanquish the being and present proof in Razatan will receive a handsome reward, though handsome isn't the word I would use to describe such outlandish garb. Are you telling me about a fate boss and the silly reward you can get from it? But while I'm in Thavner, perhaps I will acquire a set to send to Emmerich in lieu of an answer to his job offer. Let him stand guard thus attired and be the talk of Imperium, if not all Kurthus. I'm sure that's very funny if I know what the particular thing is. Y'shtola. I was expecting the Matoya music, yeah. It's the elephant suit? That's funny. Oh, are we saying our farewells too? I hadn't at present planned on a journey of any great length. Not that I'm averse to a moment or two of quiet reminiscence. In fact, there was something I'd been meaning to ask you, something that has been in my thoughts since the last flames of the final day subsided. Smile, nod. During our travels, we've witnessed more than a lifetime's worth of oddities and spectacles, more than can be easily recalled or remembered. Nestled amongst those memories are certain essential facts. The history of Aetheris and the ancients, glimpses of the Aya, of their culture and philosophy. Rather than simply hoard such treasures in my mind, I wonder if I should not be disseminating them in formal records for wider consumption. When needed, I have penned reports and prepared briefings, but ever have I balked at the idea of binding the subject of my studies in a book or tablet. Truth is given shape and interpretation. When we seek to capture it with our words, it is invariably molded to fit a narrative, no matter how well-intentioned the rendering. Well, all you had to do is put this as the preface, whatever. Note from the author before the rest of it. An event is described as sad, a summation which fails to express the emotional complexity. Yet the word on the page is what endures, a pale shadow of reality. That sounds like what the Beast said. Throughout history, some have deliberately embellished the truth, but I believe many, if not most, deviations are the result of similar linguistic shortcomings, piling one upon the other until the end result is unrecognizable from its origin. Which is why I fear that writing an account in my own words would be akin to diluting fine wine with water. Hey, water's pretty good. Yet even with the potential for corrupted meaning, I do of course realize the importance of keeping written records. Without them, my search for wisdom would be a painful affair indeed. Well, what say you on this matter? Should I take up the quill, reflect upon those experiences only we have shared, and seek to preserve them for posterity? Aye, let them be read and remembered, or nay, it's enough to hold them in your memories. Yeah. Let other people know. Let's tell everyone what we can. Nod. Very well then, I shall endeavor to pin what I can of the Ea and the ancients, and of so many other wonders. But I am no scribe. It will be less a polished work and more a reordering of scattered notes. Well, that's why you need an editor. In any case, I feel much better for having sought your opinion. Left to our own devices, we tend to overthink such things. I will otherwise return to following where my curiosity leads. After all, a safe method of travel to the first yet eludes me, and our venture into the great expanse has prompted an entirely new set of questions. Oh yeah, that is interesting. Should you stumble into the unknown or struggle with some impenetrable mystery, know that I'm at your beck and call. Or know that I am at your beck and call. It never hurts to see things from a different perspective, and mine is rather different than most. I guess that's true. Thanks, Y'shtola. Thanks to all the Scions. I love all of them. Lise came to visit the other day. She peppered me with questions about the lasting repercussions of the final days. I took the opportunity to explain our plans to disband, and she understood our reasoning immediately. Once a Scion, always a Scion, it would seem. She was eager to relive old times and remember old friends. Bittersweet memories, mayhap, but from the look on her face, the joys outweighed the sorrows. Graha. Crystal Tower theme. Go. No? Oh, Sucro, might you have a moment to talk? Questioning head tilt? It'll happen over here. Graha seemed an appropriate one to say for last. With the Scions stepping away from the public eye, I've been left to consider what new endeavors I might pursue. There it is. Or rather, Eternal Wind, not Crystal Tower theme. That's what I meant, probably. And after speaking with Kryl, I've decided I will be assisting her in rebuilding the students of Baldessian. It makes sense. Not only am I indebted to Master Galuf for giving me a new home, but had our order never existed, I would have never set foot within the Crystal Tower. How different my life might have been. I would never have met you, never become caretaker of the tower, never become a Scion. You gave me the chance to do so much good, and I hope to continue to do so with the students. For an added benefit, new mysteries often find their way to our doorsteps, and mysteries that could prove ideal for fulfilling our promise. To embark on a new adventure together, unlike any we've experienced before. Smile. Psyched! An emote not used in cutscenes often. Whenever you have the time and inclination, my friend, I stand ready to accompany you unto the unknown. I don't know if that's psyched. I think that might be. Maybe not. I don't know. She's hyped, though. Do you recall in the realm of the Omicrons when I asked if you thought I may someday be mentioned in your epic? Well, 'tis true that to earn a place at your side would be the stuff of dreams. In the end, nothing would give me greater joy than to stand with you in the here and now. Well, you already do. It needn't be some grand endeavor, Sucro is surprised with us. There needn't be a promise. Whenever adventure calls, I won't hesitate to invite you, and I hope that you will do the same for me. Without a second thought, or as long as you don't overexert yourself. Graha, take a nap challenge, difficulty impossible. But as long as you take care of yourself, you really need to take a nap. I know. I can all but hear Lena and Becklug's voices each time you remind me. As much as we've already seen, there's still so much we haven't. Who knows? Perhaps we'll even encounter survivors of the Omicron somewhere out there. After all, given how they took to the stars, it isn't implausible that some found themselves far from home. The dragons did, so that makes sense. And should we encounter a wayward traveler awaiting commands that will never come, I would bid them seek adventure with someone, and with that partner find new purpose, a new dream. For if crystals can hold fast to dreams, why not Omicrons? Smile. Hell yeah. Wherever your plans may lead, do not hesitate to send word, and should a commission of interest come my way, you will be the first to know. Thank you, Graha. Thank you to all the Scions, as I said. By the way, have you spoken with Feo Ul of late? Some days ago, they appeared to me in a dream, of the sleeping persuasion, that is. All's well in the first, they bade me tell you. When I asked why not tell you themselves, they unleashed giant ravenous beavers upon me. Have you perchance done something to incur their ire? Feo Ul mentioned. Sucro extremely nervous suddenly. Spoken your fill, have you? If so, I'm thinking to send everyone off. Leave the Rising Stones? Yes. With your permission, then. Your attention, please. At risk of spoiling the mood, the time of departure is upon us. In my capacity as your receptionist, I bid you all safe journeys. Till next we meet. Be well. Endwalker. Complete. Argos Horn. Wind up. Herois. Come on, you know who this hero is. That's funny. Endwalker Footfalls. Flow. Dog obtained. And now the stinger. A woo. We made it. We actually remember when I would remember when I thought it would take me 1 billion years to get anywhere? And now I'm in 6.x, basically. More or less.
Though we ought to speak with Lord Emmerich first. If he's received word of any recent developments, we need to know.
So we have at least 2 places that the twins could be.
'Twould be prudent to purchase some warmer clothes at least. Mayhap we can pick up a few souvenirs for Euless and the others while we're at it.
Nod.
Where will you all be heading next?
I feel like I should take notes for this. Where's everyone going? Where is everyone going? I don't know if they're all going to tell me, but for the purposes of finding them, I would like to have this information.
Dravania, there
Okay.
is a book I've been meaning to borrow from the Great Google Library.
Suko, just books?
And I can think of at least one person who will be most displeased should I fail to visit before leaving.
That's a good point.
We've no particular destination in mind, but we do intend to stop in Charlian before we set off.
I wonder if any of this will be, like, actually where they are.
We had thought to ask after the Loporrits. I am curious as to how well those who chose to remain are adapting to their changed circumstances.
Where the Bunui at?
Might we accompany you then? Raha and I were planning to return to the Baldessian Annex.
They're all literally saying where they go, so I'm wondering if they're actually going to be there or not, because it was mentioned earlier that it was difficult to find them, maybe? Or it was implied
Commissions
earlier?
have been piling up in our absence, and they must be dealt with ere we begin our work in earnest.
Oh, you forgot to write this down.
You will return to Radzat Han, will you not?
Well, Estinian is confirmed to be in the place that you said that you found Estinian at. So I think we do have locations for everyone.
Aye. For Vritra's benefit, though I've yet to hear the details, I may not stay long.
Assuming that the post 6.0, pre 6.x state exists before I start 6.1. Like,
I
in
see.
this version of the game. I assume
Then
it
is
would.
here the Scions at last part ways, each to some far-flung corner of the realm.
I'm gonna level up a different job and find a new outfit. Get a haircut. It will take me a week to devise the perfect fashion. Maybe. I say it'll take me a week because I might actually be streaming
Perhaps.
Mario
But I believe one of our number,
for
a
like
rather important one at that,
the next entire
has yet
week
to
or something.
divulge her plans.
I'm gonna go take a nap. Everyone looks at Sucro.
Quite right.
Smirk.
Indeed.
I'm gonna,
Fair point.
So, what's next for our humble adventurer?
Sleep. Smile. Look up. I'm narrating everything about... Oh. Wait, hey, what? Bird? Meteon? And then Sucro said something. And the camera was like, whoosh. Bird. This is, like, almost certainly not actually Meteon. But what if it was? Finn! Yet stand tall, my friend, our journey will never end, it says under... There we go. You could barely see it for a second. Oh, no, it's the stinger after the stinger! That's a giant, look, that's a giant corn-like wait. This is a stinger in the past. What? What does that mean?
The constancy
What?
of this place never ceases to amaze me. An ocean of souls.
Whomst!
Shimmering and eternal.
Whomst you be? Wait, oh, you're Elidibus. I think that's the Elidibus voice. I'm pretty sure you're Elidibus. Past version. But what do you mean meanwhile in the past? Also, you're wearing white, so you're Elidibus.
And yet something.
Elidibus was the only other person wearing white. And he did say that, yeah. What do you mean meanwhile in Elpis?
Yes. Steeped in darkness, deep as starless night. The beast.
What do you mean? Let Sucro take a nap. Reminder that I know, like, basically nothing
Alas,
about the
I
rest.
dare not investigate in earnest.
I know that
before
there's
the
Final
coming of my
Fantasy IV
guiding
stuff
star,
a little bit.
as she foretold.
As who foretold?
We shall descend to the depths, you and I.
Oh.
To confront the dread beast.
This is a stinger about the raids. Got it. I know, I recall the word pandemonium. I know that one.
Oh, the sights we shall see. The sights
Pandemonium.
we shall see.
Indeed. Well, okay, Elidibus of the past. Sure. There was a stinger for Eden after Shadowbringers, so this makes a lot of sense, actually. You've completed the main scenario quest, Endwalker. Quests to unlock new content have become available in Old Charlian. Additionally, you may now enter the dead ends with a party of NPC avatars. Rest well, champion of Aetheris, for many and more adventures await you. That its chorus might ring for all. Also, I'm here now. Oh, hey. I could do Deep Dungeon 3, I guess. It's right there. They put me here. Not right now, though, obviously. So, Endwalker, the title. Also Hope's Legacy for Fast Within Your Arms. Wait, I should have read the description for that, but I didn't. Dog. Created by Bana, this dog-like familiar lends his back only to those who have won his favor, which you already had by the time you first met him in Mare Lamentorum owing to the quirks of time travel. Nashu? Nashu has seen Argos? Oh dear. This worries me. And Minion. There once was a woman who selflessly served her fellow man as Azum. Even after stepping down, she continued in this mission and went on to become a divinity that hope may endure. This mammoth was made in her honor. 'Tis time for action. I got a Leafman recently also. Dog. Oh yeah, we did sit on Argos in this way. I'm going dog mode. But actually what I'm doing is... Panic-stricken Leopard? Well, there's probably optional dungeons or something. I don't know where any... Oh god, there's so much. So we got the crystal from beyond. Cutting the cheese. Level 1 Seeking Sanctuary. Oh, that's Island Sanctuary. I can do that now. I've heard it's the spreadsheet simulator, so it's not actually good. That specimen came from the moon, right? I can do that one again. An odd job. Where no Loporit has gone before. It's probably a lot of places, actually. Thank you for your assistance. I know the first order of the day. The first thing to do... The first thing to do is to gather all of the ether currents and unlock flight everywhere. And also do all the side quests and whatnot. The second thing to do is probably the optional 6.0 dungeons. Let's clear out everything that is in 6.0 before we move on to 6.x. Is my thought. That said, what we should do right now is go the frick to sleep. That is both me and Sucro. So, this has been Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker. We completed 6.0's main story. As usual, if you're interested in any links, borealrobin.card with 2 Rs.co. But, you know, thank you for petting Calico also. Thank you for watching, everyone, and I will see you on the next stream. Thank you for petting Calico again. Have a good rest of your day and or night, and yeah, see you next time. Good night, everyone.